Section 0 of The Rush for the Spoil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. The Rush for the Spoil by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. Section 0. Preface. The public and the press have agreed that L'Assommoir is Monsieur Zola's chef-d'œuvre. Against this verdict I have no objection to offer. I believe it will meet with posterity's endorsement. But although L'Assommoir may lift its head the highest, there are many other volumes in the Rougon-Macquart series which stand on and speak from equally lofty platforms of art. In my opinion, these are La Faute de l'Abbé Mouret, La Conquête de Plassans, and La Curee. I have spoken before of Zola as an epic poet. He is this more than he is anything, and as he is more epic in La Curee than elsewhere, L'Assommoir and La Faute de l'Abbé Mouret always accepted, it follows that it must be one of the best and most characteristic of his works. The qualities that endow a book with immortality exist independent of the artist's will, and the process of penetrating, of animating the whole with life, is accomplished as silently and unconsciously as the seed grain germinates in the earth, as the child quickens with life in the womb. And, doubtless, Zola intended in the beginning to write merely the passionate love story of a woman who, oppressed and wearied of luxury, is forced to seek in violent ways and fierce fancies oblivion of golden idleness, of an aimless and satiated existence. This idea might have been worked out, and adequately worked out, in the analysis of the mind of a duke's daughter who, after 5 years of husband hunting in London drawing rooms, runs away and lives with her groom at Hampstead. And taken out of its setting, Monsieur Zola's story is quite as simple. Renée is a young girl of the upper middle classes. She's been seduced. She is enceinte. It is necessary to find her a husband. Under such circumstances it would be vain to be too particular, and an adventurer called Siccard is chosen. He is a genius who's waiting for a few pounds to make $1 million. Renée's fortune enables him to do this. He places her in a magnificent house in the Parc Monceau. He gives her everything but an interest in life. To gain this, she falls in love with her stepson, Maxime Siccard. The story of this incestuous passion becomes the theme of the book, and when Maxime deserts his stepmother to get married, she dies of consumption. That is all. But this slight outline soon began to grow, to take gigantic proportions in Zola's mind, and it was not long before he saw that his story was an allegory of the Second Empire. Renée became Paris. Her dressmaker, Worms, became the emperor. Her dresses, the material of which cost 60, the making up of which with the accumulated interest cost 600, are the boulevards and buildings with which the city was adorned at ruinous expense. In the clamor of the fête in the Parc Monceau, the demands of the creditors are silenced, and when Renée dies, her debts are paid by her father, that is to say, by the Republic of Monsieur Thiers. Renée is a Venus, but not the Greek Venus, the white-breasted woman born of the sea foam and heralded by Cupids and Tritons. She is not even the obscure Venus of the hollow hill that Baudelaire describes as having grown diabolic among ages that would not accept her as divine. Renée is the Venus of the counting house. Her hair is yellow as pale gold. Her drawing room is hung with yellow draperies, and her golden head, seen thereon as she leans back in her richly upholstered chairs, seems like a setting sun that sinks little by little, drowned in a bath of gold. But, unlike her earlier prototypes, she does not find the flesh sufficient. The sensualities are not the dark desire of the animal, but the nervous erethism of a human mind that, satiated with pleasure, longs and hungers for some strange and acute note to break the cloying sweetness, the monotonous melody of her life. Here there is no touch of pagan or medieval thought. Maxime fears no god. He knows not remorse nor even desire. He is the son of the capitalist. He is the weed sprung from, but not the intelligence that has built up the gold heap. And he festers and rots like a weed in an overpoweringly rich soil. Siccard is mammon. Nothing exists for him but gold. Thoughts, dreams, love have long since disappeared. He is not even vicious. In the lust of speculation, all other passions have been submerged, have sunk out of sight forever. Men and things only suggest to him ideas for the accumulation of wealth, and from the heights of Montmartre he looks down upon Paris like a wolf upon its prey. His eyes flash with fierce light, his lips twitch with a wild mental hunger that manifests itself in physical actions. With his hand he divides Paris into sections. He sees how he will distribute it into boulevards, squares, and streets. And he hears in vision the cries of the huntsman, and he longs to put himself at the head of the hounds, and to descend with open jaws upon the splendid quarry that even now run to death lies panting and bleeding before him. The book is Paris. Paris as she feasted and flattered under the Second Empire, a Paris of adventurers, of courtesans, a Paris of debts, a Paris of women's shoulders, cotillons, champagne, of violins and pianos, a Paris of opera hats, a Paris of gold pieces, of fraud, of liars, of speculation, of supper tables, a Paris sonorous and empty as a wheel of fortune, a Paris of sweetmeats, rendezvous, banknotes, a Paris of tresses of false hair forgotten in hackney carriages. Yes, a Paris of this and of little else. There is the famous scene of the return from the Bois, under the pale October sky, in which, towards the Porte de la Muette, there still floats the dim light of an autumn sunset. The carriages are blocked, and the uncertain rays dance through the brightly painted wheels, touching with intense splendor the buckles of the harness, the large buttons on the liveries, and the burnished cockades. The artificial lake lies still, reflecting in its crystal clarity the innumerable graces of the poplars and pine trees that grow down to the very banks of a trim island. The walks are as bits of gray ribbon lost in the dark foliage. The scene looks like a newly varnished toy. All Paris is there, courtesans, diplomatists, and speculators. Renée is there. She's with Maxime, who's pointing out and telling her about his father's new mistress. She is the celebrated Laure, to whose house Renée goes with Maxime because she's anxious to know what a cocotte ball is really like. Afterwards they sup in a cabinet particulier at the Café Riche. Renée is sipping a glass of chartreuse. The gas is hissing. The room has grown hot. They throw open the window. Paris rolls beneath them. The boulevard is alive with the flashing lights of carriages. Women go by in hundreds. They pass into the darkness of a traversing street. They reappear again like shadows thrown by a magic lantern. Groups of men sit round the tables at the door of the café. Some are talking to women. Some sit smoking vacantly, watching the interminable procession that passes and repasses before them. One woman wears a green silk. She sits with her legs crossed. Renée feels strangely interested. By and by, wearied of the boulevard, she examines the looking-glass, scratched all over with diamond rings, and she asks Maxime questions concerning the women whose names are scrawled thereon. Maxime pleads ignorance, putting his cigar aside. He advances toward her. They look into each other's eyes. She falls into his arms. There is the ballroom scene. Siccard is on the brink of ruin, but he gives a fete that costs him £4,000. He's anxious that his son should marry a little hunchback who has an immense fortune. The tableaux vivants are over, and the dancers, in the costumes of gods and goddesses, are dancing the cotillon. Renée, who is cognizant of her husband's project, is wandering about mad with nervous rage and despair. She pursues Maxime, drags him with her into her bedroom, and tells him that he must fly with her to America, that she will never consent to give him up. And I must not forget that requisite bit of description, 10 lines, not more, which for rapidity of observation and precision and delicacy of touch seems to me unsurpassable. Indeed, to find anything that might be said against it, I should have to turn to that supreme success, that final vindication of the divine power of words, Flaubert's L'éducation sentimentale. The passage I allude to is when Renée goes to the great fête at the Tuileries. She wears a wonderful dress composed entirely of white muslin and black velvet. The bodice is in black velvet, the skirt in white muslin, garnished with 1,000,000 flounces and all cut up and adorned with bows made out of black velvet. No ornament but 1 diamond in her fawn-colored hair. Suddenly the people draw into lines, and the corpulent emperor walks down the room on the arm of one of his generals. Renée shrinks back, but she cannot get away. She's in the front rank. And when Napoleon fixes his, all eyes are fixed upon her. A heaven of lustres is above her head, a velvety carpet beneath her feet, and she hears the general whisper to the emperor, "There's a carnation that would suit our buttonholes uncommonly well." The rest of the fête is lost in this moment d'âme, is an acute note that vibrates long in the monotonous melody of her life. Whether La Curee is a faithful picture, true to the smallest detail of life under the Second Empire, I cannot say. Nor do I care. I'm content to take it for what it seems to me to be, a gorgeous, a golden poem born of the author's contemplation of the scenes he describes. Although a tyrant, Napoleon III was a demagogue at heart. When he came into office, Paris was starving. To govern, he saw that he would have to feed the people, and to do this, the ingenious plan of creating an immense debt, living upon it, and giving the city as security was adopted. He appeased his enemies by calling new names to the front. He unchained, and he gave them unlimited means of gratifying their appetites. In a house of ill fame, politics do not occupy men's minds. Why not turn Paris into a house of ill fame? But what is true for individuals is true for nations. Sedan was the suicide of the prostituted city. This is the view M. Zola takes of the Second Empire. La Curee is but a corner of it, but I do not know any corner more beautifully furnished, more perfectly proportioned. Of course, faults may be urged. It may be said, and I admit with a certain show of reason, that the characters are more representative of the classes to which they belong than individual men and women. The same argument may be used, and with equal effect, against Hamlet, against Orestes, against every beautiful drawing of Hokusai and Hokkai. But when possible and impossible faults have been found, and all visible and invisible flaws taken note of, I believe it will be admitted by the blind, the dumb, and the lame, that when the last page of La Curee is read, the impression left upon the mind is one of intense artistic beauty. George Moore. End of section 0. Section 1 of The Rush for the Spoil by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Bisitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 1. On the return home, the carriage could only move slowly along amidst the mass of vehicles winding round the lake of the Bois de Boulogne. At one moment, the block became such that the horses were even brought to a standstill. The sun was setting in the faint gray October sky, streaked with slender clouds on the horizon. A last ray which came from above the distant shrubbery of the cascade streamed across the roadway, bathing the long line of now stationary carriages in a pale, ruddy light. The golden glimmers, the bright flashes from the wheels, seemed to have become fixed to the straw-colored fillets, whilst the dark blue panels of the carriage reflected portions of a surrounding landscape. And higher up, full in the ruddy light which illumined them from behind, and which gave a sparkle to the brass buttons of their overcoats folded over the back of the box seat, the coachman and the footman, dressed in a livery consisting of dull blue coats, putty-colored breeches, and black and yellow-striped waistcoats, sat erect, grave and patient, like well-trained lackeys whose temper is above being ruffled by a block of vehicles. Their hats, embellished with black cockades, gave them a most dignified appearance. The superb bay horses were alone snorting impatiently. "Hallo," said Maxime. "There's Laura d'Origny over there, and that brougham. Look, Renée." Renée raised herself slightly, and, blinking her eyes with that exquisite pout which was caused by the weakness of her sight, said, "I thought she was travelling. She's changed the colour of her hair, has she not?" "Yes," replied Maxime with a laugh. "Her new lover detests everything red." Renée bent forward, her hand resting on the low door of the carriage, continued looking, awakened from the sad dream which, for an hour past, had kept her silently reclining on the back seat, as though in an invalid's easy-chair. Over a mauve dress with an upper skirt and tunic, and trimmed with broad plaited flounces, she wore a little white cloth jacket with mauve velvet facings, which gave her a very dashing air. Her extraordinary pale fawn-colored hair, the hue of which recalled that of the finest butter, was scarcely concealed beneath a slender bonnet adorned with a cluster of crimson roses. She continued to blink her eyes in the style of an impertinent boy, her pure brow crossed by one long wrinkle, her upper lip protruding just like a sulky child's. Then, as she was unable to distinguish very well, she raised her double eyeglass, a regular man's eyeglass with a tortoise-shell frame, and holding it up in her hand without placing it on her nose, she examined stout Laura d'Origny at her ease, in a perfectly calm manner. The block still continued. Amidst the uniform dull-colored patches caused by the long line of broughams, extremely numerous in the Bois on that autumn afternoon, the glass of a window, a horse's bit, a plated lamp-holder, or the gold or silver lace on the livery of some lackey seated up on high, sparkled in the sun. Here and there an open landau displayed a glimpse of a dress, some woman's costume in silk or velvet. Little by little, a profound silence had succeeded the hubbub of the now stationary mass. In the depths of the carriages, one could overhear the remarks of the pedestrians. There was an exchange of speechless glances from vehicle to vehicle, and all conversation ceased during this deadlock, the silence of which was only broken by the creaking of harness and the impatient pawing of some horse. The confused murmurs of the Bois were dying away in the distance. In spite of the lateness of the season, all Paris was there. The Duchess de Sternich in a chariot, Madame de Lorraine in a victoria drawn by some very fine cattle, Baroness de Meinhold in a delicious dark brown private cab, Countess Vanska with her piebald ponies, Madame d'Aste in her famous black steppers, Madame de Guend and Madame Tessier in a brougham, little Sylvia in a deep blue landau, and Don Carlos, too, in mourning, with his ancient and solemn-looking livery, Selim Pasha with his fez and without his tutor, the Duchess de Rozan in her single-seated brougham and with her powdered lackeys, Count de Chibray in a dog-cart, Mr. Simpson on a well-appointed mail coach, the whole of the American colony. Finally, 2 members of the Academy in a cab. The leading carriages were at length released, and the whole line was soon able to move slowly onwards. It was like an awakening. 1,000 scintillations danced around, rapid flashes played to and fro amidst the wheels, whilst the harness shaken by the horses emitted a galaxy of sparks. Along the ground and on the trees were broad reflections of fleeting glass. This glistening of harness and of wheels, this blaze of varnished panels, all aglow with the red fire of the setting sun, the bright touches of the gorgeous liveries perched up on high, and of the rich costumes bursting from the confined space of the equipages, passed along in the midst of a hollow, continuous rumbling, timed by the pace of the thoroughbreds. And the procession continued, accompanied by the same sounds and the same scintillations, unceasingly and at one spurt, as though the leading vehicles had been dragging all the others after them. Renée had yielded to the slight jolting of the carriage as it once more started off, and dropping her eyeglass, she'd resumed her half-reclining posture on the cushions. She shiveringly drew towards her a corner of the bearskin which filled the interior of the vehicle with a silky snow-white mass. Her gloved hands became lost amidst the long, soft, curly hairs. The north wind was beginning to blow. The warm October afternoon, which, in giving to the Bois an appearance of spring, had brought out the most fashionable ladies in their open carriages, threatened to end in an evening of piercing chilliness. For a while the young woman remained huddled up, enjoying the warmth of her corner, and abandoning herself to the voluptuous lullaby of all those wheels turning before her eyes. Then, raising her head towards Maxime, whose glances were quietly unrobing the women displayed in the adjoining broughams and landaus, she asked, "Really now, do you think her pretty, that Laure d'Origny? You were praising her up so much the other day when someone spoke of the sale of her diamonds. By the way, you've not seen the necklace and the aigrette that your father brought me at the sale." "Ah, he does everything well," said Maxime with a spiteful laugh, and without answering her question. "He manages to pay Laure's debts, and to make his wife presents of diamonds." The young woman slightly shrugged her shoulders. "Rascal," murmured she with a smile. But the young man had leant forward, following with his eyes a lady whose green dress interested him. Renée was resting her head, her eyes half closed, idly glancing at both sides of the avenue, but without seeing. On the right were copses and low bushes, with slender branches and reddened leaves. Now and again, on the track reserved for riders, passed slim-built gentlemen whose galloping steeds raised little clouds of dust. On the left, at the foot of the narrow sloping lawns, intersected by flower beds and shrubberies, the lake, as clear as crystal, reposed without a ripple, as though neatly trimmed all round by the spades of the gardeners. And on the opposite side of this limpid mirror, the 2 islands, with the connecting bridge forming a grey bar between them, displayed their pleasant shores, arraying against the pale sky the theatrical lines of their firs and of their evergreens, the dark foliage of which, similar to the fringe of curtains skilfully hung on the very edge of the horizon, was reflected in the still waters. This corner of nature, having the appearance of a piece of scenery freshly painted, was bathed in a slight shadow, in a bluey vapor which finished giving an exquisite charm to the background, an air of adorable falsity. On the other bank, the Chalet des Îles, looking freshly varnished, shone like a new toy, and those gravel contours, those narrow garden walks, which wind in and out of the lawns and border the lake, and are hedged with cast-iron hoops imitating rustic woodwork, stood out more curiously from the soft green of the water and of the grass at this last hour of daylight. Used to the graces of these skillfully arranged points of view, Renée, again yielding to her feeling of weariness, had completely lowered her eyelids, no longer observing aught but her tapering fingers as she twined around them the long hairs of the bearskin. But there came a kind of jerk in the even trot of a line of carriages, and, raising her head, she bowed to two young women reclining side by side, with amorous languor, in a barouche which was noisily leaving the road that skirts the lane to turn down one of the lateral avenues. The Marchioness d'Espagnet, whose husband, at that time one of the Emperor's aides-de-camp, had just rallied with a good deal of fuss to the scandal of the sulking old nobility, was one of the most illustrious society queens of the Second Empire. The other, Madame Hafner, had married a famous manufacturer of Colmar, 20 times millionaire, and whom the Empire was turning into a political personage. Renée, who had known at school the two inseparables, as they were slyly termed, always called them by their Christian names, Adeline and Suzanne. As, after greeting them with a smile, she was about to once more huddle herself up in her wraps, a laugh from Maxime caused her to turn round. "No, really now, I feel sad. Don't laugh, it's serious," said she, on seeing the young man looking at her mockingly, making fun of her recumbent posture. Maxime assumed a ludicrous tone of voice. "We are very much to be pitied. We are jealous." She seemed quite astonished. "I?" said she. "Jealous? Whatever about?" Then she added with her disdainful pout, as though suddenly recollecting, "Ah, yes, big Laura. She doesn't trouble me much, I can assure you. If Aristide, as you all wish to make me believe, has paid the creature's debts and thus saved her the necessity of taking a trip to foreign parts, it merely shows that he loves money less than I thought he did. This will make him quite a favourite with the ladies again. The dear fellow, I never interfere with him." She smiled. She uttered "the dear fellow" in a tone of voice full of friendly indifference. And all on a sudden, becoming quite sad again, and casting round her that despairing glance of women who know not how to amuse themselves, she murmured, "Oh, I should be only too delighted. But no, I'm not jealous, not in the least jealous." She stopped, hesitating. "You see, I feel bored," she at length said abruptly. Then she relapsed into silence, her lips pressed firmly together. The line of vehicles still wended its way round the lake with a uniform trot and a noise greatly resembling that of some distant cataract. Now on the left, between the water and the roadway, rose little clumps of evergreens with thin, straight stems, forming curious clusters of tiny columns. On the right, the copses and low bushes had come to an end. The bois had expanded into large lawns, immense carpets of turf, with groups of tall trees planted here and there. The greensward continued, with gentle undulations, as far as the Porte de la Muette, the low iron gates of which, looking like a piece of black lace drawn across the ground, could be seen far away in the distance. And on the slopes, at the parts where the earth sank in, the grass had quite a bluey look. Renée gazed with fixed eyes, as though this enlargement of the horizon, these soft meads, all reeking with the night dew, had caused her to feel more keenly than ever the emptiness of her existence. At the end of a pause she repeated, with the accents of subdued anger, "Oh, I feel bored. I feel bored to death." "You are not over lively, you know," said Maxime quietly. "It's your nerves, I'm sure." The young woman threw herself back again on her cushions. "Yes, it's my nerves," retorted she, sharply. Then she became quite maternal. "I am growing old, my dear child. I shall soon be 30. It's terrible. I take pleasure in nothing. At 20, you cannot understand this." "Did you ask me to come with you to listen to your confession?" interrupted the young man. "It will be terribly long." She received this impertinent remark with a feeble smile, as though dealing with a spoilt child to whom everything is permitted. "You're a nice one to complain," continued Maxime. "You spend more than 100,000 francs a year on your dress. You live in a splendid mansion. You possess some superb horses. Your caprices become law, and the newspapers mention every new dress you wear as though they were relating something of the highest importance. All the women are jealous of you. Every man would give 10 years of his life just to kiss the tips of your fingers. Is it not so?" She nodded her head affirmatively, but did not otherwise answer. With eyes cast down, she was again curling the hairs of the bearskin. "Ah, do not be modest," resumed Maxime. "Admit at once that you are one of the pillars of the Second Empire. Between ourselves, we can speak of these things. Everywhere, at the Tuileries, at the ministries, at the mansions of the mere millionaires, over the highest and the lowest, you reign with sovereign power. There's not a pleasure you've not partaken of, and if I dared, if the respect I owe you did not restrain me, I would say—" He paused for a few seconds, laughing the while. Then he cavalierly finished his sentence. "I would say that you've tasted of every apple." She did not wince. "And yet you feel bored," continued the young man with ludicrous vivacity. "But it's downright suicide. What is it you want? Whatever is it you are dreaming of?" She shrugged her shoulders by way of saying she did not know. Though she held her head down, Maxime saw such a serious, such a gloomy look on her face that he left off speaking. He watched the line of vehicles, which, on reaching the end of the lake, spread out and filled the vast carrefour. The carriages, no longer being so closely packed together, turned round with a superb grace, whilst the accelerated trot of the horses resounded loudly on the hard ground. On going the round to rejoin the line, the carriage oscillated in a way which filled Maxime with a vague voluptuousness. Then, yielding to a desire to overwhelm René, he resumed, "Ah, you deserve to never ride in anything better than a cab. It would serve you right. Why, just look at this crowd returning to Paris, this crowd ready to fall down and worship you. You're hailed as a queen, and your dear friend, Monsieur de Moussy, can scarcely restrain himself from blowing kisses to you." And indeed, a rider was at that moment bowing to René. Maxime had been speaking in a hypocritically mocking way, but René scarcely turned round and contented herself by shrugging her shoulders. This time the young man made a despairing gesture. "Really," said he, "is it as bad as all that? But good heavens, you have everything. What more do you want?" René raised her head. Her eyes had a warm, bright look, the ardent desire of unsatiated curiosity. "I want something else," replied she in a low voice. "But you have everything," resumed Maxime, laughing. "Something else is no answer. What is the something else you want?" "Ah, what?" repeated she. And she said nothing further. She had turned completely round and was contemplating the strange picture which was disappearing behind her. It was now almost dark. Dusk was gradually enveloping all like a fine dust. The lake, when looked at frontways in the pale light which still hovered over it, seemed to become rounder and had the appearance of an immense plate of brass. On either side, the plantations of evergreens, the slim straight stems of which looked as though they issued from the still water, assumed at this hour the aspect of violet-tinted colonnades, describing with their regular architecture the elaborate curves of the shores. Then, right at the back, rose groups of shrubs and trees, confused masses of foliage, broad black patches closing the horizon. Behind these patches there shone a bright glimmer, an expiring sunset which merely lit up a very small portion of the grey immensity. Above this motionless lake and these low copses, this point of view so peculiarly flat, the vault of heaven opened infinite, deeper and more expanded still. This great extent of sky over this tiny corner of nature caused a shudder, an undefinable sadness, and there descended from these pale altitudes such an autumnal melancholy, so sweet and yet so heartbreaking a darkness, that the Bois, enveloped little by little in a veil of obscurity, lost its worldly graces, and breaking its bounds became filled with all the powerful charm of a forest. The rumble of the vehicles, the bright colors of which became lost in the dim light, sounded like the distant murmurs of leaves in watercourses. Everything had an expiring air. In the center of the lake, amidst the universal evanescence, the Latin sail of a large pleasure boat stood out, vigorously defined against the last glow of the sunset. And one could no longer distinguish anything but this sail, this triangle of yellow canvas, inordinately enlarged. In the midst of her satiety, Renée experienced a singular sensation of unavowable desires at the sight of this landscape she no longer recognized, of this bit of nature so artistically worldly, and which by its great shivering darkness seemed changed into some sacred wood, one of those ideal glades in whose recesses the gods of antiquity used to hide their giant loves, their divine adulteries and incests. And as the carriage drove away, it seemed to her that the twilight carried off behind her, hidden in its trembling veil, the land of her dreams, the shameful and unearthly alcove where she might at last have assuaged her suffering heart, her wearied flesh. When the lake and the copses, rapidly vanishing in the shades of night, merely appeared as a black bar against the sky, the young woman turned abruptly round, and, in a voice full of tears of vexation, she resumed her interrupted sentence. "What? Why, something else, of course. I want something else. How can I tell what, if I only knew? But you see, I'm sick of balls, of supper parties, of merry-makings. It's always the same thing over again. It's mortal. Men are unbearable. Oh, yes, unbearable." Maxime burst out laughing. Ardent desires pierced through the fashionable beauty's aristocratic bearing. She no longer blinked her eyes. The wrinkle on her forehead became more harshly accentuated. Her lip, like a sulky child's, stood out, full of passion, in quest of those enjoyments for which she longed, though unable to name them. She beheld her companion laughing, but she was too transported to stop. Half reclining and swayed by the motion of the carriage, she continued in short, jerky sentences. "Yes, really, you are unbearable. I don't say that for you, Maxime, you're too young. But if I only told you how Aristide wearied me in the early days, and the others too, those who have loved me. You know, we are two good friends. I don't stand on ceremony with you. Well, Really, there are days when I'm so tired of living my life of a rich, adored, and honored woman that I should like to be a Laura d'Origny, one of those ladies who live like men." And as Maxime laughed louder than ever, she laid more stress upon her words. "Yes, a Laura d'Origny. It would surely be less insipid, not so much always the same thing." She kept silent a few minutes, as though she were conjuring up the life she would lead, were she, Laura. Then she resumed in a tone of discouragement. "After all, those ladies must have their troubles also. There's decidedly nothing really amusing. It's enough to make one sick of life. I was right when I said there was something else wanting. I can't guess what, but something else, something which does not happen to everyone, which one does not meet with every day, which would give a rare and unknown enjoyment." Her voice had softened. She uttered these last words as though she were seeking something, gradually falling into a deep reverie. The carriage was then ascending the avenue which leads to the way out of the Bois. The darkness increased. The undergrowth on either side flew past them like two gray walls. The yellow-painted iron chairs on which the holiday-making citizens lounge on fine evenings sped along the sidewalks, unoccupied, and wrapped in that black melancholy peculiar to garden furniture overtaken by winter. And the rumble, the dull and cadenced sound of the returning vehicles was wafted over the deserted way like some sad wail. No doubt Maxime felt all the bad form there was in finding life amusing. If he was still young enough to yield to an outburst of delighted admiration, he possessed an egotism too vast, an indifference too scoffing. He already felt too much real weariness to do other than declare himself sick of everything, satiated, done for. He was usually in the habit of glorifying in this avowal. He stretched himself out like René, and assumed a doleful tone of voice. "Really now, you're right," said he. "It's enough to kill one. Ah, I don't amuse myself any more than you may be sure. I too have often dreamed of something else. Nothing is stupider than traveling. As for making money, I prefer far more to spend it, though that is not always as amusing as one would fancy at first. Then there's love-making. Being loved, one soon has more than enough of it. Is it not so?" "Ah, yes, one soon has more than enough of it." As the young lady did not answer, he continued, washing to astonish her by something grossly impious. "I should like to be loved by a nun. Eh? Perhaps there would be some amusement in that. Have you never dreamed of loving a man of whom you could never think without committing a crime?" But she remained gloomy, and Maxime, seeing that she still kept silent, thought that she was not listening to him. With the nape of her neck leaning against the padded edge of the carriage, she seemed sleeping with her eyes open. She was wrapped in thought, inert, full of the dreams which kept her thus depressed, and at times a nervous twinge passed over her lips. She was softly overcome by the shadow of the twilight. All that the shadow contained of undefined sadness, of discreet voluptuousness, of unavowed hope, penetrated her, bathed her in a sort of languid and morbid atmosphere. Whilst looking fixedly at the round back of the footman on the box seat, she was thinking no doubt of those joys of former days, of those parties she now found so dull, and for which she no longer cared. She looked back on her past life, the immediate satisfaction of every whim, the fulsomeness of luxury, the crushing monotony of similar affections and similar betrayals. Then, like a hope, there arose in her, as she quivered with desire, the thought of this something else which her overwrought mind was unable to fix upon. There her reverie wandered, She made effort upon effort, but each time the sought-for word disappeared in the gathering night, became lost in the continuous rumble of the vehicles. The gentle motion of the carriage was a hesitation the more which prevented her formulating her desire. And an immense temptation ascended from out of this vagueness, from these copses slumbering in the shadows on either side of the avenue, from this noise of wheels, and from this soft oscillation which filled her with a delicious torpor. 1,000 little thrills passed over her flesh, unfinished dreams, nameless ecstasies, confused wishes, all the grace and monstrosity which are returned from the Bois at the hour when the heavens assume a pallid hue, can introduce into the wearied heart of a woman. She kept her hands buried in the bearskin. She felt quite hot in her white cloth jacket with mauve velvet facings. On thrusting out her foot as she stretched herself with bodily enjoyment, her ankle rubbed against Maxime's warm leg, but he did not even notice the contact of her flesh. A jerk roused her from her lethargy. She raised her head, and her gray eyes looked in a bewildered sort of way at the young man who was seated in the most elegant attitude. At this moment the carriage left the Bois. The Avenue de l'Impératrice extended in a straight line in the twilight, with the 2 green borders of wooden fence which seemed to meet at the horizon. In the distance, a white horse on the side path reserved for riders appeared like a bright speck in the midst of the gray shadow. Here and there, on the opposite side of the roadway, were groups of black dots, belated pedestrians slowly wending their steps towards Paris. And right at the top, at the end of the mixed and moving line of vehicles, the Arc de Triomphe, placed sideways, stood out all white against the vast stretch of sky, the color of soot. Whilst the carriage ascended at a faster pace, Maxime, charmed with the English appearance of the landscape, examined the whimsically designed villas on either side of the avenue, with their lawns sloping down to the footpaths. Renée, still wrapped in reverie, amused herself by watching at the edge of the horizon the gas lamps of the Place d'Étoile as they were lighted up one by one, and as fast as their bright glimmers speckled the expiring light with little yellow flames, she fancied she could hear secret calls. It seemed to her that the flaring Paris of a winter's night was being illuminated on her account, and was preparing for her the unknown enjoyment after which her satiated body hankered. The carriage turned down the Avenue de la Reine Hortense, and drew up at the end of the Rue Monceau, a few steps from the Boulevard Malesherbes, in front of a grand mansion situated between a courtyard and a garden. The 2 iron gates loaded with gilt ornaments, which gave admittance to the courtyard, were each flanked by a pair of lamps, shaped like urns, and also covered with gilding, in which flared great flames of gas. Between the 2 gates, the doorkeeper occupied an elegant lodge, which vaguely resembled a little Greek temple. At the moment the carriage was about to enter the courtyard, Maxime jumped nimbly out. "You know," said Renée, as she caught hold of his hand to detain him, "we dine at 7:30. You have more than an hour to dress in. Don't keep us waiting." And she added with a smile, "We are expecting the Mareuil. Your father wishes you to be very attentive to Louise." Maxime shrugged his shoulders. "What a bore," murmured he in a sullen tone of voice. "I don't mind marrying, but as for courting, it's too stupid. Ah, it would be so nice of you, Renée, if you would deliver me from Louise this evening." He put on his most comical look, mimicking the grimace and the accent of the actor Lasouche, as he did every time he was about to make one of his funny remarks. "Will you, my pretty darling mamma?" Renée shook hands with him, as with a comrade, and rapidly, with an audacity full of a nervous raillery, she answered, "Ah, if I had not married your father, I really believe you would court me." This idea must have struck the young man as highly comical, for he had turned the corner of the Boulevard Malesherbes before he'd done laughing. The carriage entered and drew up at the foot of the steps. These steps, which were broad and low, were sheltered by a vast glass veranda edged with scallop imitating golden fringe and tassels. The 2 stories of the mansion rose above the domestic offices, the square windows of which, glazed with ground glass, appeared almost on a level with the soil. At the top of the steps, the hall door stood out, flanked by slender columns fixed in the wall, forming thus a kind of forepart pierced at each floor by a round bay, and ascending as high as the roof where it terminated in a point. On either side, each story had 5 windows placed at regular intervals along the facade, and surrounded by a simple stone border. The roof, with its attic windows, was square-shaped, with broad sides almost perpendicular. But the facade on the garden side was far more sumptuous. A regal flight of steps led to a narrow terrace, which extended the whole length of the ground floor. The balustrade of this terrace, in the style of the railings of the Parc Monceau, was even more covered with gilt than the veranda and the lamps of the courtyard. Above this rose the mansion, with a wing at either end, like 2 towers half inserted in the body of the building, and which contained rooms of circular shape. In the center, another tower, even deeper inserted still, formed a slight curve. The windows, tall and narrow in the wings, wider apart and almost square on the flat portions of the facade, had stone balustrades on the ground floor, and gilded wrought iron handrails at the upper stories. It was a display, a profusion, a superabundance of riches. The mansion disappeared beneath the carvings. Around the windows, along the cornices, were scrolls of flowers and branches. There were balconies resembling masses of verdure, supported by great nude women with strained hips and protruding breasts. Then, here and there, were fantastical escutcheons, bunches of fruit, roses, every blossom it is possible to represent in stone or marble. As fast as one's glance ascended, the building seemed to bloom the more. Around the roof was a balustrade, bearing at equal distances urns on which burnt flames of stone. And there, beneath the oval windows of the attics, which opened amidst an incredible medley of fruits and foliage, expanded the crowning portions of this amazing ornamentation, the pediments of the 2 wings in the center of which reappeared the great nude women, playing with apples and standing in every conceivable posture among sheaves of reeds. The roof, loaded with these ornaments, surmounted besides with galleries of carved lead, with 2 lightning conductors and with 4 enormous symmetrical chimney stacks, sculptured like all the rest, seemed to be the final flare-up of this architectural firework. To the right was a vast conservatory, fixed to the side of the mansion, and communicating with the ground floor by means of a French window opening out of a little drawing-room. The garden, separated from the Parc Monceau by a low iron railing hidden by a hedge, sloped rather sharply. Too small for the house, and so narrow that a lawn and a few clumps of evergreens occupied the entire space, it simply formed a kind of knoll, a verdant pedestal on which the mansion was proudly planted, decked out in its gayest attire. Seen from the park, towering above the bright grass and the shining foliage of the shrubs, this great building, looking still new and quite sickly, had the sallow complexion, the stupid and moneyed importance of some female upstart, with its heavy headdress of slates, its gilded balustrades, and its flood of sculpture. It was a reproduction of the new Louvre on a smaller scale, one of the most characteristic specimens of the style of the Second Empire, that opulent bastard of every style. On summer evenings, when the last rays of the sun lit up the gilt of the balustrades against the white facade, the strollers in the park would stop to look at the red silk curtains hanging at the ground floor windows, and, through panes so large and clear that they seemed like those of the great modern emporiums placed there to display the interior wealth to the outer world, these families of modest citizens would catch glimpses of articles of furniture, of portions of hangings, and of corners of ceilings of dazzling splendor, the sight of which would root them to the spot with admiration and envy right in the center of the pathways. But at this hour the trees cast their shadows over the facade which was wrapped in gloom. In the courtyard on the other side, the footman had respectfully assisted René to alight from the carriage. The stables, with red brick dressings, opened on the right their wide doors of polished oak, at the end of a glass-roofed yard. On the left, as though to counterbalance, was a richly ornamented recess in the wall of the adjoining house, with a fountain of water perpetually flowing from a shell which two cupids supported in their outstretched arms. The young woman stood a moment at the foot of the steps, gently tapping her skirt to get it to hang right. The courtyard, through which the noise of the return had just passed, resumed its solitude, its aristocratic silence, broken by the eternal sing-song of the dripping water. And as yet, amidst the great black mass of the mansion, the chandeliers of which were so soon to be illuminated on the occasion of the first of the grand dinner parties of the autumn, only the lower windows were lighted up, all aglow and casting the bright reflection of a conflagration on the small paving stones of the courtyard, as neat and regular as a draught-board. As René pushed open the hall door, she found herself face to face with her husband's valet, who was on his way to the servants' quarters and carrying a silver kettle. Dressed all in black, tall, strong, pale-faced, this man looked superb, with the whiskers of an English diplomatist and the grave and dignified air of a magistrate. "Baptiste," inquired the young woman, "has your master come in?" "Yes, madame, he's dressing," replied the valet with a bow worthy of a prince acknowledging the plaudits of the crowd. René slowly ascended the staircase, withdrawing her gloves the while. The hall was fitted up most luxuriously. On entering, one experienced a slightly suffocating sensation. The thick carpets which covered the floor and the stairs, the broad red velvet hangings which hid the walls and the doors, made the atmosphere heavy with the silence and the warm fragrance of a chapel. The draperies hung from on high, and the lofty ceiling was ornamented with salient arabesques on a golden trellis. The staircase, with its double balustrade of white marble and handrail covered with red velvet, opened out into two slightly winding branches, between which was placed the entrance to the grand drawing-room right at the back. An immense mirror covered the whole of the wall on the first landing. Down below, at the foot of the branching staircase, two bronze-gilt female figures, on marble pedestals and nude down to the waist, supported gigantic lamp-posts carrying 5 burners, the brilliant light from which was softened by ground-glass globes. And on either side was a row of splendid vases in majolica ware, in which blossomed the rarest plants. René ascended, and at each step she took her reflection in the mirror increased in size. She was asking herself, with that doubt entertained by the most popular actresses, whether she were really delicious as everyone told her. Then, when she'd reached her apartment, which was on the first floor and overlooked the Parc Monceau, she rang for Celeste, her maid, and had herself dressed for dinner. This operation lasted a good 3/4 of an hour. When the last pin had been fixed, she opened the window as the room was very close, and leaning out, remained there wrapped in thought. Behind her, Celeste was moving discreetly about, tidying the room. Down below, the park was immersed in a sea of shadow. The inky-colored masses of the tall trees, shaken by sudden gusts of wind, swayed to and fro like the tide, with that rustling of dead leaves which recalls the breaking of the waves on a shingly strand. Piercing now and again this ebb and flow of darkness, the two yellow eyes of a carriage would appear and vanish between the shrubberies bordering the road which connects the Avenue de la Reine Hortense with the Boulevard Malesherbes. In the face of all this autumnal melancholy, Renée's sad thoughts returned. She fancied herself once more a child in her father's house, in that silent mansion of the Ile Saint-Louis, where for 2 centuries past the Barreaux du Châtel had sheltered their gloomy magisterial gravity. Then her thoughts turned to her sudden marriage, to that widower who sold himself to become her husband, and who had trucked his name of Rougon for that of Siccard, the 2 sharp syllables of which had sounded in her ears when first pronounced before her with all the brutality of 2 rakes gathering up gold. He took her and cast her into this life of turmoil, amidst which her poor brain became a little more cracked every day. Then she set to dreaming with a childish joy of the happy games at battledore and shuttlecock she'd played in the old times with her young sister Christine. And some morning she would awake from a dream of enjoyment she'd been indulging for 10 years past, crazy and befouled by one of her husband's speculations, in which he himself would also sink. This passed before her like a rapid presentiment. The trees were lamenting in a louder tone. Troubled by these thoughts of shame and punishment, Renée yielded to the old and worthy middle-class instinct slumbering within her. She promised the Black Knight she would reform, that she would no longer spend so much on her dress, and that she would seek some innocent occupation to amuse her, like in the happy school days when she and her playmates sang beneath the plane trees and danced in a ring. At this moment Celeste, who had been downstairs, returned and murmured in her mistress' ear, "Master would be glad if Madame would go down. There are already several persons in the drawing-room." Renée started. She had not felt the chilly air which was freezing her shoulders. As she passed before her looking-glass, she stopped and glanced at herself mechanically. With an involuntary smile, she went down. And, indeed, most of the guests had arrived. There were her sister Christine, a young lady of 20, very simply dressed in white muslin, her aunt Elizabeth, the widow of the notary Auberteau, in black satin, a little old woman of 60, of most exquisite amiability, her husband's sister, Sidonie Rougon, a gentle, scraggy woman of no particular age, with a face like soft wax, and whose dull-colored dress effaced still further. Then the Marais, the father, Monsieur de Marais, who just gone out of mourning for his wife, a tall, handsome man, empty-headed and serious, bearing a striking resemblance to the valet Baptiste, and the daughter, that poor Louise as people called her, a young girl of 17, puny and slightly humpbacked, who wore with a sickly grace a soft white silk dress with red spots. Then quite a group of serious men, gentlemen wearing many decorations, official personages with pale and solemn faces, and farther off another group, young men with an air of vice about them, and wearing low-cut waistcoats, surrounding 5 or 6 ladies of the greatest elegance, amongst whom throned the inseparables, the little Marchioness d'Espagny in yellow, and the fair Madame Hafner in violet. Monsieur de Mussy, the cavalier whose bow Renée had ignored, was also there, with the uneasy look of a lover expecting to receive his dismissal. And in the midst of a long train spread out over the carpet, 2 contractors, masons who'd made their fortunes, named Mignon and Charrier, with whom Siccard had some business to settle on the morrow, were moving heavily about on their big feet, holding their hands behind their backs and feeling most uncomfortable in their dress suits. Standing near the door, Aristide Siccard managed to greet each new arrival, whilst holding forth to the group of serious men with all his southern animation and snuffling. He shook the guest's hand and spoke a few amiable words. Short and pitiful-looking, he bobbed up and down like a puppet, and of all his puny, dark, and crafty person, the most prominent object was the red bow of his ribbon of the Legion of Honor, which he wore very large. When Renée entered, there rose a murmur of admiration. She was truly divine. Over a lower skirt of tulle, trimmed behind with a mass of flounces, she wore a tunic of pale green satin, edged with a broad border of English lace, and gathered up and fastened by large bunches of violets. A single flounce adorned the front of a skirt, over which was a light muslin drapery, kept in its place by more bunches of violets, joined together by garlands of ivy. The gracefulness of the head and bust were adorable, above the skirt of royal amplitude and slightly overdone richness. Uncovered at the neck as low as the breast, her arms bare with tufts of violets on her shoulders, the young woman seemed to be delighted with this semi-freedom, that one expected at every moment to see the bodice and the skirts slip down like the costume of a bather in love with her flesh. Her tall headdress, her fine yellow hair gathered up in the form of a helmet, and amidst which twined a sprig of ivy held in its place by a bunch of violets, increased still more her air of nudity by displaying the nape of her neck, slightly shaded by little downy hairs resembling threads of gold. Round her neck she wore a diamond necklace with pendants of the first water, and on her brow an aigrette formed of stems of silver set with the same precious stones. And she stood thus for a few seconds on the threshold of the room, erect in this magnificent costume, her shoulders shining in the warm glow. As she'd come down quickly, she was rather out of breath. Her eyes, which the darkness of the Parc Monceau had filled with shadow, blinked in that sudden flood of light, and gave her that hesitating air of short-sighted people, which with her was full of gracefulness. On perceiving her, the little Marchioness rose hastily from her seat, and running up to her, seized hold of her hands. Whilst examining her from her head down to her feet, she murmured in a fluty tone of voice, "Ah, pretty darling! Pretty darling!" Then there was considerable commotion. All the guests came to pay their respects to the beautiful Madame Siccard, as Renée was called in society. She shook hands with nearly all the men. After which she embraced Christine, and inquired after her father, who never visited the mansion in the Parc Monceau. And she remained standing, smiling and still bowing, with her arms held indolently open, before the circle of ladies who were examining with curious eyes the diamond necklace and aigrette. Fair Madame Hoffner could not resist the temptation. She drew nearer, and after looking a long while at the jewels, said in a jealous tone of voice, "They are the necklace and the aigrette, are they not?" Renée nodded her head affirmatively. Then all the women gave vent to their praise. The jewels were enchanting, divine. Then they began to speak with an admiration full of envy of Laura d'Origny's sale at which Siccard had bought them for his wife. They complained that those frail creatures always secured the best things. There would soon be no diamonds at all for virtuous women. And out of their complaints pierced the desire to feel on their bare skin one of those jewels which all Paris had beheld on the shoulders of some illustrious courtesan, and which would perhaps whisper in their ear the alcove scandals on which the thoughts of these grand ladies loved to linger. They knew the high prices realized. They quoted a superb cashmere, some magnificent lace. The aigrette had cost 15,000 francs, the necklace 50,000. Madame d'Espagnet was quite enthusiastic about these figures. She called Siccard, exclaiming, "Come and be congratulated! You are a good husband!" This ends section 1. Section 2 of The Rush for the Spoil by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 2. Aristide Siccard went up to the ladies, bowed, and did the modest, but his grimacing features betrayed a great delight, and out of the corner of his eye he watched the two contractors, the two masons who'd made their fortunes, who were standing a few paces off, listening with visible respect to the mention of such sums as 15,000 and 50,000 francs. At this moment, Maxime, who had just entered the room, looking adorable in his well-cut dress coat, leant familiarly on his father's shoulder and spoke to him in a low tone, as though to a comrade, calling his attention to the masons with a glance. Siccard smiled discreetly, like an applauded actor. A few more guests arrived. There were quite 30 persons in the drawing-room. The conversations were resumed. During the pauses one could hear on the other side of the wall a jingling of crockery and plate. At length Baptiste opened the folding doors and majestically uttered the sacramental phrase, "Madame is served." Then the procession slowly formed. Siccard gave his arm to the little Marchioness. René took an old gentleman's, a senator, Baron Gouraud, before whom everyone bowed down with great humility. As for Maxime, he was obliged to offer his arm to Louise de Mereuil. Then followed the rest of the guests, in couples, and right at the end the two contractors swinging their arms. The dining-room was a vast square apartment with a high dado all round of stained and varnished pear tree, ornamented with thin fillets of gold. The 4 large panels had probably been intended to be filled with paintings of inanimate objects, but they had remained empty, the owner of the mansion having no doubt hesitated before a purely artistical outlay. They had simply been covered over with dark green velvet. The furniture, the curtains, and the door hangings of the same material gave to the room a grave and sober appearance calculated to concentrate on the table all the splendor of the illumination. And indeed, at this hour, in the center of the vast somber Turkey carpet which deadened the sound of the footsteps, beneath the glaring light of a chandelier, the table surrounded by chairs, the black backs of which, relieved by fillets of gold, framed it with a dark line, appeared like an altar, like some illuminated chapel, as the bright scintillations of the crystal glass and the silver plate sparkled on the dazzling whiteness of the cloth. In the floating shadow beyond the carved chairbacks, one could just catch a glimpse of the wainscoting, of a large low sideboard, and of portions of velvet hangings trailing about. One's eyes forcibly returned to the table and became filled with all this splendor. An admirable unpolished silver épergne, glittering with chased work, occupied the center. It represented a troop of fauns bearing away some nymphs, and issuing from an immense cornucopia above the group, an enormous bouquet of natural flowers hung down in clusters. At either end of the table were some vases also containing bunches of flowers, 2 candelabra matching the center group, and each consisting of a satyr in full flight, bearing on one arm a swooning woman, whilst with the other he grasped a 10-branched candelabrum, added the bright light of their candles to the radiance of the central chandelier. Between these principal objects, the hot dishes, both large and small, bearing the first course, were symmetrically arranged in lines, flanked by shells filled with the hors d'oeuvre, and separated by china bowls, crystal vases, flat plates, and tall comports, containing all the dessert placed upon the table. Along the line of plates, the army of glasses, the water bottles, the decanters, the tiny salt cellars, in fact, the whole of the glass, was as thin and slender as muslin, uncut and so transparent that it did not cast the least shadow. And the épergne and the other large ornaments looked like fountains of fire. The polished sides of the dishes sparkled. The forks, the spoons, and the knives with mother-of-pearl handles were so many bars of flame. Rainbows illuminated the glasses, and in the midst of this shower of sparks, of this incandescent mass, the decanters of wine cast a ruby glow over the cloth, which seemed heated to a white heat. On entering, an expression of discreet beatitude overspread the countenances of the gentlemen, who were smiling to the ladies on their arms. The flowers gave a freshness to the warm atmosphere. Slight fumes from the dishes hung about and mingled with the perfume of the roses, and the tart smell of crawfish with the sourish odor of lemons dominated all. Then, when everyone had found his name written on the backs of the bills of fare, there was a noise of chairs, a great rustling of silk dresses. The bare shoulders studded with diamonds and flanked by black dress coats which set off their paleness, added their milky whiteness to the radiance of the table. The dinner commenced in the midst of smiles exchanged between neighbors, in a semi-silence as yet only broken by the gentle rattling of the spoons. Baptiste performed the duties of butler with the grave manners of a diplomatist. He had under his orders, besides the 2 footmen, 4 assistants whom he engaged only for the grand dinner parties. At each dish which he took to cut up on a side table at the end of the room, 3 of the servants passed noiselessly behind the guests, dish in hand, and offering in a low voice the viands by name. The others poured out the wines, attended to the bread and the decanters. The relevé and the entrée were thus slowly discussed and removed, without the ladies' pearly laughter becoming a whit more shrill. The guests were too numerous for the conversation to easily become general. Yet at the second course, when the roasts and the side dishes had replaced the relevé and the entrée, and the Grand Burgundy wines, Pommard and Chambertin, had succeeded to the Léoville and Château Lafite, the sound of the voices swelled, and bursts of laughter caused the slender glasses to tinkle. Renée, seated at the middle of the table, had Baron Gouraud on her right, and on her left Monsieur Toutain-Laroche, a retired candle manufacturer, at that time a municipal councillor, a director of the Crédit Viticole, and member of the Board of Supervision of the Société Générale of the Ports of Morocco, a scraggy and important individual whom Siccard, seated opposite between Madame d'Espinay and Madame Hafner, addressed at one moment in flattering tones as "my dear colleague," and at others as "our great administrator." Then came the politicians, Monsieur Hupel de Lannoux, a prefect who spent 8 months of the year in Paris, 3 deputies, amongst whom Monsieur Hafner displayed his broad Alsatian countenance, then Monsieur de Saffré, a charming young man, secretary to a cabinet minister, and Monsieur Michelin, the head of the Commission of Public Ways, and other heads of department besides. Monsieur de Mereuil, a perpetual candidate for the Chamber of Deputies, faced the prefect, at whom he kept casting sheep's eyes. As for Monsieur d'Espinay, he never accompanied his wife into society. The ladies of the family were placed between the most distinguished of these personages. Siccard had, however, reserved his sister Sidonie, whom he had seated farther away, between the 2 contractors, Monsieur Charrier being on the right and Monsieur Mignon on the left, as though at a post of trust where it was a question of vanquishing. Madame Michelin, the wife of the head of the Commission of Public Ways, a pretty, plump brunette, found herself beside Monsieur de Saffré, with whom she was carrying on an animated conversation in a low voice. Then, at the either end of the table were the young people, auditors attached to the Council of State, the sons of influential fathers, little sprouting millionaires. Monsieur de Mussy, who kept casting despairing glances in the direction of Renée, and Maxime, who seemed fast succumbing to Louise de Mereuil, seated on his right. Little by little they taken to laughing very loudly. It was from their corner that the first gay notes were heard. Meanwhile, Monsieur Hupel de Lannoux was gallantly inquiring, "Shall we have the pleasure of seeing His Excellency this evening?" "I'm afraid not," answered Siccard, with an important air which hid a secret annoyance. "My brother is so busy. He sent us his secretary to excuse him." The young secretary, whom Madame Michelin was most decidedly monopolizing, raised his head on hearing his name uttered, and thinking someone had spoken to him, exclaimed, Yes, there's to be a meeting of the cabinet this evening at 9 o'clock at the residence of the Keeper of the Seals." During this time, Monsieur Toutain-Laroche, who had been interrupted, was continuing gravely, as though he were delivering a speech amidst the attentive silence of the municipal council. "The results are indeed superb. This city loan will remain as one of the finest financial operations of the epoch. Ah, gentlemen!" But here again his voice was smothered by the laughter which suddenly broke out at one end of the table. In the midst of this outburst of mirth one could hear Maxine's voice as he concluded some anecdote. "Wait a bit, I haven't finished yet. The poor rider was picked up by a road laborer. It is said she's having him brilliantly educated, as she intends to marry him later on. She will not allow that any other man than her husband can flatter himself that he has seen a certain brown mole situated somewhere above her knee." The laughter redoubled. Louise herself heartily, louder even than the men, and noiselessly in the midst of all this mirth, just as though deaf, a lackey at this moment thrust his pale grey face between the guests, offering some slices of wild duck in a low tone of voice. Aristide Siccard was annoyed at the little attention paid to Monsieur Toutain-Laroche. To show him that he'd been listening, he resumed, "The city loan—" But Monsieur Toutain-Laroche was not the man to lose the thread of an idea. "Ah, gentlemen," continued he when the laughter had subsided, "yesterday was a great consolation to us, whose administration is exposed to such vile attacks. The council is accused of bringing the city to ruin, and yet, you see, the moment the city opens a loan, everyone brings us their money, even those who cry out." "You have performed miracles," said Siccard. "Paris has become the capital of the world." "Yes, it is really prodigious," interrupted Monsieur Hupel de Nanu. "Just fancy that I, who am an old Parisian, can no longer find my way about Paris. I lost myself yesterday when going from the Hôtel de Ville to the Luxembourg. It is prodigious, prodigious." A short pause ensued. All the serious people were listening now. "The transformation of Paris," continued Monsieur Toutain-Laroche, "will be the glory of the reign. The lower classes are ungrateful. They ought to kiss the emperor's feet. I was saying only this morning at the council, where the great success of a loan was being discussed, 'Gentlemen, let those brawlers of the opposition say what they like. To upset Paris is to fertilize it.'" Siccard smiled and closed his eyes, as though the better to relish the smartness of the dictum. He leant behind Madame d'Espanaye's back, and said to Monsieur Hupel de Nanu, loud enough to be heard, "He is most adorably witty." Now that the conversation had turned on the alterations being made in Paris, Monsieur Charrier was stretching his neck as though to take part in it. His partner Mignon was fully occupied with Madame Sidonie, who was giving him plenty to do. Ever since the beginning of the dinner, Siccard had been watching the two contractors from out of the corner of his eye. "The administration," said he, "has met with so much devotion. Everyone has wished to contribute to the great work. Without the rich companies which came to its assistance, the city would never have done so well nor so quickly." He turned round and added with a sort of brutal flattery, "Monsieur Mignon and Charrier know something of this, they who have had their share of labor, and who will have their share of glory." The two masons who'd made their fortune received this compliment beatifically full in the chest. Mignon, to whom Madame Sidonie was saying in a lackadaisical manner, "Ah, sir, you flatter me. No, I'm too old to wear pink," interrupted her in the middle of her sentence to reply to Siccard, "You are too kind. We merely did our business." But Charrier was more polished. He finished his glass of pomard and found means to make an observation. "The works about Paris," said he, "have enabled the workman to live." "Say also," resumed Monsieur Toutain-Laroche, "that they've given a magnificent spur to all financial and industrial undertakings. And don't forget the artistic side of the question. The new thoroughfares are majestic," added Monsieur Hupel de Nanu, who flattered himself on his good taste. Yes, it is a fine piece of work," murmured Monsieur de Mereux, for the sake of saying something. "As for the cost," gravely declared the deputy Hafner, who only opened his mouth on grand occasions, "our children will pay it, and that is only justice." And as, when saying that, he looked at Monsieur de Saffred's, who had not seemed to be getting on so well with the pretty Madame Michelin for the last few minutes, the young secretary, wishing to appear thoroughly acquainted with what was being said, repeated, "That is indeed only justice." Everyone had had his say in the group formed by the serious men at the middle of the table. Monsieur Michelin, the head of department, smiled and wagged his head. It was his usual way of joining in a conversation. He had smiles for greeting, for answering, for approving, for thanking, for wishing good-bye. Quite a pretty collection of smiles which enabled him to dispense almost entirely with the use of his tongue, an arrangement he no doubt considered far more polite and more favorable to his own advancement. Another personage also had remained silent. That was Baron Gouraud, who was slowly chewing like a drowsy ox. Up till then he had appeared absorbed in the contemplation of his plate. René, full of little attentions towards him, only obtained faint grunts of satisfaction. Therefore, everyone was surprised to see him raise his head and to hear him observe, as he wiped his greasy lips, "I am a landlord, and when I do up and redecorate any apartments, I raise the rent." Monsieur Hafner's remark, "Our children will pay," had succeeded in awakening the senator. They all discreetly applauded, and Monsieur de Saffred exclaimed, "Ah, charming, charming! I shall send that tomorrow to the newspapers." "You are quite right, gentlemen. We live in good times," said the worthy Mignon, by way of conclusion amidst the smiles and the praise which the Baron's observation had called forth. "I know more than one who have nicely built up their fortunes. Everything is lovely, you see, when it enables one to make money." These last words quite froze the grave men. The conversation stopped short, and each one seemed to avoid looking at his neighbor. The mason's remark unfortunately might have been applied to all these gentlemen. Michelin, who was just then looking at Siccard in a most agreeable manner, suddenly ceased smiling, greatly afraid of having appeared for a moment to apply the contractor's words to the master of the house. The latter glanced at Madame Sidonie, who once more monopolized Mignon, saying, "So you're fond of pink, sir?" Then Siccard paid Madame d'Espinay a long compliment. His dark, mean-looking face almost touched the milky shoulders of the young woman as she leant back in her chair and laughed. They had now arrived at the dessert. The lackeys turned more quickly round the table. There was a slight pause whilst the cloth was being covered with the rest of the fruit and the sweetmeats. At Maxime's end the laughter was becoming more silvery. One could hear Louise's shrill voice saying, "I assure you that Sylvia wore a blue satin dress in her part of Dindonette." And another childish voice added, "Yes, but the dress was trimmed with white lace." The air was laden with the warm fumes from the dishes. The faces of the guests had assumed a rosier hue, and seemed softened by an internal beatitude. Two lackeys made the round of the table, filling the glasses with Alecant and Tokay. Ever since the commencement of the dinner, René had seemed absent-minded. She fulfilled her duties as mistress of the house with a mechanical sort of smile. At each burst of mirth which came from the end of a table where Maxime and Louise were sitting side by side, joking like two comrades, she cast the glistening glance in their direction. She felt dreadfully bored. The serious men were too much for her. Madame d'Espinay and Madame Hoffner looked at her in despair. "And the coming elections, how do they promise to turn out?" suddenly inquired Siccard of Monsieur Hupel de Nanu. "Very well indeed," replied the latter, smiling. "Only as yet no candidates have been decided upon for my department. The minister is hesitating, it appears." Monsieur de Marais, who had thanked Siccard with a glance for having introduced the subject, looked as though he was sitting on red-hot cinders. He blushed slightly and made a few awkward bows when the prefect, addressing him, continued, "I've heard a great deal about you in the country, sir. Your vast estates have won you a great many friends there, and it's known how devoted you are to the emperor. You have every chance in your favor. Papa, is it not true that little Sylvia sold cigarettes at Marseille in 1849? cried Maxime at this moment from his end of the table. And as Aristide Siccard pretended not to hear, the young man continued in a lower tone of voice. "My father knew her very intimately." A few smothered laughs greeted this statement. Whilst Monsieur de Marais was still bowing, Monsieur Hoffner had sententiously resumed, "Devotion to the emperor is the only virtue, the only patriotism in these days of interested democracy. Whosoever loves the emperor loves France. We would see Monsieur de Marais become our colleague with most sincere joy." "You will succeed, sir," said Monsieur Toutain Laroche in his turn. "All the great fortunes should gather round the throne." Renée could stand it no longer. Opposite to her, the Marchioness was stifling a yawn, and as Siccard was again about to join in, his wife said to him with a delightful smile, "For goodness' sake, my dear, take compassion upon us. Do try and forget your horrid politics." Then Monsieur Hupel de Nanu, gallant as a prefect should be, protested, saying that the ladies were right, and he forthwith commenced the story of a rather smutty affair which had occurred in the chief town of his department. The Marchioness, Madame Hoffner, and the other ladies laughed immensely at some of the details. The prefect related in a very piquant style, interspersed with hints, reticences, and inflections of the voice, which gave a very naughty meaning to the most innocent expressions. Then they talked of the Duchess's first Tuesday at home, of a burlesque that had been produced the night before, of the death of a poet, and of the last of the autumn races. Monsieur Toutain Laroche, who at certain times could be very amiable, compared women to roses, and Monsieur de Marais, amidst the confusion in which his electoral hopes had plunged him, was able to make some profound remarks respecting the new shape for bonnets. Renée continued absent-minded. The guests were no longer eating. A warm breath seemed to have passed over the cloth, clouding the glasses, scattering the bread, blackening the fruit parings in the plates, and upsetting all the beautiful symmetry of the table. The flowers were fading in the great chased silver cornucopia, and the guests lingered there a moment in presence of the remnants of the dessert, full of contentment, and lacking the courage to rise from their seats. One arm on the table and bending slightly forward, they had a vacant look in their eyes and showed the vague depression of that measured and decent inebriation of fashionable people who become intoxicated by degrees. The laughter had subsided and the conversation flagged. A great deal had been eaten and drank, and that gave a still deeper gravity to the group formed by the decorated men. In the close atmosphere of the apartment, the ladies felt a moisture about their necks and temples. They were awaiting the moment to adjourn to the drawing-room, looking serious and slightly pale, as though they felt a swimming in their heads. Madame d'Espinay was quite rosy, whilst Madame Hoffner's shoulders had assumed a waxy whiteness. Monsieur Hupel de Nanoux was examining the handle of a knife. Monsieur Toutain-Laroche was still addressing a few disconnected remarks to Monsieur Hoffner, who nodded his head in reply. Monsieur de Mereuil was musing as he looked at Monsieur Michelin, who was slyly smiling upon him. As for the pretty Madame Michelin, she had not been talking for a long while. She was very red in the face, whilst the cloth hung over one of her hands, which Monsieur de Saffré was no doubt holding in his, for he was leaning awkwardly on the edge of a table, with his brows knit, and grimacing like a man trying to solve some problem in algebra. Madame Sidonie also had conquered. The Messieurs Mignon and Charrier both turned towards her, and with their elbows on the table, appeared delighted at being taken into her confidence. She was owning that she had a great liking for milky things, and that she was afraid of ghosts. And Aristide Siccard himself, with his eyes half closed, and plunged in that beatitude of the master of a house conscious of having honestly intoxicated his guests, had no thought of leaving the table. He was contemplating with respectful affection Baron Gouraud painfully digesting, with his right hand stretched over the white cloth. A sensual old man's hand, short and thick, studded with purple blotches and covered with reddish hairs. Renée slowly drank up the few drops of Tokay which remained in her glass. Her face tingled. The little light hairs on her temples and at the nape of her neck were rebellious and would not remain in their places, as though moistened by some damp breath. Her lips and her nose were contracted nervously. Her face bore the expression of a child who's drank pure wine. If good middle-class thoughts had come to her whilst in the presence of the shadows of the Parc Monceau, these thoughts had now succumbed in the excitation of the viands, of the wines, and of the lights, of these disturbing surroundings impregnated with noisy mirth and warm breaths. She was no longer exchanging quiet smiles with her sister Christine and her aunt Elizabeth, both of them modest and retiring, and scarcely uttering a word. With a harsh look she'd forced poor Monsieur de Mussy to lower his eyes. In her apparent absent-mindedness, though, she was careful to avoid turning round, and remained leaning against the back of her chair, whilst the satin of her dress-body gently crackled. She allowed an almost imperceptible shudder of the shoulders to escape her each time a burst of laughter reached her from the corner where Maxime and Louise were joking, still as loudly as ever, in the expiring buzz of the conversations. And behind her, just on the edge of the shadow, his tall person dominating the satiated guests and the disordered table, stood Baptiste, looking pale and grave, in the disdainful attitude of a lackey who has feasted his masters. He alone, in the atmosphere heavy with drunkenness, beneath the vivid light, now turning to a yellowish hue, of the chandelier, remained faultless with his silver chain around his neck, his cold eyes in which the sight of the women's bare shoulders did not even kindle a spark, and his air of a eunuch waiting on some Parisians in the time of their decline and maintaining his dignity. At length Renée rose with a nervous movement. Everyone followed her example. They adjourned to the drawing-room, where coffee awaited them. The principal drawing-room of the mansion was a vast oblong apartment, a sort of gallery going from one of the wings to the other, and occupying the whole of the façade on the garden side. A large French window opened onto the steps. This gallery was resplendent with gilding. The ceiling, which was slightly arched, was covered with fanciful scrolls winding about enormous gilded medallions which glittered like shields. Arabesques and dazzling garlands formed the border. Fillets of gold, like jets of molten metal, were scattered about the walls, framing the panels hung with red silk. Clusters of roses crowned with tufts of full-blown blossoms trailed down the sides of the mirrors. An Aubusson carpet displayed its purple flowers over the flooring. The furniture, upholstered in red damask silk, the door hangings and the curtains of the same material, the enormous rockwork clock on the mantel, the china vases standing on the consoles, the legs of the two long tables ornamented with Florentine mosaics, even the flower stands placed in the window recesses were, so to say, reeking and dripping with gold. At the four corners were four great lamps standing on red marble pedestals, to which they were attached by chains of gilded bronze, which hung with symmetrical grace. And from the ceiling were suspended three crystal lustres, streaming with pink and blue scintillations, and the ardent glare from which was dazzlingly reflected by all the gilding in the apartment. The men soon withdrew to the smoking-room. Monsieur de Mussy, who, though 6 years older, had known Maxime at college, took him familiarly by the arm. He led him out onto the terrace, and after they'd lighted their cigars, he complained bitterly of Renée. "But tell me, whatever is the matter with her? When I saw her yesterday, she was most charming, and now today she treats me as though all were over between us. What crime can I have been guilty of? It would be so kind of you, my dear Maxime, to ask her and to tell her how she makes me suffer." "Not if I know it," replied Maxime, laughing. "Renée's nerves are upset. I've no wish to receive the brunt of her ill-humor. Settle your differences between yourselves." And after slowly puffing out the smoke of his Havana, he added, "It's a pretty part you want me to play." But Monsieur de Mussy talked of his great friendship, and assured the young man he was only awaiting an opportunity to show him how devoted he was to him. He was very miserable. He loved Renée so. "Very well, it's agreed," said Maxime at length. "I will speak to her, but you know I can promise nothing. She's pretty sure to send me about my business." They re-entered the smoking-room and stretched themselves out in two capacious easy-chairs. And during a good half-hour, Monsieur de Mussy related all his tribulations to Maxime. He told him for the 10th time how it was he'd fallen in love with the young man's stepmother, and how she'd been gracious enough to notice him. And whilst finishing his cigar, Maxime gave him some advice, explaining Renée's nature to him and showing him how he should set to work to overcome her. Siccard having taken a seat a few steps away from the young men, Monsieur de Mussy lapsed into silence, and Maxime said in conclusion, "Were I in your place, I would treat her very cavalierly. She likes it." The smoking-room occupied at one end of the principal drawing-room, one of the round apartments formed by the towers. It was fitted up in a style both very rich and very sober. Papered with a material imitating Cordovan leather, it had Algerian curtains and door hangings, and a Wilton carpet of Persian design. The furniture was upholstered with shagreen leather the color of wood, and comprised settees, easy-chairs, and a circular divan which went nearly all round the room. The little chandelier, the ornaments of the table and of the fireplace, were of pale green Florentine bronze. There had only remained with the ladies a few young fellows, and some pale and flabby-faced old men, who held tobacco in horror. In the smoking-room there was a great deal of laughing going on, and some very broad jokes were being bandied about. Monsieur Hupel de Lannoux diverted the gentlemen immensely by again relating the story he told during dinner, but completing it this time by some most indecent details. He had a specialty for this sort of thing. He always had two versions of an anecdote, one for ladies, the other for men. Then Aristide Siccard entered, and was at once surrounded and complimented. And as he pretended not to understand what it was all about, Monsieur de Saffred's told him, in a greatly applauded speech, that he had deserved well of his country for having prevented the beautiful Lord d'Origny from going over to the English. "No, really, gentlemen, you're mistaken," stammered Siccard with false modesty. "Oh, don't try to excuse yourself," cried Maxime chaffingly. "It's very meritorious at your age." The young man, who had just thrown away the stump of his cigar, returned to the drawing-room. A great number of visitors had arrived. The gallery was full of men in evening dress standing up and conversing in low tones, and of ladies in ample skirts which they spread out on the couches. Some lackeys were taking round some silver salvers bearing ices and glasses of punch. Maxime, who wished to speak to René, passed right through the drawing-room, knowing very well where to find the lady's favourite spot. At the opposite end to the smoking-room was another round apartment, adorably fitted up as a boudoir. Its curtains and hangings of satin, the colour of buttercups, gave it a voluptuous charm, of quite an original and exquisite taste. The lights of a chandelier, which was of a very delicate workmanship, appeared quite pale amidst all this sun-like splendour. The effect resembled a flood of the subdued lights from a sunset on a field of ripe corn. The light expired at one's feet on an Aubusson carpet strewn with dead leaves. An ebony piano inlaid with ivory, 2 little cabinets, the glass doors of which displayed a host of knick-knacks, a Louis XVI table, and a flower-stand holding an enormous sheaf of flowers sufficed to furnish the room. The small couches, the easy-chairs, and the settees were covered with padded buttercup satin, divided at intervals with broad black bands of the same material, embroidered with gay coloured tulips. And there were also low seats, lounge chairs, and every variety of stool, both elegant and fantastical. Not a glimpse of the woodwork of these articles was visible. The satin and the padding covered all. The backs were so curved as to be as comfortable as bolsters. They were like so many discreet beds on which one could sleep and love amidst the down, to the accompaniment of a sensual symphony of the pale yellow light. René had an especial liking for this little room, one of the French windows of which opened into the magnificent conservatory fixed to the side of the mansion. During the daytime she spent most of her leisure hours there. Instead of softening her light hair, the yellow hangings gave it a strangely golden hue. Her head stood out all pink and white in the midst of a dawn-like glimmer, like that of a fair Diana awakening at the break of day. And this was no doubt why she loved this little room, which gave a heavenly setting to her beauty. At this hour she was there with her intimate friends. Her sister and her aunt had just departed. There were none but madcaps in the sanctum. Leaning back in the depths of a sofa, René was listening to the secrets of her friend Adeline, who was whispering in her ear with feline playfulness and sudden bursts of laughter. Suzanne Hoffner was in great request. She was holding her own against a group of young men who were pressing her closely, without losing any of her German languor, her provoking effrontery, as bare and cold as her shoulders. In a corner, Madame Sidonie was enlightening in a low voice a young woman with the eyes of aversion. Farther off, Louise was standing talking with a big timid fellow who blushed violently, whilst Baron Gouraud was dozing in an easy-chair full in the light, displaying his flabby flesh, his pale elephantine form, in the midst of the frail graces and the silky daintiness of the ladies. And all about the room, on the stiff satin skirts shining like china, on the milky white shoulders studded with diamonds, a light of fairyland fell in a golden dust. A soft voice, a laugh no louder than the cooing of a dove, had as limpid a ring as crystal. It was very warm in there. Fans were moving slowly to and fro like wings, disseminating at each breath in the sultry atmosphere the musked perfumes of the bodices. When Maxime appeared in the doorway, René, who was listening to the Marchioness in an absent-minded way, rose up hastily, pretending to have to play her part as mistress of the house. She passed into the principal drawing-room, where the young man followed her. After smilingly taking a few steps there and shaking hands with different people, she drew Maxime aside. "Well," whispered she ironically, "the task seems an easy one. You don't appear to find courting as stupid as you imagined." "I don't understand you," replied the young man. who was about to plead for Monsieur de Mussy. "Why, I think I did well not to deliver you from Louise. You don't waste any time, you two." And she added with a sort of vexation, "At table, too. It was quite indecent." Maxime burst out laughing. "Ah, yes, we were telling each other stories. I did not know her, the chit. She's very funny. She's just like a boy." And as René's face still bore the irritated look of a prude, the young man, who had never known her so indignant before, resumed with smiling familiarity. "Do you think, pretty mamma, that I pinched her legs under the table? Hang it all, one knows how to behave towards one's betrothed. I have something far more serious to tell you. Listen to me. You are listening, are you not?" He lowered his voice still more. "This is what's the matter. Monsieur de Mussy is very miserable. He's just told me so. You know it's not for me to bring you together again if you've had a row. But you understand I was at college with him, and as he really seems to be in despair, I promised him I would speak to you." He stopped. René was looking at him in a very strange manner. "You don't answer?" continued he. "Anyhow, I've done what I promised. Settle the matter between you as you like. But really now, I cannot help thinking you cruel. I quite feel for the poor fellow. In your place I would send him at least a kind message." Then René, who had not taken the bright fixed look of her eyes off Maxime, replied, "Go and tell Monsieur de Mussy that he bores me." And she resumed her slow walk amidst the groups, smiling, bowing, and shaking hands. Maxime stood for a moment lost in surprise. Then he quietly laughed to himself. Not at all desirous of delivering the message to Monsieur de Mussy, he took a turn round the principal drawing-room. The party was drawing to a close, marvellous and commonplace, like most parties. It was close upon midnight. The guests were slowly departing. Not wishing to retire with a feeling of unpleasantness, he decided to seek Louise. He was passing before the hall door when he caught sight of the pretty Madame Michelin being wrapped up by her husband in a little pink and blue cloak. "He was most charming, the young woman was saying. "We talked of you the whole of dinner. He will speak to the minister, only it's not in his province." And as close to them a footman was assisting Baron Gouraud on with a big fur coat. "That's the old fellow who could settle the matter," added she in her husband's ear, whilst he was tying the string of her hood under her chin. "He does just as he likes at the ministry. At the Mareuils tomorrow we must try." Monsieur Michelin smiled. He took his wife off with the greatest care, as though he had on his arm a most fragile and precious object. After assuring himself by a glance that Louise was not in the hall, Maxime went straight to the little drawing-room. She was still there, almost alone, and awaiting her father, who had probably spent the evening in the smoking-room with the politicians. The Marchioness and Madame Hoffner had taken their departure. There only remained Madame Sidonie, telling the wives of some functionaries how much she loved animals. "Ah, here's my little husband," exclaimed Louise. "Come and sit down, and tell me in what chair my father can have fallen asleep. He must already be fancying himself in the chamber." Maxime answered her in a similar strain, and the two young people were soon again laughing as loud as during dinner. Seated on a very low chair at her feet, he ended by taking hold of her hands and by playing with her, just the same as with a comrade. And in truth, with her high-made dress of soft white silk studded with red spots, her flat chest, and her ugly and cunning little urchin's head, she resembled a boy disguised as a girl. But at times her puny arms, her crooked form assumed negligent postures, and gleams of passion would appear in the depths of her eyes, still full of childishness, without her blushing the least in the world at Maxime's playfulness. And they both laughed away, just as though they were by themselves, without even noticing René, who was standing half hidden in the center of the conservatory, watching them from a distance. A moment ago, as she was crossing a path, the sight of Maxime and Louise had suddenly brought the young woman to a standstill behind a shrub. All about her, the warm conservatory, similar to the nave of a church, and the glass-arched roof of which was supported on slender iron columns, displayed its fertile vegetation, its masses of gigantic leaves, its clumps of luxuriant verdure. In the center, in an oval tank on a level with the ground, lived, in the mysterious manner of water plants, all the aquatic flora of the land of the sun. A border of cyclanthae raising their tall green plumes, surrounded with a monumental belt, the fountain which resembled the truncated capital of some cyclopean column. Then, at either end, two enormous tornelias reared their strange-looking bushes above the water, their dry, bare stems twisted like agonizing serpents, and emitting aerial roots which had an appearance of fishermen's nets hung up to dry. Close to the edge, a pandanus from Java expanded its sheaf of greenish leaves streaked with white, as thin as swords, prickly and serrated like Malay daggers. And floating amid the warmth of a gently heated sheet of slumbering water, some nymphae opened their rosy stars, whilst some muriali trailed their round and leprous-looking leaves over the surface, appearing like the backs of so many monstrous toads covered with pustules. By way of carpeting, a broad edging of selaginella surrounded the tank. This dwarf fern formed a thick moss-like sward of a tender green. And beyond the wide circular path, 4 enormous groups of exotic plants shot right up to the arched roof. The palms, slightly drooping in their gracefulness, spread out their fan-like leaves, displayed their rounded heads, hung down their branches like so many oars wearied by their eternal voyage in the azure of the air. The great bamboos from India ascended erect, slender and hard, with their fine shower of leaves falling from on high. A ravenala, the traveller's tree, held up its bunch of immense Chinese screens, and in a corner a banana tree loaded with fruit stretched out in all directions its long horizontal leaves, on which 2 lovers might easily recline, providing they kept pretty close to each other. In the corners were some euphorbia from Abyssinia, those prickly, ill-shaped torch thistles, covered with horrid excrescences and reeking with poison. And the ground beneath the taller plants was carpeted by dwarf ferns, including the adiantum and the pteris, with fronds as delicate as the finest lacework. A taller species, the alsophilis, tapered upwards with their rows of symmetrical and sexangular foliage, so regular that it had the appearance of enormous pieces of crockery intended to hold the fruits of some gigantic dessert. Then an edging of begonias and caladiums surrounded the beds. The begonias with their twisted leaves superbly streaked with green and red, the caladiums, the leaves of which, shaped like lance heads, white and veined with green, resemble the wings of some monstrous butterfly. Bizarre plants which vegetate strangely with the sombre or palish glow of noisome flowers. Behind the beds, a second path, a narrower one right round the conservatory. And there, on stages, half hiding the pipes of the heating apparatus, bloomed marantas, as soft of a touch as velvet, gloxinias with their purple bell-shaped flowers, Dracaenas resembling blades of old lacquer. But one of the charms of this winter garden consisted in alcoves of verdure in the 4 corners, roomy arbors shut in by thick curtains of tropical creepers. Bits of virgin forests had weaved in these spots their walls of leaves, their impenetrable medley of stems, of supple shoots clinging to the branches, traversing space by a bold leap, and hanging from the arched roof like the tassels of some rich drapery. A root of vanilla, with its ripe pods exhaling a penetrating perfume, trailed about the arch of a moss-covered porch, whilst the Indian berry decked the little columns with its round leaves. Bauhinias, with their red bunches, and the quisqualis, the flowers of which hung like necklets of glass beads, glided, twined, and entangled themselves like slender snakes, endlessly playing and stretching amidst the depths of the foliage. And beneath the arches, placed here and there between the beds, and held by wire chains, hung baskets filled with orchids, those bizarre plants of the air which spread in all directions their stunted and knotted shoots bent and twisted like crippled limbs. There were ladies' slippers, the flowers of which resemble a marvelous shoe adorned on the heel with the wings of a dragonfly, Arides with their delicate perfume, and Stanhopeus, the pale streaked flowers of which, like the bitter mouth of some convalescent, exhaled to a distance a strong and acrid breath. But that which from every point of view was the most conspicuous object was a great hibiscus from China, its immense expanse of flowers and foliage covering the whole side of the mansion to which the conservatory was fixed. The large purple flowers of this gigantic mallow are ever being renewed, and live but a few hours. One could almost fancy them a woman's sensual opening mouths, the red soft moist lips of some giant Messalina, bruised by kisses, and yet ever reviving with their eager and bleeding smile. Renée stood near the tank, and shivered in the midst of all these superb blossoms. Behind her a great black marble sphinx, squatting on a block of granite, its head turned towards the water, wore on its features the wary and cruel smile of a cat, and it looked like the dark idol with shining thighs of that land of fire. At this hour ground glass globes cast a milky light over the surrounding foliage. Statues, women's heads with the necks thrown back and swelling with mirth, stood out white from the recesses of the groups of shrubs, with patches of shadow which contorted their mad laughter. Strange rays played about the deep, still water of the tank, lighting up vague forms in glaucous masses resembling rough designs of monsters. Over the smooth leaves of the ravenala, on the glassy fans of the latanius, streamed a flood of white light, whilst from the lacework of the ferns fell a gentle rain of sparks. Up above shone the reflections from the glass roof amongst the sombre heads of the tall palms. Then, all around, everything was wrapped in shadow. The arbors with their drapery of tropical creepers became lost in the darkness, like the nests of slumbering reptiles. And Renée stood musing in the bright light as she watched Louise and Maxime in the distance. It was no longer the floating fancies, the vague temptation of twilight in the chilly avenues of the Bois. Her thoughts were no longer lulled and sent to sleep by the trot of her horses along the fashionable walks and the glades in which middle-class families picnic on a Sunday. Now it was a definite, a keen desire which filled her whole being. An immense love, a need of voluptuousness floated above this close nave, full of the ardent sap of the tropics. The young woman was enveloped in these mighty bridles of the earth, engendering around her this dark verdure, these colossal stems, and the acrid confinement of this candent mother, this forest-like growth, this mass of vegetation, all glowing with the entrails which nourished it, surrounded her with perturbing effluvia of most intoxicating power. At her feet, the tank, the mass of warm water, thickened by the juices of the floating roots, steamed and wrapped her shoulders in a mantle of heavy vapor, a mist which heated her skin like the contact of a hand moist with voluptuousness. On her head she felt a breath from the palms as the tall leaves sprinkled their aroma. And more than the close warmth of the atmosphere, than the bright lights, than the large dazzling flowers resembling faces laughing or grimacing amongst the foliage, the odors especially overpowered her. An undefinable perfume, powerful and exciting, hung about, composed of 1,000 others: human perspiration, women's breaths, the scent of hair, and zephyrs, sweet and insipid almost to faintness, were blended with coarse and pestilential smells loaded with poison. but amidst this strange amalgamation of odors, the one which dominated all, stifling the delicateness of the vanilla and the sharpness of the orchids, was that penetrating, sensual, human odor, that odor of love which escapes of a morning from the closed chamber of a young married couple. Renée had slowly leant against the granite pedestal. In her green satin dress, with her face and shoulders of a rosy hue and sparkling with the pure scintillations of her diamonds, she resembled some great pink and green flower, one of the nymphae of the tank, swooning from the heat. At this hour of clear vision, all her good resolutions vanished forever. The intoxication of a dinner regained possession of her faculties, imperious, triumphant, and rendered mightier than before by the flames of the conservatory. She no longer remembered the chill night air which had calmed her, nor those murmuring shadows of the park, the voices of which had counselled a happy peacefulness. Her ardent woman's senses, her satiated woman's capriciousness were aroused. And above her, the great black marble sphinx laughed a mysterious laugh, as though it had read the at length expressed desire which was galvanizing this dead heart, the desire which had remained so long elusive, the something else so vainly sought by Renée amidst the oscillating motion of her carriage, in the ashy gloom of the gathering night, and which had been so abruptly revealed to her beneath the glaring light of this garden of fire by the sight of Louise and Maxime laughing and playing together hand in hand. At this moment a sound of voices issued from a neighboring arbor, where Aristide Siccard had led the Monsieur Mignon and Charrier. "No, really, Monsieur Siccard," the latter was saying in a thick voice, "we cannot take it back from you at more than 200 francs the metre." And Siccard retorted in his shrill tones, "But in my share you valued it at 250 francs. Well, listen, we'll make it 225 francs. And the voices continued, harsh and ringing strangely beneath the drooping palms. But they merely traversed Renée's dream like some vain noise, as there rose before her, conjured up by her delirium, an unknown enjoyment hot with crime, and more vehement than all those she had already exhausted, the last that remained to her to partake of. She no longer felt weary. The shrub behind which she remained half hidden was an accursed plant, a tanginia from Madagascar, with broad box-like leaves and whitish stems, the smallest veins of which distill a poisonous juice. And at one moment, as Louise's and Maxime's mirth became louder, in the yellow reflection, in the sunset of a little drawing-room, Renée, her mind wandering, her mouth parched and irritated, took between her teeth a sprig of a tanginia, which was on a level with her lips, and closed them on one of the bitter leaves. This ends section 2. Section 3 of The Rush for the Spoil by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 3. Aristide Rougon swooped down upon Paris on the morrow of the coup d'etat, with that scent of birds of prey which sniff the field of carnage from afar. He came from Plassans, a sub-prefecture of the south, where his father had at length netted in the troubled waters of events an office of tax collector, for which he'd long been angling. As for himself, still young, and having compromised his position like a fool, with neither glory nor profit, he could only feel very fortunate in issuing safe and sound from the squabble. He came with a rush, enraged at his mistake, cursing the country, speaking of Paris with a wolf-like greed, and swearing that he would never be caught napping again. And the keen smile with which he accompanied these words assumed a terrible significance on his thin lips. He arrived in the early days of 1852. He was accompanied by his wife Angèle, a fair and insignificant creature whom he placed in a small lodging in the Rue Saint-Jacques, like some awkward piece of furniture he was anxious to be rid of. The young woman had been unwilling to be separated from her daughter, little Clotilde, a child 4 years old, whom the father would willingly have left behind to be taken care of by his relations. But he had only yielded to his wife's wish on condition that the college at Plassans should retain their son Maxime, a youngster of 11, who would be looked after by the grandmother. Aristide wished to have his hands free. A woman and a child already seemed to him a crushing weight to encumber a man decided to overcome all obstacles, though he grovelled in the mud or perished in the attempt. The very evening of his arrival, whilst Angèle was unpacking, he felt an eager longing to explore Paris, to hear his heavy countryman's boots striking that burning pavement from which he hoped to cause millions to spring forth. It was a regular taking of possession. He walked for the sake of walking, following the footpaths, just as though in a conquered country. He had a very clear conception of the battle he was about to offer, and it was not in the least repugnant to his feelings to compare himself to a skilful picklock, who, by artifice or violence, was about to take his share of the commonwealth which had been wickedly refused him until then. Had he felt the need of an excuse, he would have invoked his every desire denied him for 10 years, his wretched country existence, his faults especially, for which he held society at large responsible. But at this moment, in that emotion of a gambler who at last places his eager hands on the green baize of the gaming table, he was filled with joy, a joy of his own in which blended the gratification of covetousness and the expectation of an unpunished rogue. The atmosphere of Paris intoxicated him. He fancied he could hear in the rumbling of the vehicles the voices from Macbeth calling to him, "You will be rich." During close upon 2 hours he wandered thus from street to street, enjoying the voluptuousness of a man roaming amidst his own vice. He had not been in Paris since the happy year he passed there as a student. Night was falling. His dream grew in the bright lights which the shops and the cafes cast on the pavement. He lost himself. When he raised his eyes, he found himself towards the middle of the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. One of his brothers, Eugène Rougon, lived in a street close by, the Rue de Penthièvre. In coming to Paris, Aristide had especially counted upon Eugène, who, after having been one of the most active agents of the coup d'etat, had now become an occult power, a lawyer of no particular standing, but who was shortly to blossom into a great political personage. But, superstitious as a gambler, he was unwilling to knock at his brother's door on that evening. He slowly retraced his steps to the Rue Saint-Jacques, inwardly envying Eugène's lot, glancing down at his own shabby clothes, still covered with the dust of the journey, and seeking to console himself by resuming his dream of riches. Even this dream had become bitter to him. Having started out through a necessity for expansion, joyfully enlivened by the busy activity of Paris trade, he returned home irritated at the happiness which seemed to him to be rampant in the streets, feeling more ferocious than ever, imagining all kinds of desperate struggles in which he would take pleasure in defeating and duping that crowd which had jostled him on the pavement. Never before had he felt so keen and vast an appetite, so immediate and ardent a necessity for enjoying. On the morrow he was at his brother's, almost at daybreak. Eugène occupied 2 large cold rooms, very barely furnished, and which quite chilled Aristide. He had expected to find his brother sprawling in the lap of luxury. The latter was seated working at a little black table. He merely said in his slow voice, accompanying his words with a smile, "Ah, it's you. I was expecting your visit." Aristide was very bitter. He accused Eugène of having left him to vegetate, of not even having bestowed upon him so much as a word of advice during the time he'd been dabbling about in his native province. He would never be able to forgive himself for having remained Republican up to the very day of the coup d'etat. It caused him the most poignant regret and filled him with eternal confusion. Eugène had quietly taken up his pen again. When the other had finished speaking, he observed, "Bah! All mistakes can be rectified. You have a fine future before you." He uttered these words in so clear a tone of voice, and with so penetrating a glance, that Aristide bowed his head, feeling that his brother was descending into the innermost depths of his being. The latter continued with a sort of friendly bluntness. "You've come to me to get you something to do, have you not? I've already thought of you, but I found nothing as yet. You see, I can't put you into the first position that offers. You need an occupation that will enable you to carry on your little game without danger either to yourself or to me. Don't protest. We're alone here and can say anything to each other." Aristide thought it best to laugh. "Oh, I know that you're intelligent," continued Eugène, "and that you're not likely to do anything foolish again without you reap some benefit from it. So soon as a good opportunity offers, I'll do something for you. Meanwhile, if you should happen to be in want of a 20-franc piece, come to me for it." They talked for a few minutes about the insurrection in the south, through which their father had gained his appointment of tax collector. Eugène dressed himself while talking. Just as he was parting from his brother outside in the street, he detained him a moment longer to say in a lower tone of voice, "By the way, you'll oblige me by not loafing about, but by quietly waiting at home for the berth I promise you. It would annoy me to see my brother dancing attendance on anyone." Aristide had a high respect for Eugène, who seemed to him a wonderfully smart fellow. He did not, however, forgive him his mistrust, nor his rather rough frankness. Nevertheless, he obediently went and shut himself up in the Rue Saint-Jacques. He had arrived with 500 francs which his wife's father had lent him. After paying the expenses of the journey, he made the 300 francs that remained to him last a month. Angèle was a hearty eater. Moreover, she thought it necessary to retrim her best dress with some mauve ribbons. This month of waiting appeared interminable to Aristide. He was burning with impatience. Each time he leaned out of his window and felt the gigantic labor of Paris beneath him, he experienced a mad longing to throw himself into the furnace with one bound, so as to mold the gold with his quivering fingers, as though it had been wax. He inhaled those still vague vapors which rose from the great city, that breath of a nascent empire, laden already with the odors of alcoves and financial hells, with the warm effluvia of every kind of enjoyment. The faint fumes that reached him seemed to tell him that he was on the right scent, that the quarry was scudding along before him, that the grand imperial hunt, the pursuit of adventures, of women, and of millions was about to begin. His nostrils quivered. His instinct of a famished beast caught in a marvelous manner as they passed the slightest signs of that fierce division of spoil of which the city was to be the scene. Twice he called on his brother to urge him to be more expeditious. Eugène received him rather ungraciously, repeating that he was not forgetting him, but that it was necessary to wait patiently. At length Aristide received a letter requesting him to call in the Rue de Pentarièvre. He hastened thither, his heart beating violently, as though he were on his way to a lovers' meeting. He found Eugène seated before the same little black table in the large cold room which he used as a study. On his appearance the lawyer held the document towards him, saying, "There, I settled your matter yesterday. You are appointed deputy trustee of roads at the Hôtel de Ville. you will be in receipt of a salary of 2,400 francs. Aristide had remained standing. He turned ghastly pale. He did not take the document, thinking that his brother was poking fun at him. He had at least expected an appointment worth 6,000 francs a year. Eugène, guessing what was passing within him, wheeled his chair round and folded his arms. "Are you a fool after all?" he asked angrily. "You've been building castles in the air like a girl, have you not? You would wish to have a grand establishment with footmen, to live on the fat of the land, sleep in silk, gratify your desires at once, in no matter whose arms, in a boudoir furnished in a couple of hours. You and those like you, if we allowed you to have your way, would empty the coffers even before they were full. Now, in the name of all that's good, do have a little patience. See how I live, and do at least take the trouble to stoop to pick up a fortune." He spoke with profound contempt of his brother's schoolboy impatience. One could feel in his rough speech a loftier ambition, a longing for untarnished power. That naive appetite for money no doubt appeared to him both paltry and puerile. He continued in a gentler voice and with a crafty smile. "No doubt your propensities are excellent, and I have not the least desire to thwart them. Men like you are precious. We have every intention of choosing our friends from among the most hungry. You may be quite easy. We shall keep open house, and the greatest appetites will be satisfied. And this is, after all, the easiest way of reigning. But for goodness sake, wait till the cloth is laid, and if you'll accept my advice, just go yourself and fetch your knife and fork from the kitchen." Aristide continued to look very glum. His brother's pleasant comparisons were unable to bring a smile to his countenance. Then the latter again gave way to anger. "Ah," he exclaimed, "my first opinion was the right one. You're a fool. What on earth did you expect? Whatever did you imagine I was going to do with your illustrious person? You didn't even have the courage to finish your reading for the bar. You went and buried yourself for 10 years in the wretched berth of a clerk at a sub-prefecture, and you come to me with the detestable reputation of a republican whom the coup d'etat was alone able to convert. Do you think that with such a past there is the making of a cabinet minister in you? Oh, I know that you have in your favor a ferocious desire to reach the goal by any means possible. That is a great virtue, I admit, and it was precisely on that account that I obtained your admittance into the Hôtel de Ville." And rising from his seat, he placed the document containing the appointment in Aristide's hands. "Take it," continued he. "You'll thank me some day. It's I who chose the berth. I know what you'll be able to get out of it. All you'll have to do will be to look about you and keep your ears open. If you are intelligent, you'll soon understand and know how to act. Now, pay particular attention to what I'm about to say to you. Make piles of money, I permit it. Only do nothing foolish, no noisy scandal, otherwise I shall suppress you instantly." This threat produced the effect his promises had been unable to obtain. All Aristide's ardor was rekindled at the thought of the fortune to which his brother alluded. It seemed to him that he was at last let loose in the thick of the fray, authorized to slaughter right and left, but legally, and without causing too much commotion. Eugène gave him 200 francs to enable him to wait till the end of the month. Then he remained wrapped in thought. "I'm thinking of changing my name," said he at length. "You ought to do the same. We should interfere with each other less." "As you like," answered Aristide quietly. "You need not trouble yourself about anything. I will attend to the necessary formalities. How would you like to call yourself by your wife's name, Siccard? Aristide glanced up at the ceiling, repeating the name, and listening to the sound of the syllables. Siccard. Aristide Siccard. No, on my word, it's clownish and has a suggestion of bankruptcy about it. Think of something better, then, said Eugène. I would prefer Siccard without the O, resumed the other after a pause. Aristide Siccard. That isn't bad, is it? Perhaps a bit jaunty. He stood thinking a few moments longer, then triumphantly exclaimed, I've got it! I've found it at last! Saccard! Aristide Saccard with a double C. There's money in such a name as that. It has a sound like the counting out of 5-franc pieces. Eugène was rather brutal in his jokes. He dismissed his brother, saying to him with a smile, Yes, a name that will make you a convict or a millionaire. A few days later, Aristide Siccard found himself at the Hôtel de Ville. He there learnt that his brother must have commanded considerable influence to get him appointed without the customary examinations. Then the couple began the monotonous life of the underpaid clerk. Aristide and his wife resumed their old plaisant ways. Only they fell from a dream of sudden fortune, and their poverty-stricken existence weighed heavier upon them, now that they looked upon it as a time of probation, the duration of which they were unable to fix. To be poor in Paris is to be doubly poor. Angèle accepted the wretchedness of their position with all the listlessness of a chlorotic woman. She spent days in her kitchen, or else lying on the floor, playing with her daughter, and never lamenting except when she reached her last 20-sou piece. But Aristide quivered with rage in the midst of this poverty, of this narrow existence, out of which he sought an issue like some caged beast. To him it was a period of ineffable suffering. His pride was wounded, his unsated cravings goaded him furiously. And he suffered all the more on learning that his brother had been elected to represent Plassans in Parliament. He felt too much Eugène's superiority to be foolishly jealous, but he accused him of not doing all that he might have done for him. On several occasions, absolute necessity forced him to knock at his door for the purpose of borrowing a trifle. Eugène lent the money, but at the same time roughly reproached him with being destitute of both courage and will. Then Aristide took the bull indeed by the horns. He swore to himself that he would never again borrow so much as a sou from anyone, and he kept his oath. The last 8 days of each month, Angèle would eat dry bread and sigh. This apprenticeship completed Siccard's terrible education. His thin lips became narrower still. He was no longer so stupid as to dream of millions out loud. His scraggy person became dumb, and no longer expressed but one will, one fixed idea nursed at every hour of the day. When he hurried along from the Rue Saint-Jacques to the Hôtel de Ville, his boots worn down at heel resounded harshly on the pavement, and he buttoned himself up in his shabby old overcoat as though in an asylum of hatred, while his weasel-like snout sniffed the air of the streets. He was an angular figure of the jealous misery that one sees roaming along the Paris sidewalks, carrying with him his plan for conquering a fortune and the dream of the eventual gratification of his appetite. Early in 1853, Aristide Siccard was appointed trustee of roads. He now received a salary of 4,500 francs. This rise came at an opportune moment. Angèle was slowly wasting away. Little Clotilde was looking quite pale. He retained his small lodging of 2 rooms, the dining-room furnished in walnut, and the bedroom in mahogany, continuing to lead an austere life, carefully avoiding getting into debt, unwilling to touch other people's money until he could bury his arms into it to the elbows. He thus belied his instincts, disdaining the few extra sous he received, preferring to remain on the watch. Angèle felt completely happy. She bought herself some new clothes and had a joint to roast every day of the week. She could no longer understand the reason of her husband's suppressed passion, his gloomy ways of a man working out the solution of some formidable problem. Acting on Eugène's advice, Aristide was keeping his eyes and ears open. When he went to thank his brother for his promotion, the latter understood the revolution that had taken place within him. He complimented him on what he called his good appearance. The clerk, whom envy was inwardly rendering inflexible, had outwardly become pliant and insinuating. In a few months he was transformed into a marvelous comedian. All his southern animation had awakened, and he carried the art so far that his comrades at the Hôtel de Ville looked upon him as a jolly good fellow, whose near relationship to a deputy designed beforehand for some grand appointment. This relationship also secured him the goodwill of his chiefs. He thus enjoyed a kind of authority superior to his position, which enabled him to open certain doors, and to poke his nose into certain portfolios, without his indiscretion appearing in the least culpable. For 2 years he was seen roaming about all the passages, lingering in all the rooms, getting up from his seat 20 times a day to talk to a comrade, carry an order, or take a stroll through the different departments, endless wanderings which caused his colleagues to say, "That devil of a southerner, he can't keep still a minute. He must indeed have quicksilver in his legs." His own particular friends took him for a lazy fellow, and the worthy man laughed when they accused him of seeking to rob the service of a few minutes. He never committed the mistake of listening at keyholes, but he had a bold way of opening doors and crossing rooms, apparently deeply intent upon some document or other in his hand, and with so slow and regular a walk that he never lost a word of whatever was being said. They were the tactics of a genius. People ended by no longer interrupting their conversation when this energetic clerk passed by, gliding, so to say, in the shadow of the offices, and seemingly so wrapped in his own business. He had yet another method. He was extremely obliging, and would offer to assist his comrades whenever they were behindhand with their work, and then he would study the registers and the documents that passed through his hands with quite a meditative tenderness. But one of his favorite peccadillos was to form acquaintance with the messengers. He would even shake hands with them. For hours together he would keep them talking in doorways, stifling little bursts of laughter, telling them stories, and drawing them out. These worthy fellows quite worshipped him, and were in the habit of saying, "There is a gentleman who isn't a bit proud." The moment there was the least scandal, he knew of it before anyone. It was thus that at the end of 2 years the Hôtel de Ville held no mysteries for him. He knew everybody employed there, even to the lamp cleaners, and was acquainted with every paper the place contained, not omitting the washing books. At this time, Paris formed, for a man like Aristide Siccard, a most interesting spectacle. The empire had just been proclaimed, after that famous journey during which the prince-president had succeeded in arousing the enthusiasm of some Bonapartist departments. Silence reigned both at the tribune and in the press. Society, saved once more, was congratulating itself and indolently resting, now that a strong government was protecting it and relieving it even of the trouble of thinking and of attending to its own business. The great preoccupation of society was to know in what way it should kill time. As Eugène Rougon so happily expressed it, Paris was dining and anticipating no end of pleasure at dessert. Politics produced an universal scare like some dangerous drug. The wearied minds turned to pleasure and money-making. Those who had any of the latter brought it out, and those who had none sought in all the out-of-the-way places for forgotten treasures. A secret quiver seemed to run through the multitude, accompanied by a nascent jingling of 5-franc pieces, by the rippling laughter of women, and the yet faint clatter of crockery and murmur of kisses. Amidst the great silence of the reign of order, the profound peacefulness brought by the change of government, there arose all sorts of pleasant rumors, gilded in voluptuous promises. It was as though one were passing in front of one of those little houses, the carefully drawn curtains of which reveal no more than the shadows of women, and where one can overhear the jingling of gold on the marble mantelpieces. The empire was about to turn Paris into the bagnio of Europe. The handful of adventurers who had just stolen a throne needed a reign of adventure, of shadowy business transactions, of consciences sold, of women bought, of furious and universal intoxication. And in the city where the blood of December was scarcely wiped away, there slowly uprose, timidly as yet, that mad desire for enjoyment which was destined to bring the country to the lowest dregs of corrupt and dishonored nations. From the very first days, Aristide Siccard had felt the approach of this rising tide of speculation, the foam of which was soon to envelop the whole of Paris. He watched its progress with profound attention. He found himself right in the very midst of the warm downpour of silver crowns falling thick and fast onto the roofs of the city. In his constant wanderings through the Hôtel de Ville, he had obtained an inkling of the vast project for the transformation of Paris, of the plan of the demolitions and of the new thoroughfares in the altered districts, of the formidable jobbery with respect to the sale of the land and the buildings, which was kindling all over the town the battle of interests and the flare-up of unbridled luxury. From that moment, his activity had an object. It was at this epoch that he became quite a jolly good fellow. He even grew a trifle stout. He no longer hurried about the streets like a half-starved cat in search of something to devour. At his office, he was more talkative, more obliging than ever. His brother, to whom he paid occasional visits, in some measure official, congratulated him on so happily putting his counsels into practice. In the early days of 1854, Siccard confided to him that he had several affairs in view, but that he would require some rather large advances in the way of money. "You should look about," said Eugène. "You're right. I'll look about," he replied, without the least trace of ill humor, and without appearing to notice that his brother declined to furnish him with the necessary funds. How to procure this money had now become his constant thought. His plan was formed. It grew maturer every day. But he was as far as ever from obtaining that first few thousands of francs he required. His faculties became keener. He began to look at people in a profound and nervous manner, as though he were seeking a lender in every passer-by. Angèle continued to lead at home her secluded and happy existence. He was forever watching for an opportunity, and his laugh of a jolly good fellow became more bitter as this opportunity delayed in presenting itself. Aristide had a sister living in Paris. Sidonie Rougon had married a solicitor's clerk at Plassans, who'd come with her to the Rue Saint-Honoré to start business as a dealer in southern commodities. When her brother came across her, the husband had disappeared, and the business had long ago gone to the dogs. She occupied in the Rue du Faubourg Poissonnière a small mezzanine floor consisting of 3 rooms. She also leased the shop beneath, a narrow and mysterious shop in which she pretended to carry on the business of a dealer in lace. True enough, there was a display of Valenciennes and Maltese lace suspended from gilt rods in the window. But inside the place had more the look of an anteroom, with its polished wainscoting and a total absence of goods of any description. Light curtains hung before the glazed door and the window, intercepting the glances of the passers-by and helping to give the shop the veiled and discreet appearance of a waiting room at the entrance to some strange temple. It was very seldom that any customer was seen to call at Madame Sidonie's. The handle was even generally removed from the door. She spread a report in the neighborhood that she went personally to offer her wares to ladies of fortune. The convenient arrangement of the place, she would say, had alone caused her to rent the shop and the floor above, which communicated by a staircase hidden in the wall. And indeed, the lace dealer was constantly out of doors. She might be seen hurrying in or out at least 10 times a day. The lace trade, however, was not her only business. She utilized her upper floor, cramming it full of merchandise of one sort or another. At different times she dealt there in gutta-percha goods, such as waterproof coats, shoes, braces, etc. Then had followed a new oil to promote the growth of the hair, various orthopedic instruments, and an automatic coffee pot, a patented invention, the working of which gave her a great deal of trouble. The first time her brother came to see her, she'd gone in for pianos, to such an extent that her apartment were full of them. They were even in her bedroom, a very daintily decorated room, which contrasted violently with the commercial untidiness of the 2 others. She carried on her 2 businesses with perfect method. The customers who came for the goods on the mezzanine floor entered and departed by means of a carriage entrance which gave admittance to the house from the Rue Papillon. Only those acquainted with the mysterious little staircase were able to form an idea of the lace dealer's underhand trading. Up in her apartments she was known as Madame Touche, which was the name of her husband, whilst she had only her Christian name painted on the shop door, which was the reason for her being generally addressed as Madame Sidonie. Madame Sidonie was 35 years of age, but she dressed so carelessly, she had so little of the woman in her appearance, that one would have taken her to be much older. In truth, she was a person whose age it would have been difficult to tell. She was always seen in the same black dress, frayed at the edges, rumpled and discolored by constant wear, reminding one of a lawyer's old gown become threadbare through years of daily attendance in court. With a black bonnet which came as low as her forehead and hid all her hair, and a pair of thick, heavy shoes, she scurried along the streets, carrying on her arm a little basket, the handles of which had been mended with pieces of string. This basket, which never left her, was quite a little world in itself. Whenever she raised the lid, samples of all sorts issued forth, diaries, pocketbooks, and especially bundles of stamped documents, the almost illegible writing of which she deciphered with extraordinary dexterity. She comprised in her person something of a broker and of the man of law. She lived amidst protests, writs, and orders of the court. When she had secured an order for 10 francs worth of pomatum or lace, she would insinuate herself into the good graces of her customer and become her man of business, calling in her stead on solicitors, barristers, and judges. She would thus carry for weeks together at the bottom of her basket all the documents relating to a case, taking no end of trouble about it, going from one end of Paris to the other, with the same regular little trot-trot, never for a moment thinking of riding to save her legs. It would have been difficult to say what profit she obtained from such a business. In the first place, she engaged in it through an instinctive taste for questionable matters, a love for cavilling. Besides this, however, it enabled her to secure a host of little profits, invitations to dinner in every direction, innumerable franc pieces pocketed here and there. But her clearest gain was undoubtedly the numerous secrets confided to her wherever she went, which showed her where a good stroke of business was to be done, or a handsome windfall to be obtained. Living in the homes of others, and wrapped up in their affairs, she had become a veritable repertory existing on offers and demands. She knew where there was a daughter ready to be married at once, a family in need of 3,000 francs, an old gentleman willing to lend the 3,000 francs, but on substantial security and at a high rate of interest. She knew of matters more delicate still, the sadness of a fair lady whose husband did not understand her and who longed to be understood, the secret desires of a good mother who dreamed of settling her daughter advantageously, the taste of a certain baron for little supper parties and very young girls. And smiling faintly, she went about hawking these offers and these demands. She would walk a couple of leagues to bring her clients together. She sent the baron to the good mother, prevailed upon the old gentleman to lend the 3,000 francs to the needy family, obtained the necessary consolation for the fair lady, and a not over-scrupulous husband for the young girl in a hurry to marry. She was also engaged in some very important business that there was no occasion to keep secret, and with which she pestered whoever went near her, an interminable lawsuit that a noble but ruined family had entrusted her with, and a debt owing by the English to the French nation since the time of the Stuarts, and which amounted with the compound interest to nearly 3 milliards of francs. This debt of 3 milliards was her hobby horse. She would explain the case with no end of particulars, launching out into quite a course of history, and a flush of enthusiasm would rush to her cheeks, usually yellow and flabby like wax. At times, between a call on a lawyer and a visit paid to a lady friend, she would secure an order for a coffee pot, a mackintosh, a piece of lace, or a piano on hire. These were matters arranged in a moment. Then she would hurry back to her shop, where a lady customer had an appointment with her to see a piece of Chantilly. The customer arrived and glided like a shadow into the discreet and veiled shop. And it often happened that a gentleman, entering by way of the carriage entrance in the Rue Papillon, called at the same time to see Madame Touche's pianos on the floor above. If Madame Sidonie had not made a fortune, it was because she often worked for love of the thing. With a great hankering after legal business, forgetting her own affairs for those of others, she allowed herself to be fleeced by the lawyers, which procured her, however, an enjoyment unknown to any but litigious persons. There was scarcely anything womanly left about her. She'd become nothing more nor less than a man of business, an agent ever bustling about the four corners of Paris, carrying in her legendary basket articles of the most equivocal description, selling everything, dreaming of milliards, and even going to the courthouse for a favorite client to plead in a case of a disputed 10 francs. Short, skinny, and pale, dressed in that thin black garment which looked as though it had been cut out of a barrister's gown, she seemed to have shriveled up, and to see her scuttling along close to the houses, one would have taken her for an errand boy disguised as a girl. Her complexion had the mournful wanness of stamped paper. Her lips parted in a dim smile, whilst her eyes seemed to be wandering amidst the hubbub of business, matters of every description with which she loaded her brain. Of discreet and timid ways, moreover, combined with a vague odor of the confessional and a midwife's sanctum, she always appeared as gentle and maternal as a nun who, having renounced all the affections of this world, takes pity on the sufferings of the heart. She never mentioned her husband, neither did she allude to her childhood, her family, or her affairs. There was only one thing she did not deal in, and that was herself. Not that she had any scruples about the matter, but because the idea of such a bargain could never occur to her. She was as dry as an invoice, as cold as a protest, and at heart as brutal and indifferent as a bum bailiff. Siccard, all fresh from his province, could not at first fathom the delicate depths of Madame Sidonie's numerous callings. As he had during 12 months studied for the bar, she one day spoke to him of the 3 milliards with a very grave air, which gave him but a poor opinion of her intelligence. She came and rummaged in all the corners of the lodging in the Rue Saint-Jacques, weighed Angèle at a glance, and never again put in an appearance excepting when her own affairs brought her into the neighborhood, and when she felt a desire to again discuss the question of the 3 milliards. Angèle had swallowed the bait of the story of the English debt. The woman of business mounted her hobby and made it rain gold for an hour or more. It was the crack in this shrewd intellect, the gentle myth with which she deluded her life, wasted in her wretched traffic, the magical lure that intoxicated not only herself, but the more credulous of her clients. Thoroughly convinced, moreover, she ended by speaking of the 3 milliards as of some private fortune, which the judges would have to restore to her sooner or later, and this shed a marvelous aureola around her shabby black bonnet, on which hung a few faded violets attached to brass wire stems, bare of all covering. Angèle would open her eyes wide with amazement. On several occasions she spoke to her husband of her sister-in-law with great respect, saying that Madame Sidonie would perhaps make them all rich one day. Siccard merely shrugged his shoulders. He had gone and inspected the shop and floor above in the Rue du Faubourg Poissonnière, and the only impression he had taken away with him was that of an approaching bankruptcy. He wished to know Eugène's opinion of their sister, but his brother became grave and merely replied that he never saw her, that he knew she was very intelligent, though perhaps rather compromising. However, as Siccard was returning to the Rue de Penthièvre some little while afterwards, he fancied he saw Madame Sidonie's black dress leave his brother's abode and glide rapidly along the houses. He hastened forward, but lost all trace of the black garment. The woman of business had one of those spare figures which so easily lose themselves in a crowd. This set him thinking, and it was from this moment that he commenced to study his sister more attentively. It was not long before he began to understand the immense task performed by that pale and shadowy little body, whose entire face seemed to squint and melt away. He came to look upon her with respect. She had the true Rougon blood in her veins. He recognized that appetite for money, that longing for every kind of intrigue which was characteristic of the family, only in her case, thanks to the surroundings amidst which she'd grown old, thanks to that Paris where every morning she'd been obliged to set forth to seek her evening meal, the common temperament had deviated from its usual course to produce this extraordinary hermaphroditism of a woman changed into a being without a gender, both man of business and procuress at the same time. When Siccard, after having fixed upon his plan, was seeking for the means for putting it into execution, he naturally bethought him of his sister. She shook her head, and with a sigh alluded to the 3 milliards. But the civil servant would not humour her with whim. He pulled her up rather roughly each time she mentioned the debt connected with the Stuarts. Such a chimera seemed to him to dishonour so practical an intelligence. Madame Sidonie, who quietly swallowed the most cutting irony without in any way allowing her convictions to be shaken, next explained to him in a very lucid manner that he would never raise a sou having no security to offer. This conversation took place opposite the Bourse, where she no doubt dabbled with her savings. Towards 3 o'clock one was sure to find her leaning against the railing to the left, near the post office. It was there that she gave audience to individuals as fishy and shadowy as herself. Her brother was on the point of leaving her when she murmured regretfully, "Ah, if only you were not married!" This reticence, the full and exact sense of which he was unwilling to ask, made Siccard singularly thoughtful. Months passed by. The Crimean War had just been declared. Paris, quite unaffected by a war so far away, was launching with more ardour than ever into speculation and women, whilst Siccard stood by gnawing his fists as he assisted at this ever-increasing mania which he'd long before foreseen. The hammers in the gigantic forge beating the gold upon the anvil made him quiver with rage and impatience. His intelligence and his will were worked up to such a pitch that he lived as in a dream, like a somnambulist walking along the edge of a roof, a prey to some fixed idea. He was therefore surprised and annoyed one evening to find Angèle ill and in bed. His home life, regulated like a clock, was getting out of order, and this exasperated him like some intentional spitefulness of destiny. Poor Angèle complained in a gentle voice. She had taken a severe chill. When the doctor arrived, he appeared very anxious. He told the husband, outside on the landing, that his wife was suffering from inflammation of the lungs, and that he could not answer for her life. From that moment the civil servant tended the invalid without a vestige of anger. He no longer went to his office. He remained beside her, watching her with an indefinable expression as she lay sleeping, flushed and panting with fever. Madame Sidonie, in spite of the overwhelming business which claimed her attention, found time to call each evening to make diet drinks which she pretended were sovereign remedies. To all her other trades she could add that of a sick nurse by vocation, taking an interest in suffering, in medicaments, and in the heart-rending conversations which go on at the bedsides of those about to depart this life. Besides this, she seemed to be full of a tender friendship for Angèle. She loved women of amorous natures, showing her affection by 1,000 little caressing ways. No doubt because of the pleasure they gave mankind, she treated them with the delicate attentions which dealers show towards the more precious of their wares, calling them "my beauty," "my darling," cooing and almost swooning before them, like a lover in the presence of his mistress. Though Angèle was one of those from whom she expected nothing, she petted her up like the others, just by way of principle. When the young woman took to her bed, Madame Sidonie's effusions became quite pathetic. She filled the silent chamber with demonstrations of her devotion. Her husband watched her moving about, his teeth tightly set, and looking as though utterly wrapped up in a silent grief. The disease took a turn for the worse. One evening the doctor informed them that the patient would not live through the night. Madame Sidonie had called early with a preoccupied air, and she kept looking at Aristide and Angèle out of her watery eyes, lighted up every now and then by sudden flashes of fire. When the doctor had taken his departure, she turned down the lamp, and a great silence enveloped all. Death was slowly entering into this warm and dampish room, where the irregular breathing of the dying woman resembled the spasmodic ticking of a clock about to stop. Madame Sidonie had given up the diet drinks, and now allowed the disease to go its course. She had seated herself before the fireplace, at the side of her brother, who was stirring the coals with a feverish hand, and casting now and again an involuntary glance at the bed. Then, as though enervated by the close atmosphere and by the sad spectacle, he withdrew into the adjoining room. Little Clotilde had been shut in there and was playing very quietly with her doll on the edge of the rug. His daughter was smiling up at him when Madame Sidonie, creeping to where he stood, drew him into a corner and commenced to speak in a hushed voice. The door had remained ajar. One could hear the faint rattle in Angèle's throat. "Your poor wife," sobbed the businesswoman. "I fear the end is at hand. You heard what the doctor said?" For all answer, Siccard mournfully bowed his head. "She was a good creature," continued the other, speaking as though Angèle were already dead and buried. "You may find many richer women, and ones more used to the world, but you'll never meet with another heart like hers." And as she stopped and set to mopping her eyes, as though seeking a means of bringing the conversation to the subject she was driving at. "You have something to tell me?" asked Siccard, without any beating about the bush. "Yes. I've been busying myself about you in reference to the matter you spoke of, and I think I have found something.
but at such a moment, you see, my heart is bursting."
She mopped her eyes again. Siccard let her have her way and did not utter a word. Then she made up her mind to speak.
"It's a young girl. Her relations wish to see her married at once," said she. "The dear child has met with a misfortune. There is an aunt who will be willing to make any sacrifice."
She interrupted herself. She was continuing to moan, drawling out her words as though she were still pitying poor Angèle. She did this with the view of making her brother lose patience and forcing him to question her, so as not to have the whole responsibility of the offer she was about to make him. And indeed, an inward feeling of irritation began to work upon the civil servant.
"Come, say what you have to say," said he. "Why do they wish to see this young girl married?"
"She had just left school," resumed the woman of business in a doleful voice, "and a man seduced her down in the country at the home of one of her schoolfellows where she was staying. The father has just discovered her condition. He wished to kill her. The aunt, to save the dear child, made herself her accomplice, and they've both of them told the father a story to the effect that the seducer was a worthy fellow who was longing to redeem his momentary error."
"Therefore," said Siccard in a tone of surprise, as though annoyed, "the man in the country is going to marry the young girl?" "No, he cannot. He's already married."
A pause ensued. The rattle in Angèle's throat resounded more painfully in the quivering atmosphere. Little Clotilde had ceased playing. She was now looking at Madame Sidonie and her father with her great eyes of a thoughtful child, as though she had understood their words. Siccard began to put a few brief questions.
"How old is the young girl?"
19.
"How long has she been in her present condition?"
3 months.
There will no doubt be a miscarriage." "And the family is a wealthy and honorable one?"
"An old middle-class family. The father was a judge. A very handsome fortune."
"What is the aunt prepared to give?"
100,000 francs. Another pause ensued. Madame Sidonie was no longer blubbering. She was on business. Her voice assumed the metallic jingle of a second-hand dealer trying to drive a bargain. Her brother took a covert glance at her and added with some slight hesitation,
"And you? What will you want?"
"We'll talk of that later on," replied she. "You can do me a service in your turn." She waited a few seconds, and as he remained silent, she asked him plainly,
"Well, what have you decided?
These poor women are in despair. They wish to prevent a scandal. They have promised the father to tell him tomorrow the name of the seducer. If you accept, I will send them one of your cards by a commissionaire." Siccard seemed to awaken from a dream. He started and turned with a frightened air towards the adjoining room, where he fancied he had heard a slight noise.
"But I cannot," he said with anguish. "You know very well that I cannot."
Madame Sidonie looked at him fixedly, with a cold and disdainful gaze. All the Rougon blood, all his ardent longings came rushing back to his throat. He took a card from his pocketbook and gave it to his sister, who, after carefully scratching out the address, placed it in an envelope. She then went out. It was barely 9 o'clock. Left alone, Siccard went and pressed his forehead against the icy cold window panes. He forgot himself so far as to beat the tattoo on the glass with the tips of his fingers. But the night was so black, the darkness outside hung about in such strange masses, that he could not help experiencing a feeling of uneasiness, and he mechanically returned to the room in which Angèle was dying.
He had quite forgotten her, and received a terrible shock on finding her half raised up in bed on her pillows. Her eyes were wide open. The flush of life seemed to have returned to her lips and cheeks. Little Clotilde, still holding her doll, was seated on the edge of the bed. The moment her father had turned his back, she had quickly glided into that chamber from which she had so long been kept, and to which her gladsome childish curiosity attracted her. His head full of what his sister had been saying to him, Siccard suddenly beheld his dream dashed to pieces. A frightful thought must have glared from out his eyes. Seized with terror, Angèle tried to bury herself in the bedclothes right up against the wall. But death was nigh. This awakening in the midst of the last agony with the supreme flicker of the lamp going out. The dying woman was unable to move, and as her last remnant of strength left her, she continued to keep her wide-open eyes fixed on her husband, as though to watch his every movement. Siccard, who for a moment had believed in some diabolical resurrection, invented by destiny to keep him in poverty, became reassured on seeing that the wretched woman had scarcely another hour to live. His other feelings gave way to one of intolerable uneasiness. Angèle's eyes said plainly enough that she had overheard the conversation between her husband and Madame Sidonie, and that she feared he would strangle her if she did not die quick enough. And her eyes were also full of the horrible amazement of a gentle and inoffensive nature which learns at the last moment the infamies of this world, and shudders at the thought of having passed years side by side with a bandit. By degrees her look became more kind. She was no longer frightened. She no doubt found excuses for the wretch, as she recollected the desperate struggle he'd been maintaining so long against fate. Followed by the dying woman's gaze, in which he read such bitter reproach, Siccard clung to the furniture for support, and sought the darkest corner of the room. Then, feeling on the point of fainting, he tried to drive away this nightmare which was maddening him, and advanced into the light of the lamp. But Angèle motioned him not to speak, and she continued looking at him with that air of terror-stricken anguish, to which was now joined a promise of pardon. Then he stooped to take up Clotilde in his arms and carry her into the other room. She again forbade him with a movement of her lips. She insisted upon his remaining where he was. She slowly passed away, not once removing her gaze from him, and as he paled beneath it, this gaze grew more and more benign. She forgave with her last sigh. She died as she had lived, tamely, her diffidence in life attending her till death. Siccard stood shivering before the dead woman's eyes, which remained wide open, and transfixed him by their very immobility. Little Clotilde nursed her doll on the edge of the sheet, very gently, though, so as not to wake her mother. When Madame Sidonie got back, it was all over. Like a woman in the habit of performing such operations, she deftly closed Angèle's eyes with a touch of her fingers, and this was an immense relief to Siccard. Then, after putting the little girl to bed, she quickly arranged the room as befits the chamber of death. When she'd lighted 2 candles on the chest of drawers, and carefully drawn the sheet up to the chin of the corpse, she cast a satisfied glance around her, and ensconced herself in an easy-chair, where she dozed till daybreak. Siccard passed the night in the adjoining room, writing letters announcing his wife's death. He interrupted himself now and again, musing and adding up columns of figures on odd bits of paper. On the evening of the day of the funeral, Madame Sidonie took Siccard to her apartment on the mezzanine floor, and grand resolutions were formed there. The civil servant decided that he would send little Clotilde to one of his brothers, Pascal Rougon, a doctor at Plassans who led a bachelor life, wrapped up in the love of silence, and who had often offered to take his niece to live with him to enliven his silent home. Madame Sidonie then made Siccard understand that he could no longer sojourn in the Rue Saint-Jacques. She would take an elegantly furnished apartment for him for a month, somewhere in the neighborhood of the Hôtel de Ville. She would try to find this apartment in a private house so that the furniture should appear to belong to him. As to the chattels in the Rue Saint-Jacques, they should all be sold so as to efface every trace of the past. He could use the money in buying himself a trousseau and some decent clothes. 3 days later, Clotilde was handed over to an old lady who, it so happened, was just starting for the south. And Aristide Siccard, triumphant and rosy-cheeked, looking fatted up in 3 days by the first smiles of fortune, occupied in a quiet and respectable house in the Rue Payenne, situated in the Marais quarter, a charming floor of 5 rooms, through which he wandered with embroidered slippers on his feet. They were the apartments of a young abbé who had been suddenly called to Italy, and who had instructed his servant to let the rooms during his absence. This servant was a friend of Madame Sidoni's, who rather fancied the cloth. She loved priests with the same love that she showered on women, through instinct, no doubt establishing a certain nervous relationship between cassocks and silk skirts. From that time Siccard was ready. He arranged the part he was to play with exquisite art. He awaited without betraying the least emotion the difficulties and niceties of a situation which he had accepted. On the dreadful evening when Angèle died, Madame Sidonie had faithfully told in a few words the misfortune which had overtaken the Béraud. The father, Monsieur Béraud du Châtel, a fine old man of 60, was the last representative of an ancient middle-class family, who could trace their origin much further back than many a noble house. One of his ancestors was a companion of Etienne Marcel. In 1793 his father perished on the scaffold after saluting the Republic with all the enthusiasm of a Paris citizen, in whose veins flowed the revolutionary blood of the city. He himself was one of those Spartan republicans who dream of a government of full justice and wise liberty. Grown old in the magistracy, where he had contracted quite a professional stiffness and severity, he resigned his post of presiding judge in 1851, at the time of the coup d'etat, after refusing to be a member of one of those mixed commissions which dishonored French justice. Since that time he'd been living, solitary and retired, in his mansion on the Ile Saint-Louis, situated at the extremity of the island, almost opposite the mansion of D'Alembert. His wife had died young. Some secret drama, the wound from which still remained unhealed, probably added to the gloom of the judge's grave countenance. He was already the father of a girl of 8, Renée, when his wife expired on giving birth to a second daughter. This latter, who was named Christine, was taken care of by a sister of Monsieur Béraud du Châtel's, the wife of Auberteau the notary. Renée was sent to a convent. Madame Auberteau, who had no child of her own, was filled with quite a maternal affection for Christine, whom she brought up herself. Her husband dying, she took the little one back to her father, and remained between the silent old man and his smiling, fair-haired daughter. Renée was forgotten at her school. During the holidays she filled the house with such an uproar that her aunt heaved a great sigh of relief when she at length escorted her back to the ladies of the Visitation, where the child had been a boarder since she was 8 years old. She did not leave the convent for good until she was 19, and then she went to pass the summer at the home of her friend Adeline, whose parents owned a beautiful estate in the Nivernais. When she came back in October, her Aunt Elizabeth was surprised to find her very grave and profoundly sad. One evening she discovered her stifling her sobs in the pillow, writhing on her bed in an attack of mad grief. In the misery of her despair, the child told her a most heartrending story. A man of 40, rich, married, and whose wife, a young and charming person, was also staying at the house, had violated her during her visit in the country without her daring or knowing how to defend herself. This confession terrified Aunt Elizabeth, who accused herself as though she felt she were an accomplice. She regretted her preference for Christine and could not help thinking that, if she had also kept Renee beside her, the poor child would not have succumbed. Henceforward, to drive away that bitter remorse which her tender nature still further exaggerated, she did her best to sustain the erring one. She bore the brunt of the father's anger when they both apprised him of the horrible truth by the very excess of their precautions. In the bewilderment of her solicitude, she invented that strange project of marriage which to her idea was to arrange everything, appease the father and rehabilitate Renee, and the shamefulness and fatal consequences of which she was unwilling to see. It was never known how Madame Sidonie had got wind of this magnificent piece of business. The honor of the Barreaux had been dragged about in her basket amongst the protested bills of every dolly-mop of Paris. When she learned the story, she almost forced them to accept her brother, whose wife lay at death's door. Aunt Elizabeth ended by thinking that she was under an obligation to this lady, so gentle and humble, and who was so devoted to poor Renee, that she even found her a husband in her own family. The first interview between Siccard and the aunt took place in the little apartment on the upper floor of the Rue du Faubourg Poissonnière. The civil servant who had gained admittance through the carriage entrance in the Rue Papillon understood, on beholding Madame Auberteau arrive by way of the shop and little staircase, all the ingenious mechanism of the two entrances. He was full of tact and good manners. He treated the marriage as a matter of business, but like a man of the world about to settle his gambling debts. Aunt Elizabeth was by far the more trembling of the two. She stammered, not daring to mention the 100,000 francs which she had promised. It was he who first brought forward the money question, in the manner of a solicitor discussing a client's case. According to him, 100,000 francs was a ridiculous fortune for Mademoiselle Renee's husband to start housekeeping upon, and he laid a gentle stress on the word Mademoiselle. Monsieur Barreau de Châtel would despise still more a poor son-in-law. He would accuse him of having seduced his daughter for the sake of her money. Perhaps it might even occur to him to make some secret inquiries. Madame Auberteau, greatly frightened and scared by Siccard's calm and polite way of talking, lost her head and consented to double the sum when he declared that he would not dare to ask for Renee's hand for less than 200,000 francs, not wishing to be considered an infamous fortune hunter. The worthy lady departed quite confused, scarcely knowing what to think of a fellow who could be so indignant and yet enter into such an arrangement. This ends section 3. Section 4 of The Rush for the Spoil by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 4. This first interview was followed by an official visit which Aunt Elizabeth paid Siccard at his apartments in the Rue Payenne. This time she came in the name of Monsieur Barreau. The retired judge had refused to see that man, as he called his daughter's seducer, so long as he was not married to Renee, to whom he had also closed his door. Madame Auberteau had full powers to arrange everything. She appeared delighted with the civil servant's luxurious surroundings. She had feared that the brother of that Madame Sidonie, with the draggled skirts, might be a blackguard. He received her, arrayed in a delicious dressing gown. It was at the time when the adventurers of the 2nd of December, after having paid their debts, were pitching their worn-out boots and frayed coats into the sewers, having their dirty chins shaved, and becoming respectable members of society. Siccard was at length joining the band. He took to cleaning his nails and using at his toilet the most invaluable powder and perfume. He was quite gallant.
He changed his tactics and showed himself most prodigiously disinterested. When the old lady broached the subject of the marriage contract, he made a gesture as though to say that it was a matter of indifference to him. For a week past he'd been studying the code, considering this grave question upon which his future liberty of action in his underhand dealings would depend.
"For goodness sake," said he, "let's say no more about this disagreeable money question. My opinion is that Mademoiselle Renée should remain mistress of her fortune, and I master of mine. The notary will settle all that."
Aunt Elizabeth approved this arrangement. She trembled for fear this fellow, whose iron grip she could vaguely feel, should wish to thrust his fingers into her niece's dowry. She next gave the particulars of this dowry.
"My brother," said she, "possesses a fortune consisting mainly of landed property and houses. He is not the man to punish his daughter by reducing the share he intended for her. He gives her an estate in Sologne, valued at 300,000 francs, as well as a house in Paris, said to be worth about 200,000 francs.
Siccard was quite dazzled. He had not expected such an amount. He slightly turned away his head so as to hide the rush of blood which dyed his face.
"That makes 500,000 francs, continued the aunt, "but I must not hide from you that the Sologne property only yields 2%.
He smiled and repeated his disinterested gesture, wishing to imply that could not affect him, as he declined to meddle with his wife's fortune. He was seated in his easy-chair in an attitude of adorable indifference, with an absent-minded air, his foot playing with his slipper, and he appeared to be listening purely out of politeness. Madame Auberteau, with the good nature of a worthy old soul, spoke with difficulty, choosing her words so as not to wound him.
"Besides that, however, I wish to make Renée a present," she resumed. "I have no children of my own. My fortune will one day devolve to my nieces, and it is not because one of them is in grief that I would now close my hand. The wedding presents for both of them have been long ready. René's consists in some vast plots of ground near Charonne, which I have reason to believe are worth 200,000 francs. Only—" At the word ground, Siccard slightly started. In spite of his pretended indifference, he was listening with profound attention. Aunt Elizabeth became confused, at a loss for words to express what she wished to say. Turning very red, she at length continued, "Only I wish that the ownership of this ground should be settled on René's first child. You no doubt understand my reason. I do not desire that this child should one day be an expense to you. Should it die, the property will become solely René's." He did not display the least sign of disappointment, but his knit brow showed how deeply he was thinking. The plots of ground at Charonne had awakened a host of ideas within him. Madame Auberteau feared she had offended him by speaking of René's child, and she remained abashed and quite unable to continue the conversation. "You have not told me in what street the house property, valued at 200,000 francs, is situated," said he, resuming his pleasant air. "In the Rue de la Pépinière," she replied, "almost at the corner of the Rue d'Astor." This simple answer produced a decisive effect upon him. He could no longer conceal his delight. He drew his easy-chair nearer the lady, and with his southern volubility, and in coaxing tones, said, "Dear madam, have we not said enough? Must we still continue to discuss this horrid money question? Listen, I wish to speak to you with all frankness, for I should be in despair did I not merit your esteem. I lost my wife lately. I have 2 children to look after. I'm practical and sensible. By marrying your niece, I shall be doing everyone a good turn. If you have still any prejudice against me, you'll lose it later on, when I shall have dried all your tears and made the fortunes of all my descendants. Success is a golden flame which purifies everything. I will force Monsieur Barreau himself to hold out his hand to me and thank me." He went rattling on, speaking for a long while in the same strain, with mocking impudence, which showed at times beneath his pleasant air. He talked of his brother the deputy, and of his father the receiver of taxes at Plassans. He ended by completely ingratiating himself with Aunt Elizabeth, who beheld with involuntary joy the drama through which he'd been suffering for a month past terminate almost in a merry comedy in the hands of this clever man. It was settled that they should see the notary on the morrow. As soon as Madame Auberteau took her departure, he went to the Hôtel de Ville and spent the day there examining certain documents with which he was acquainted. At the meeting at the notary's he raised a difficulty. He said that, as René's dowry consisted solely in landed property, he feared it would give her no end of trouble, and he thought it would be wise to sell at least the house in the Rue de la Pépinière and to invest the money for her in the funds. Madame Auberteau wished to refer the matter to Monsieur Barreau de Châtel, who continued to shut himself up in his room. Siccard went out again until the evening. He visited the Rue de la Pépinière. He hurried about Paris with the thoughtful air of a general on the eve of a decisive battle. The next morning, Madame Auberteau stated that Monsieur Barreau de Châtel left everything to her. The marriage contract was drawn up on the basis already discussed. Siccard brought 200,000 francs. René's dowry consisted of the Salon property and the house in the Rue de la Pépinière, which later she undertook to sell. Besides this, she would, in the event of her first child dying, be sole owner of the plots of ground at Charonne given by her aunt. The contract was in accordance with the system of separate estates which preserves to the husband and wife the entire administration of their respective fortunes. Aunt Elizabeth, who was listening attentively to the notary, appeared to be satisfied with this arrangement, which seemed to ensure her niece's independence by placing her fortune beyond the reach of any attempts that might be made upon it. A vague smile played upon Siccard's countenance as he saw the worthy lady approve each clause with a nod. The marriage was fixed to take place at the shortest possible date. When everything was settled, Siccard went and paid a ceremonious visit to his brother Eugène, to announce to him his union with Mademoiselle Renée Barreau de Châtel. This masterstroke astonished the deputy. As he did not attempt to conceal his surprise, the civil servant said, "You told me to look about. I did so, and I have found what I wanted." Eugène, quite at sea at first, then began to see the truth, and in a charming tone of voice he observed, "Come now, you're a clever fellow. You've called to ask me to be your best man, have you not? You may count upon me. If necessary, I will bring all the members of the right of the Corps Législatif to your wedding. That would be a famous thing for you." Then, as he'd opened the door, he lowered his voice to add, "But tell me, I must not compromise myself too much just now, for we have a very difficult law to pass. The lady's condition is not too apparent, is it?" Siccard gave him such a bitter look that Eugène said to himself as he closed the door, "That is a joke that would cost me dear, were I not a Rougon." The marriage was performed at the church of Saint-Louis-en-Île. Siccard and René did not see each other until the eve of the great day. The interview took place in the evening, just at nightfall, in a low room of the Barreau mansion. They examined each other with curiosity. Since arrangements had been entered into for her marriage, René had regained her giddy ways, her light-heartedness. She was a tall girl of an exquisite though turbulent beauty, who'd grown up at random amidst her schoolgirl caprices. She found Siccard little and ugly, but of a restless and intelligent ugliness which did not displease her. He was, moreover, perfect both in manners and conversation. He made a slight grimace on first seeing her. She no doubt appeared to him too tall, taller than he was himself. They exchanged a few words without embarrassment. Had the father been present, he might indeed have thought that they had known each other a long while, that they had committed some grievous fault together. Aunt Elizabeth assisted at the interview and blushed for them. On the day after the wedding, which was quite an event in the Ile Saint-Louis, thanks to the presence of Eugène Rougon, whom a recent speech had brought to the fore, the newly married couple were at length admitted to the presence of Monsieur Béraud du Châtel. Renée wept on finding her father looking older, graver, and more mournful. Siccard, whom nothing had put out of countenance till then, was frozen by the chilliness and the dim light of the apartment, by the sad austerity of the tall old man, whose piercing eyes seemed to him to search into the very depths of his conscience. The retired judge slowly kissed his daughter on the forehead, as though to tell her that he forgave her, and then turning to his son-in-law, "Sir," said he simply, "we have suffered much. I count upon you to make us forget the wrong you have done us." He held out his hand to him, but Siccard stood shivering. He was thinking that if Monsieur Béraud du Châtel had not been bent low by the tragic grief of Renée's shame, he would at a glance and without an effort have seen through Madame Sidonie's machinations. The latter, after having brought her brother and Aunt Elizabeth together, had prudently made herself scarce. She had not even gone to the wedding. He made a point of being very frank with the old man, having read in his look his surprise at finding his daughter's seducer to be a little ugly fellow 40 years old. The newly married couple were obliged to pass the first nights at the Béraud mansion. A month before, Christine had been sent away, so that the child of 14 should have no suspicion of the drama that was being enacted in that house, as serene and undisturbed as a cloister. When she returned home, she gazed with astonishment at her sister's husband, whom she also thought old and ugly. Renée was the only one who did not seem to notice either her husband's age or his sorry appearance. She treated him without contempt as without affection, with an absolute tranquillity through which occasionally gleamed a touch of ironical disdain. Siccard strutted about and made himself at home, and really, thanks to his frankness and good spirits, he little by little won the friendship of one and all. When they took their departure to occupy a superb suite of apartments in a new house in the Rue de Rivoli, Monsieur Béraud du Châtel's look no longer displayed any astonishment, and little Christine romped with her brother-in-law as with an old friend. Renée was at that time 4 months gone in the family way. Her husband was on the point of sending her into the country, when, in accordance with Madame Sidonie's prophecy, she had a miscarriage. She had laced herself up so tightly, to hide her condition, which moreover disappeared beneath the fullness of her skirts, that she was obliged to keep her bed for several weeks. He was delighted with the adventure. Fortune was at length smiling upon him. He'd made a golden bargain, a magnificent dowry, a wife lovely enough to have him decorated in 6 months, and not the least encumbrance. He'd been paid 200,000 francs to give his name to a fetus which the mother would not even look at. From that moment his thoughts lovingly lingered on the plots of ground at Charonne. But for the time being, he was giving all his attention to a speculation which was to form the basis of his fortune. Notwithstanding the high position of his wife's family, he did not at once resign his post at the Hôtel de Ville. He talked of work on hand to be finished and of some other occupation to be sought for. The truth was, he wished to remain till the end on the battlefield where he was playing his first cards. He was, so to say, at home, and could cheat more at his ease. His plan for making his fortune was simple and practical. Now that he possessed more money than he had ever hoped for to commence his operations, he intended to put his designs into execution on a grand scale. He knew Paris by heart. He knew that the shower of gold which was already beating against the walls would fall heavier every day. Clever people had only to open their pockets. He placed himself among the clever ones by reading the future in the offices of the Hôtel de Ville. His duties had taught him what can be stolen in the buying and selling of houses and ground. He was fully acquainted with all the classic swindles. He knew how to sell for 1,000,000 that which only cost 500,000 francs, how to pay the right to ransack the cash boxes of the state, which smiles and shuts its eyes, how by making a boulevard pass over the entrails of some old neighborhood to juggle with 6-storied houses amidst the applause of all the dupes. And that which in those still clouded days, when the chance of speculation was not beyond the period of incubation, made him a terrible gambler, was that he foresaw more than his chiefs themselves respecting the future of stone and plaster reserved to Paris. He'd ferreted about so much, collected together so many clues, that he might have prophesied the spectacle the new districts would offer in 1870. At times, as he walked along the streets, he would look at certain houses in a singular manner, as though they were old friends whose destiny, known to him alone, affected him deeply. 2 months previous to Angel's death, he had taken her one Sunday to the Butte Montmartre. The poor woman delighted in eating at restaurants. She was never more pleased than when, after a long walk, he would take her to dine at some suburban eating house. That day they'd had their dinner right at the top of the hill, in a restaurant with windows overlooking Paris, that ocean of houses with bluey roofs, looking like surging billows filling the immense horizon. Their table was placed before one of the windows. The sight of the Paris roofs enlivened Siccard. At dessert he called for a bottle of Burgundy. He smiled at space. He was most unusually gallant, and his look kept lovingly returning to that living, swarming sea from which issued the deep voice of the crowd. It was autumn. Beneath the vast pale sky the city lay languishing, a soft and tender grey in hue, studded here and there with dark green foliage, which resembled great leaves of nenuphars floating on a lake. The sun was setting behind a red cloud, and whilst the background was filled with a slight haze, a golden dust, an auriferous dew was falling upon the city on the right bank of the river, in the neighborhood of the Madeleine and the Tuileries. It was like the enchanted corner of some city of the Arabian Nights, with trees formed of emeralds, roofs of sapphires, and weathercocks of rubies. There came a moment when a ray of sunshine, gliding between 2 clouds, was so resplendent the houses seemed to flare up and melt away like an ingot of gold in a crucible. "Oh, look," said Siccard with a childish laugh, "a shower of 20-franc pieces has burst over Paris." Angèle began to laugh too, accusing these pieces of not being easy to gather up. But her husband had risen from his seat, and leaning against the handrail of the window, he continued, "That's the Vendôme column shining over there, isn't it? There, more to the right, is the Madeleine. A fine neighborhood where there's plenty to be done. This time it'll all be ablaze. Do you see? One could almost fancy that the whole neighborhood was boiling in some chemist's still." His voice was becoming grave and agitated. The comparison he'd drawn seemed to strike him immensely. He drank a few glasses of Burgundy and was musing, and he went on, stretching out his arm to show the different sights of Paris to Angèle, who was also leaning over the handrail on her side of the window. Yes, what I said was right enough. More than one district will be melted down, and the gold will stick to the fingers of those who heat and stir the copper. That great noodle, Paris, see how immense he is and how innocently he slumbers. Such great towns are always fools. He has no idea of the army of picks that will attack him one of these fine mornings, and some of the mansions in the Rue d'Anjou will not shine so brightly beneath the setting sun if they knew they had no more than 3 or 4 years to live. Angèle fancied her husband was joking. He had at times a taste for immense and disquieting jokes. She laughed, but with a vague fear, at seeing the little man tower above the giant crouched at his feet and shake his fist at him while ironically pursing his lips. "It's already begun," continued he, but nothing to speak of as yet. Look over there, beside that, the Halles. Paris has been cut into four. And with his extended hand, open and sharp-edged like a cutlass, he made a motion as though separating the city into four portions. "You are alluding to the Rue de Rivoli and the new boulevard they're making, aren't you?" asked his wife. "Yes, the great window of Paris, as it's called. They're clearing away the buildings that hide the Louvre and the Hôtel de Ville. But that's mere child's play. It's only good to rouse the public's appetite. When the first improvements are completed, the grand work will begin. The city will be pierced in every direction to unite the suburbs to the main artery. The houses will fall amidst clouds of plaster. Look, follow the direction of my hand a minute. From the Boulevard du Temple to the Barrière du Trône will be one gap. Then, more this way, from the Madeleine to the Plain Monceau will be another, and a third in this direction, another along here, another over there, and still another farther away. In fact, gaps everywhere. Paris hacked about as with a sabre, its veins opened, feeding 100,000 navvies and masons, traversed right and left by splendid strategical ways which will bring the very forts right into the heart of the old quarters of the city." Night was coming on. His dry and nervous hand kept hacking about in space. Angèle slightly shuddered before this living knife, these iron fingers mercilessly chopping up the boundless mass of dusky roofs. For some little while past, the haze of the horizon had been slowly descending from the heights, and she fancied she could hear, beneath the gloom that was gathering in the hollows, a distant and prolonged sound of cracking, as though her husband's hand had really made the openings he'd been speaking of, opening up Paris from one end to the other, severing beams, crushing masonry, leaving in its wake long and frightful wounds of demolished walls. The diminutiveness of this hand, implacably hovering over a giant prey, ended by becoming alarming, and whilst it tore open the entrails of the enormous city without an effort, it seemed to assume a strange shimmer of steel in the bluey twilight. "There will be a third artery," continued Siccard at the end of a pause, as though speaking to himself. "But that one is too distant. I see it less plainly. I've come across only a few signs of it. But it will be pure madness, the infernal gallop of millions, Paris intoxicated and overwhelmed." He again relapsed into silence, his eyes ardently fixed on the city, where the shadows were gathering deeper and deeper. He was probably interrogating that too distant future which escaped him. Then night enveloped all. The city became lost in a confused mass. One could hear it breathing plentifully like some sea, the crest of the pale waves of which is all the eye can distinguish. Here and there, a few walls still preserved a whitish hue, and the yellow flames of the gas jets pierced the gloom one by one, similar to stars shining amidst the darkness of a stormy sky. Angèle shook off her feeling of uneasiness and continued the jest her husband had commenced at dessert. "Ah, well," said she with a smile, "there's been a good shower of those 20-franc pieces. The Parisians are counting them now. Look at the fine piles they're making at our feet." She pointed to the streets which descend from the Butte Montmartre, with their double rows of lighted gas lamps, looking like piles of gold. "And over there," cried she, indicating a galaxy of lights, "that is surely the treasury." The remark made Siccard laugh. They remained a few minutes longer at the window, delighted with this flood of 20-franc pieces, which was ending by covering the whole of Paris. On returning from Montmartre, the civil servant no doubt regretted having gossiped so much. He put it down to the Burgundy, and requested his wife not to repeat the nonsense he'd been saying. He wished, said he, to be considered a serious person. For a long time past,
Siccard had been studying these 3 lines of streets and boulevards, the pretty correct plan of which he had so far forgotten himself as to place before Angèle. When the latter died, he in no wise regretted that she carried with her into the tomb the recollection of all he had said up on the Butte Montmartre. It was there that his fortune lay, in those famous gaps which his hands had, so to say, opened in the very heart of Paris, and he had made up his mind to share his idea with no one, knowing well enough that on the day of the sharing of the spoil there'd be plenty of crows hovering over the gutted city. His original plan had been to purchase on low terms some building or other which he knew beforehand was condemned to shortly come down, and to realize an immense profit by obtaining a substantial indemnity. He would perhaps have decided to make the attempt without a sou, to buy the building on credit and merely to pocket the difference afterwards, like people do on the Bourse, when his second marriage, bringing him in a premium of 200,000 francs, fixed and developed his plan. He had now made his calculations under the name of an intermediary, and without appearing personally in the matter, he would purchase the house in the Rue de la Pépinière from his wife and treble his outlay, thanks to the knowledge he had acquired in his perambulations through the Hôtel de Ville and to his friendly relations with certain influential personages. The reason he started when Aunt Elizabeth told him where the house was situated was because it happened to be in the line of a contemplated thoroughfare, the piercing of which was at that time kept secret outside the sanctum of the prefect of the Seine. This thoroughfare, the Boulevard Malesherbes, would necessitate the clearance of the entire house. It was one of the first Napoleon's old projects which it was proposed to put into execution, to give a normal outlet, so said serious people, to districts lost behind a labyrinth of narrow streets on the slopes of the hills which hem in Paris. This official phrase did not, of course, admit the interest the empire had in the turning over of money, in those vast alterations about the city which left the working classes no time to think. One day at the prefect's, Siccard had ventured to consult that famous plan of Paris on which an august hand had marked in red ink the principal thoroughfares of the second network of streets. These gory-looking strokes from a pen cut deeper into Paris even than did the civil servant's hand. The Boulevard Malesherbes, which razed to the ground some superb mansions in the Rue d'Anjou and the Rue de la Ville-l'Évêque, and which necessitated some very considerable levelling works, was to be laid out one of the first. When Siccard went to inspect the building in the Rue de la Pépinière, his thoughts reverted to that autumn evening, to that dinner he'd eaten with Angèle up on the Butte Montmartre, and during which, while the sun was setting, so thick a shower of gold had seemed to fall about the neighborhood of the Madeleine. He smiled. He fancied that the dazzling cloud had burst right over his own courtyard, and that all he had to do was to go and gather up the 20-franc pieces. Whilst Renée, luxuriously installed in the apartments in the Rue de Rivoli, in the very midst of that new Paris of which she was about to become one of the queens, was meditating on her future toilette, and trying her hand at leading the life of a great lady of fashion, her husband was devoutly nursing his first great scheme. He first of all purchased of his wife the house in the Rue de la Pépinière, thanks to the intermediary of a certain Larsonneau, whom he'd come across prying like himself into the secrets of the Hôtel de Ville, but who'd been foolish enough to get caught one day that he was examining the contents of the prefect's drawers. Larsonneau had set up in business as an agent at the end of a dark and dank courtyard at the foot of the Rue Saint-Jacques. His pride and his covetousness suffered cruelly there. He found himself in the same position as Siccard before his marriage. He had, he would say, also invented a machine for coining 5-franc pieces, only he was minus the funds necessary to take advantage of his invention. It needed only a few words for him to come to an understanding with his former colleague, and he set to work with so good a will that he obtained the house for 150,000 francs.
René was already, at the end of a few months, in need of considerable sums of money. The husband did not appear in the matter except to authorize his wife to sell. When everything was settled, she asked him to invest 100,000 francs for her in the funds, and confidently handed him the money, no doubt as an appeal to his feelings and to shut his eyes regarding the 50,000 francs she retained. He smiled in a knowing manner. It formed part of his calculations that she should squander her money. These 50,000 francs, which were about to disappear in jewelry and lace, were to bring him in cent per cent. He carried his honesty so far, for he was so well satisfied with his first affair, as to really invest René's 100,000 francs and to hand her the certificates. His wife could not realize upon them. He was certain of finding them in the nest if ever he happened to want them. "My dear, this will do for your dress," said he gallantly. When he was in possession of the house, he was skillful enough to sell it twice in a month to fictitious persons, increasing each time the amount paid. The last purchaser gave no less than 300,000 francs. Meanwhile, Larseneau, who alone appeared as representative of the successive landlords, worked upon the tenants. He pitilessly declined to renew the leases unless they consented to a formidable increase of rent. The tenants, who had an inkling of the approaching dispossession, were in despair. They ended by agreeing to the increase, especially when Larseneau added in a conciliatory manner that this increase should remain a fictitious one during the first 5 years. As for the tenants who continued nasty, they were replaced by persons to whom the apartments were let for nothing and who signed everything they were asked to. There was thus a double profit. The rent was raised, and the indemnity reserved to the tenant for his lease was to go to Siccard. Madame Sidonie was willing to assist her brother by starting a piano dealer's in one of the shops. It was then that Siccard and Larseneau were carried away by their greed for gain and rather overreached themselves. They concocted the books of a regular business. They falsified accounts so as to establish the sale of pianos on an enormous footing. During several nights they sat scribbling away together. Worked in this skillful manner, the house increased in value threefold. Thanks to the last sale, to the raising of the rent, to the false tenants, and to Madame Sidonie's piano business, it might be considered worth 500,000 francs when the indemnity commission came to inquire into the matter. The mechanism of the instrument of dispossession, of that powerful machine which during 15 years turned Paris topsy-turvy, breathing fortune and ruin the while, is of the simplest. Directly a new thoroughfare is decided upon, the road inspectors draw up the plan in separate portions and appraise the various buildings to be removed. They generally, after making inquiries, arrive at the total amount of the rents and can thus fix upon the approximate value. The Indemnity Commission, consisting of members of the Municipal Council, always offers something beneath this sum, knowing that the interested parties will be sure to demand more and that there will be a mutual concession. When they are unable to come to terms, the matter is brought before a jury which decides without appeal between the offer of the municipality and the claims of a dispossessed landlord or tenant. Siccard, who had remained at the Hôtel de Ville for the decisive moment, had at one time the impudence to wish to be appointed to appraise his own house when the Boulevard Malesherbes was commenced. But he feared by so doing to paralyze his influence with the members of the Indemnity Commission. He caused one of his colleagues to be chosen, a gentle and smiling young man named Michelin, whose wife, an adorably beautiful creature, came at times to offer her husband's excuses to his chiefs when he absented himself through indisposition. Siccard had noticed that pretty Madame Michelin, who glided so humbly through the half-closed doorways, was all-powerful. Michelin gained some advancement at each illness. He made his way by taking to his bed. During one of his absences, when his wife was calling nearly every morning at the office to say how he was getting on, Siccard came across him twice on the outer boulevard, smoking his cigar with the tender and delighted air which never left him. This filled Siccard with sympathy for the good young man, for the happy couple so ingenious and so practical. He had a great admiration for all money-making machines, cleverly worked. When he'd got Michelin appointed, he called on his charming wife, insisted on introducing her to René, and talked before her of his brother the deputy, the illustrious orator. Madame Michelin understood. From that day her husband kept his most select smiles for his colleague. The latter, who had no intention of taking the worthy fellow into his confidence, contented himself by being present as if by chance on the day when the other proceeded to appraise the house in the Rue de la Pépinière. He assisted him. Michelin, who had the stupidest and emptiest head it is possible to imagine, followed his wife's instructions, which were to satisfy Monsieur Siccard in all things. Moreover, he'd not the slightest suspicion of anything. He imagined that his friend was in a hurry to see him finish his work so as to take him off to a café. The leases, the receipts for rent, Madame Sidonie's famous books passed through his colleague's hands beneath his eyes, without his even having time to check the figures which the other read out. Larceneau was there also, treating his accomplice as a perfect stranger. "Come, put down 500,000 francs, Siccard ended by saying. "The house is worth more. Hurry up. I think there's going to be a change in the staff of the Hôtel de Ville, and I want to talk to you about it so that you may let your wife know." The business was thus carried through. But he still had other fears. He was afraid that the sum of 500,000 francs would appear rather excessive to the indemnity commission for a house which was notoriously only worth 200,000. The formidable rise in the value of the buildings had not then taken place. An inquiry would have caused him to run the risk of serious unpleasantness. He recalled his brother's words, "No noisy scandal or I shall suppress you," and he knew that Eugène was the man to put his threat into execution. It was necessary to blindfold the gentlemen forming the commission and to ensure their goodwill. He cast his eyes on two influential men whom he had made his friends by the way in which he saluted them in the passages whenever he met them. The 36 members of the municipal council were carefully selected by the emperor himself from a list drawn up by the prefect, comprising the senators, deputies, lawyers, doctors, and great manufacturers who prostrated themselves the most devotedly before the power that was. But amongst them all, Baron Gouraud and Monsieur Toutain-Laroche especially deserved the goodwill of the Tuileries by their fervor. All Baron Gouraud's history is contained in this short biography. Made a baron by Napoleon I for supplying bad biscuits to the Grand Army, he had successively been a peer under Louis XVIII, Charles X, and Louis Philippe, and he was now a senator under Napoleon III. He was a worshipper of the throne, of the 4 gilded boards covered with velvet. It mattered little to him who the man was that sat upon it. With his enormous stomach, his ox-like countenance, his elephantine manner, he boasted a delightful rascality. He would sell himself majestically and commit the greatest infamies in the name of duty and conscience. But this man surprised one still more by his vices. Stories were told of him which could only be whispered from ear to ear. His 78 years flourished amidst the most monstrous debauchery. On 2 occasions it had been necessary to hush up some filthy adventures so that his embroidered senator's coat should not be dragged through the dock of the assize court. Monsieur Toutain-Laroche, who was tall and thin and the inventor of a mixture of suet and stearine for the manufacture of candles, had a hankering to enter the Senate. He stuck to Baron Gouraud like a leech. He rubbed up against him with the vague idea that his doing so would bring him luck. In reality, he was thoroughly practical, and had he come across a senator's chair to be sold, he would have fiercely higgled over the price. The empire was about to bring out this greedy nonentity, this narrow mind which had a genius for dabbling in industrial affairs. He was the first to sell his name to a bogus company, one of those associations which sprouted up like poisonous toadstools on the dunghill of imperial speculations. At that time, one could have seen on all the walls a poster bearing the following words in bold black letters: Société Générale of the Ports of Morocco, and beneath which the name of Monsieur Toutain-Laroche, with his title of municipal councillor, appeared at the head of a list of directors, all more or less unknown personages. This proceeding, which has become far more popular since, succeeded wonderfully. The shares were snapped up, though the question of the ports of Morocco was not very clear, and the worthy people who brought their money were themselves unable to explain to what purpose it was to be put. The poster announced in a superb manner the project of establishing commercial stations along the Mediterranean coast. For 2 years past, certain newspapers had been celebrating this magnificent undertaking, which they declared to be more and more prosperous every 3 months. Amongst the municipal council, Monsieur Toutain-Laroche had the reputation of being a first-class administrator. He was one of the strong minds of the neighborhood, and his acrimonious tyranny over his colleagues was only equaled by his devout platitude in the presence of the prefect. He was already engaged in founding a great financial company, the Crédit Viticole, a sort of loan office for vine growers, and to which he would allude in a grave and reticent manner which aroused the covetousness of the fools around him. Siccard secured the protection of these two personages by rendering them certain services, of the importance of which he cleverly pretended to be ignorant. He brought his sister and the Baron together, the latter being then compromised in a very objectionable affair. He took her to him under the pretense of soliciting his support in the favor of the dear woman who had been petitioning for a long time to obtain an order for the supply of curtains to the Tuileries. But it so happened that, when the road inspector left them together, it was Madame Sidonie who promised the Baron to enter into negotiations with certain people who were stupid enough not to have felt honored by the attention that a senator had deigned to bestow on their daughter, a little girl 10 years old. Siccard took Monsieur Toutain-Laroche in hand himself. He maneuvered so as to obtain an interview with him in a corridor, and then brought the conversation round to the famous Crédit Viticole. At the end of 5 minutes, the great administrator, dazed and astounded by the amazing things told him, took the civil service clerk familiarly by the arm and detained him a full hour in the passage. Siccard whispered in his ear some financial deals which were prodigiously ingenious. When Monsieur Toutain-Laroche took his departure, he shook his hand in an expressive manner and gave him the glance of a Freemason. "You shall belong to it," murmured he. "You must really belong to it." Siccard surpassed himself throughout this affair. He carried his prudence so far as not to make Baron Gouraud and Monsieur Toutain-Laroche accomplices. He visited them separately, letting drop a word or two in their ear in favor of one of his friends, who was about to be dispossessed of his house in the Rue de la Pépinière. He was careful to tell each of his confederates that he would mention the matter to no other member of the commission, that it was all very uncertain, but that he counted on his friendliness. The road inspector had done right to fear and to take his precautions. When the documents relating to his house came before the Indemnity Commission, it so happened that one of the members lived in the Rue d'Astor and knew the house. This member protested against the sum of 500,000 francs, which, according to him, should have been reduced to less than half. Aristide had had the impudence to have a claim sent in for 700,000 francs. On that day, Monsieur Toutain-Laroche, who was usually very disagreeable towards his colleagues, was even of a more detestable temper still. He became quite angry and took the part of the landlords. "We're all of us landlords, gentlemen," cried he. "The Emperor wishes to do grand things. Don't let us stick at trifles. This house is no doubt worth the 500,000 francs. It's one of our own people, a city inspector, who fixed this price. Really, one would almost fancy we were living amongst thieves. You'll see, we shall end by suspecting one another." Baron Gouraud, sitting heavily on his chair, watched in a surprised manner, from out of the corner of his eye, Monsieur Toutain-Laroche storming away in favour of the owner of the house in the Rue de la Pépinière. He had a suspicion, but, after all, as this violent outburst saved him the trouble of speaking, he set to slowly nodding his head as a sign of his complete approval. The member hailing from the Rue d'Astor indignantly resisted, determined not to yield to the two tyrants of the commission in a matter in which he felt himself to be the more competent than they. It was then that Monsieur Toutain-Laroche, noticing the Baron's marks of approval, hastily pounced upon the documents relating to the case and said curtly, "Very well. We'll dispel your doubts. If you will allow it, I'll take the matter in hand, and Baron Gouraud shall join me in the inquiry." "Yes, yes," said the Baron gravely. "There must be no underhand dealings to sully our decisions." The documents had already disappeared inside Monsieur Toutain-Laroche's capacious pockets. The commission had no choice but to accept the arrangement. As they stood outside the quay on leaving the meeting, the two cronies looked at each other without smiling. They felt themselves to be confederates, and this added to their assurance. Two vulgar minds would have sought an explanation. They continued to plead the case of the landlords as though they could still be overheard, and to deplore the spirit of mistrust which was insinuating itself everywhere. Just as they were about to separate, the Baron observed with a smile, "Ah, I was forgetting, my dear colleague. I am just about to leave for the country. You would be very kind to make this little inquiry without me. And above all, don't peach. Our colleagues are already complaining that I take too many holidays." "Be easy," replied Monsieur Toutain-Laroche. "I will go at once to the Rue de la Pépinière." He went quietly home with a certain feeling of admiration for the Baron, who so cleverly got out of the most ticklish positions. He kept the documents in his pocket, and at the next sitting of the commission he declared, in a peremptory tone of voice, both in his own name and in the Baron's, that between the offer of 500,000 francs and the claim of 700,000, they should take a medium course and award 600,000 francs. There was not the slightest opposition. The member hailing from the Rue d'Astor, having no doubt reflected, said with great simplicity that he had been mistaken. He had thought it was the next house. It was thus that Aristide Siccard won his first victory. He quadrupled his outlay and secured 2 accomplices. One thing alone made him uneasy. When he wished to destroy Madame Sidonie's famous books, he was unable to find them. He hastened to Larseneau, who boldly avowed that he had them and that he meant to stick to them. The other did not lose his temper. He inferred that he had only been anxious on his dear friend's account, who was far more compromised than he by these entries, which were almost entirely in his handwriting, but that he was quite easy now that he knew they were safe. In reality, he would willingly have strangled his dear friend. He remembered a very compromising document, a bogus inventory, which he'd been foolish enough to draw up, and which must have been left in one of the ledgers. Handsomely remunerated, Larseneau started a business agency in the Rue de Rivoli, where he had offices furnished as luxuriously as any courtesan's apartments. On leaving the Hôtel de Ville, Siccard, having a considerable amount of funds at his disposal, launched madly into speculation, whilst Renée, carried away by her intoxication, filled Paris with the clatter of her equipages, the sparkle of her diamonds, and the whirl of her noisy and adorable existence. Now and again the husband and wife, those two enthusiasts of money and pleasure, penetrated into the chilly mists of the Ile Saint-Louis. They felt as though they were entering a dead city. The Béron mansion, built in the early part of the 17th century, was one of those square buildings, gloomy and severe-looking, with tall, narrow windows, so numerous in the Marais district, and which are let to schoolmasters, manufacturers of seltzer water, and bonders of wines and spirits. The building, however, was in an admirable state of preservation. On the Rue Saint-Louis-en-Ile side, it consisted of only 3 stories 15 and 20 feet high. The ground floor, not near so lofty, had its windows protected by enormous iron bars, windows which sunk dismally into the dreary thickness of the walls, whilst the arched door, almost as broad as high, and bearing a cast iron knocker, was painted a deep green and strengthened with enormous nails, forming stars and lozenges on either panel. This door was typical, with blocks of granite on each flank, half buried in the soil and protected by broad bands of iron. One could see that formerly a gutter had run under the center of this door, the pavement of the porch sloping gently down on either side. But M. Béraud had decided to close up this gutter by having the entrance laid with bitumen. This was, moreover, the only sacrifice he was ever willing to make to modern architecture. The windows of the upper floors were ornamented with slender handrails of wrought iron, which allowed a full view of the colossal sashes of substantial brown wood frames and little greenish panes of glass. Right at the top, opposite the attics, the roof came to an end, and the gutter alone continued on its way to discharge the rainwater into the pipes placed for the purpose. And what tended to increase still further the austere bareness of the frontage was the total absence of any blind or shutter, for at no season of the year did the sun ever shine on these pale and melancholy stones. This frontage, with its venerable air, its middle-class severity, slumbered solemnly amid the peacefulness of the neighborhood, the silence of the street, seldom disturbed by the passage of vehicles. In the interior of the mansion was a square courtyard surrounded by arcades, a kind of Place Royale on a reduced scale, paved with enormous flags, which finished giving to this lifeless abode the appearance of a cloister. Facing the porch, a fountain, a lion's head half worn away, the gaping jaws of which were alone distinguishable, discharged from an iron tube a thick and monotonous water into a trough all green with moss, its edges polished by wear. This water was icy cold. Tufts of grass sprouted up between the flagstones. In summertime a narrow ray of sunshine entered the courtyard, and this occasional visit had whitened a corner of the frontage on the south side, whilst the 3 other walls, morose and blackish, were streaked with mildew. There, in the depths of this courtyard, as chilly and silent as a well, lighted with the white glimmer of a wintry day, one could have thought oneself 1,000 leagues away from that new Paris wherein was flaring every passionate enjoyment amidst the hubbub of the millions. The apartments of the mansion possessed the sad calm, the cold solemnity of the courtyard, reached by a broad staircase with an iron handrail, where the footsteps and the coughing of visitors resounded as in the aisle of a church. They extended in long suites of vast and lofty rooms, in which the ancient furniture of dark woodwork and squat designs seemed lost, and the pale light was only peopled by the figures on the tapestries, whose great colourless bodies were just vaguely distinguishable. All the luxury pertaining to the old Parisian middle classes was there, a stiff and wear-resisting luxury. Chairs, the oak seats of which are scarcely covered with a handful of tow, beds of inflexible material, linen chests in which the roughness of the boards would peculiarly compromise the slender existence of modern dresses. M. Béraud du Châtel had selected his apartments in the darkest portion of the mansion, on the first floor, between the street and the courtyard. He was there in a marvellous surrounding of peacefulness, silence, and shade. When he pushed open the doors, traversing the solemnity of the rooms with his slow and serious step, one could have fancied him one of those members of the old parliaments, whose portraits adorned the walls, returning home wrapped in reverie after discussing and refusing to sign an edict of the king's. But in this still house, in this cloister, there existed a warm nest full of life, a corner of sunshine and gaiety, an abode of adorable childhood, fresh air, and bright light. One had to ascend a host of little staircases, pass along 10 or 12 corridors, go down and come up again, in fact make quite a journey, and then one at last reached a vast chamber, a kind of belvedere built up on the roof at the back of the mansion, right above the Quai de Béthune. It was in a full southern aspect. The window opened so wide that the heavens, with all their rays, fresh air, and azure blue, seemed to enter there. Perched aloft like a pigeon house, the apartment contained long boxes full of flowers, an immense aviary, but not a single article of furniture. There was simply some matting spread over the floor. It was the children's room. Throughout the mansion it was known and called by this name. The house was so cold, the courtyard so damp, that Aunt Elizabeth had dreaded some harm might come to Christine and Renee from this chill breath which hung about the walls. More than once had she scolded the children for running about the arcades and taking a delight in dipping their little arms in the icy water of the fountain. Then she had the idea to turn this out-of-the-way garret to account for them, the only nook wherein the sunshine had been entering and rejoicing all by itself for 2 centuries past in the midst of the cobwebs. She gave them some matting, some birds, and some flowers. The little girls were delighted. During the holidays Renee lived there, bathing in the yellow sunshine, which seemed pleased with the embellishments made to its retreat, and with the 2 fair heads sent to keep it company. The room became a paradise, ever resounding with the chirping of the birds and the chatter of the children. It had been given up to them entirely. They called it our room. It was their domain. They even went so far as to lock themselves in, to prove to their satisfaction that they were the sole mistresses of it. What an abode of happiness! A massacre of playthings lay expiring on the matting in the midst of the bright sunshine. And the great delight of a children's room was, after all, the vast horizon. From the other windows of the mansion there was nothing to gaze upon but black walls a few feet off. But from this one could see all that portion of the Seine, all that district of Paris which extended from the Cité to the Pont de Bercy, flat and immense, and which resembles some primitive city in Holland. Down below, on the Quai de Béthune, were some tumble-down wooden sheds, accumulations of beams and fallen roofs, amidst which the children often amused themselves by watching enormous rats scamper about, with a vague dread of seeing them crawl up the high walls. But it was beyond this that the real delight of the view began. The boom, with its tiers of timbers, its buttresses resembling those of some Gothic cathedral, and the slender Pont de Constantine, swaying like a piece of lace beneath the footsteps of passengers, crossed each other at right angles and seemed to dam up and keep in check the enormous mass of water. Right in front, the trees of the Halles au Vin, and further away the shrubberies of the Jardin des Plantes, were a mass of green and spread out as far as the horizon, whilst on the other side of the river, the Quai Henri IV and the Quai de la Râpée extended their low and irregular buildings, their row of houses which, looked at from above, resembled the tiny wood and cardboard houses the little girls kept in boxes. In the background, to the right, the slate roof of the Salpêtrière rose with a bluish tinge above the trees. Then in the center, descending right down to the Seine, the broad paved banks formed 2 long grey tracks, streaked here and there by a row of casks, a horse and cart, or an empty coal or wood barge lying stranded high and dry. But the soul of all this, the soul which filled the landscape, was the Seine, the living river. It came from afar, from the vague and trembling border of the horizon. It emerged from over there, as from a dream, to flow straight to the children, in the midst of its tranquil majesty, its mighty expansion, which spread and became a flood of water at their feet, at the extremity of the island. The 2 bridges which crossed it, the Pont de Bercy and the Pont d'Austerlitz, seemed like necessary bonds placed there to keep it in check and prevent it rising to the room. The little ones loved the giant. They filled their eyes with its colossal flow, with that ever-murmuring flood which rolled towards them, as though to reach to where they were,
and which they could feel writhe and disappear to the right and left into the unknown, with the docility of a conquered Titan. On fine days, mornings with a blue sky overhead, they were charmed with the beautiful dresses the Seine assumed, varying dresses which changed from blue to green, with 1,000 infinitely delicate tints. One could have fancied them of silk, spotted with white flames and trimmed with frills of satin, whilst the boats drawn up at either bank formed an edging of black velvet ribbon. In the distance especially, the material became quite admirable and precious, like some fairy's tunic of enchanted gauze, beyond the strip of dark green satin, with which the shadow of the bridges girdled the Seine, were plastrons of gold and skirts of some plaited material the color of the sun. The immense sky formed a vaulted roof above this water, these low rows of houses, this foliage of the two parks. Weary at times of this boundless horizon, Renée, already a big girl and full of a carnal curiosity, picked up at school, would take a peep at Petit's floating swimming baths moored to the extremity of the island. She sought to catch a glimpse, between the waving linen clothes hung up on lines in place of a roof, of the men in their bathing drawers, and with their chests all bare. This ends section 4. Chapter 5 of The Rush for the Spoil by Émile Zola. Translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 5. Maxime remained at the College of Plassans until the holidays of 1854. He was 13 years and a few months old and had just passed through the 5th class. It was then that his father decided that he should come to Paris, reflecting that a son of Maxime's age would consolidate his position and establish him for good in the part he played as a rich and serious remarried widower. When he mentioned his plan to Renée, towards whom he prided himself upon being extremely gallant, she negligently answered, "Quite so. Let the little fellow come. He will amuse us a bit. One is bored to death of a morning." The little fellow arrived a week afterwards. He was already a tall, spare urchin with an effeminate face, a delicate, wide-awake look, and pale flaxen hair. But how he was rigged out, good heavens! Cropped to the ears, with his hair so short that the whiteness of his skull was barely covered with a slight shadow, he moreover wore a pair of trousers too short for his legs, carter's shoes, and a frightfully threadbare tunic which was much too full and made him almost look hunchbacked. Thus accoutred, surprised by the new things he saw, he looked round him, not at all timidly, but with the savage, cunning air of a precocious child who hesitates about trusting himself to anyone at once. A servant had just brought him from the railway station, and he was in the large drawing-room, delighted with the gilding of the furniture and the ceiling, completely happy at sight of this luxury amid which he was going to live, when Renée, returning from her tailor's, swept in like a gust of wind. She threw off her hat and the white burnous which she had placed upon her shoulders to shield her from the cold, which was already keen, and she appeared before Maxime, stupefied with admiration, in all the glow of her marvelous costume. The child thought she was disguised. Over a delicious skirt of blue file with deep flounces, she wore a kind of garde française habit in pale grey silk. The labbets of the habit, lined with blue satin of a deeper shade than the file of the skirt, were coquettishly caught up and secured with bows of ribbon. The cuffs of the tight sleeves, the broad facings of the bodice expanded on either side, trimmed with the same satin. And, as a supreme seasoning, as a bold stroke of eccentricity, large buttons imitating sapphires and fastened on blue rosettes adorned the front of the habit in a double row. It was at once ugly and adorable. As soon as Renee perceived Maxime, "It's the little fellow, isn't it?" she asked of the servant. She was surprised to find him as tall as herself. The child was eating her with his eyes. This lady with so white a skin, whose bosom could be seen through a gap of her plaited chemisette, this sudden and charming apparition with her hair raised high on her head, her gloved slender hands and her little masculine boots with pointed heels, delighted him. She seemed to be the good fairy of this warm gilded room. He began to smile, and he was just awkward enough in manner to retain his urchin-like gracefulness. "Why, he's funny!" exclaimed Renee. "But how horrible! How they have cut his hair! Listen, my little fellow, your father will probably only come home for dinner, and I shall be obliged to settle you here. I'm your stepmamma, sir. Will you kiss me?" "Willingly," answered Maxime without any fuss, and he kissed the young wife on both cheeks, taking hold of her by the shoulders, whereby the garde française habit was a trifle crumpled. She freed herself, laughing and saying, "Dear me, how funny he is, the little shearling!" Then again approaching him and more serious, "We shall be friends, shan't we? I want to be a mother to you. I reflected about it while I was waiting for my tailor, who was engaged, and I said to myself that I ought to be very kind and bring you up quite properly. I will be very nice." Maxime continued looking at her with his blue minx-like eyes, and suddenly, "How old are you?" he asked. "But that is a question one never asks," she exclaimed, clasping her hands together. "He doesn't know it, poor little fellow. It will be necessary to teach him everything. Fortunately, I can still confess my age. I am 21. I shall soon be 14. You might be my sister." He did not finish his sentence, but his eyes added that he had expected to find his father's second wife much older. He was very near her, and looked at her neck so attentively that she almost finished by blushing. Besides, her giddy head was turning. It could never dwell for long on the same subject, and she began to walk about and talk of her tailor, forgetting that she was addressing a child. "She ought to have been here to receive you, but just fancy, Worms brought me this costume this morning. I tried it on and found it rather successful. It is very stylish, isn't it?" She had placed herself before a mirror. Maxime was coming and going behind her to examine her on all sides. "However, as I put on the coat," she added, "I noticed there was a large fold there on the left shoulder. Do you see? That fold is very ugly. It makes me look as if I had one shoulder higher than the other." He had approached and passed his finger over the fold, as if to smooth it down, and his vicious schoolboy hand seemed to tarry on the spot with a certain amount of satisfaction. "Well," she continued, "I couldn't wait. I had the horses harnessed, and I went to tell Worms what I thought of his inconceivable carelessness. He promised me he would set it right." Then she remained in front of the mirror, still looking at herself, lost as it were in a sudden reverie. She ended by placing a finger on her lips with an air of thoughtful impatience, and in a low voice, as if talking to herself, she said, "There's something wanting. Yes, really, there's something wanting." Then, with quick motion, she turned and stationed herself in front of Maxime and asked him, "Is it really the thing? Don't you think there's something wanting? A trifle, a bow somewhere?" The schoolboy, reassured by the young woman's familiarity, had regained all the assurance of his forward nature. He drew back, drew near, blinked his eyes, and muttered, No, nothing's wanting. It's very pretty, very pretty. I rather think that there's something too much." He slightly blushed despite his audacity, drew still nearer, and tracing with his fingertip an acute angle on Renee's breast. "In your place," he continued, "I should round that lace like that, and put on a necklace with a large cross."
She clapped her hands and looked radiant. That's it, she cried. I had the large cross on the tip of my tongue. She folded back her chemisette, disappeared for a couple of minutes, and then returned with the necklace and the cross, and placing herself again in front of the mirror with an air of triumph. Oh, that's the ticket, quite the ticket, she muttered. The little shearling isn't at all a fool. Did you dress women in the country, then? I see that we shall really be good friends. But you must listen to me. To begin with, you must let your hair grow, and you mustn't wear that frightful tunic any more. Besides, you must pay proper attention to my lessons in good manners. I want you to be a nice young man. Why, of course, said the child naively, as Papa is rich at present, and as you are his wife. She smiled, and with her usual vivacity. Then let us begin by thee and thouing one another. I say thou, and you in the same breath. It's stupid. You'll love me a great deal. I'll love you with all my heart, he answered with the effusive manner of an urchin towards his sweetheart. Such was Maxime and René's first interview. The lad did not go to school till a month later. During the earlier days his stepmother played with him as with a doll. She polished off his countrified air, and it must be added that he seconded her with extreme willingness. When he appeared, dressed from head to foot in new clothes, supplied by his father's tailor, she gave a cry of joyous surprise. He was as pretty as a heart, such was her expression. The only thing was that his hair grew with most annoying sluggishness. The young woman frequently said that all one's face was in one's hair. She tended her own devoutly. For a long while she'd been greatly worried by its color, that particularly pale yellow tint which reminded one of the best butter. But when the fashion of wearing yellow hair set in, she was delighted, and to make people believe that she did not follow the fashion by compulsion, she declared that she dyed her hair every month. Maxime was already terribly knowing for his 13 years. He was one of those frail, precocious natures in which the senses assert themselves early. He practiced vice even before he knew desire. On 2 occasions he had all but been expelled from the college. Had René's eyes been accustomed to provincial graces, she would have noticed that despite his ill-fitting clothes, the little shearling, as she called him, smiled, turned his neck, and extended his arms in a pretty way, with the feminine air of those who serve as schoolboys' girls. He was very careful about his hands, which were slight and long, and although his hair remained cropped short by order of the principal, an ex-colonel of engineers, he possessed the little looking-glass which he pulled out of his pocket during lesson time, which he placed between the pages of his book, and into which he gazed for whole hours, examining his eyes, his gums, making pretty faces at himself, and learning various kinds of coquetry. His schoolfellows hung round his blouse as round a skirt, and he buckled his belt so tightly that he had a grown woman's slim waist and undulation of the hips. To tell the truth, he received as many blows as caresses. The College of Plassans, a den of little bandits, like most provincial colleges, thus proved to be a hotbed of contamination, in which Maxime's neutral temperament and childhood fraught with evil owing to some mysterious hereditary cause, were singularly developed. Fortunately, age was about to alter him, but the trace of his childish abandonments, the effemination of his whole being, the time when he had thought himself a girl, were destined to remain in him and strike him forever in his virility. René called him Mademoiselle, without knowing that 6 months earlier she would have spoken the truth. To her he seemed very obedient, very loving, and indeed his caresses often made her ill at ease. He had a manner of kissing that heated her skin. But what delighted her was his artfulness. He was exceedingly funny and bold, already speaking of women with a smile, and holding his own against René's friends, dear Adeline, who had just married Monsieur d'Espinay, and fat Suzanne, married quite recently to the great manufacturer Hafner. When he was 14, he had a passion for the latter. He had taken his stepmother into his confidence, and she was greatly amused. "For myself, I should have preferred Adeline," she said. "She's prettier." "Perhaps so," replied the urchin, "but Suzanne is ever so much fatter. I like fine women. It would be very kind of you to speak to her for me." Renee laughed. Her doll, this tall urchin with the girl's manners, seemed to her more amusing than ever since he was in love. The time came when Madame Hafner seriously had to defend herself. Moreover, the ladies encouraged Maxime with their stifled laughter, their unfinished sentences, and the coquettish attitudes which they assumed in his presence. There was a touch of very aristocratic debauchery in all this. The three of them, scorched by passion amid their tumultuous life, lingered over the urchin's delightful depravity as over a novel, harmless spice which tickled their palates. They let him touch their dresses and pass his fingers over their shoulders when he followed them into the anteroom to help them on with their wrappers. They passed him along from hand to hand, laughing like lunatics when he kissed their wrists near the veins, on the spot where the skin is so soft. Then they became maternal and learnedly taught him the art of being a fine gentleman and pleasing women. He was their toy, a little fellow of ingenious mechanism who kissed and courted, who had the most delightful vices in the world, but who remained a plaything, a little cardboard puppet whom they did not much fear, though just enough to quiver very agreeably at the touch of his childish hand. After the holidays, Maxime went to the Lycée Bonaparte. It was the college of fashionable society, the one that Siccard was bound to choose for his son. However soft and light-headed the little fellow might be, he still had a keen intelligence, but he applied it to something very different to classical studies. However, he was a tolerably efficient pupil who never fell to the bohemian level of dunces, but remained among the well-dressed and properly conducted young gentlemen of whom nothing was ever said. All that remained to him of his early youth was a perfect worship for dress. Paris opened his eyes, made him a swell young man, tightly buttoned up in his clothes and following the fashions. He was the Brummel of his class. He presented himself there as he would have presented himself in a drawing-room, daintily booted, tightly gloved, with prodigious neckties and ineffable hats. There were some 20 pupils of the kind who formed a sort of aristocracy, who in leaving school for the day offered each other Havana cigars contained in cases with gold mountings, and who were followed by servants in livery carrying their packets of books. Maxime had persuaded his father to buy him a tilbury and a little black horse which were the admiration of his schoolfellows. He himself drove, while on the seat behind sat a footman with folded arms, who carried on his knees the collegian's copybook case, a perfect ministerial portfolio in brown leather. And you should have seen how lightly, scientifically, and correctly Maxime came in 10 minutes from the Rue de Rivoli to the Rue du Havre, drew his horse up sharp before the college door, and said to the footman, "At 4:30, Jacques, eh?" The neighboring shopkeepers were delighted with the grace of this fair-haired youngster, whom twice a day, at regular hours, they saw arrive and start off in his trap. On returning home, he sometimes gave a lift to a friend, whom he set down at his door. The two children smoked, looked at the women, and splashed the passers-by as if they were returning from the races. 'Twas an astonishing little world, a conceited, foolish brood that could be seen each day in the Rue de Havre, correctly attired in mashers' jackets, aping rich and wearied men, whilst the bohemian contingent of the college, the real schoolboys, arrived shouting and shoving, stamping on the pavement with their heavy shoes, and with their hooks hanging at the end of a strap over their backs. Renee, who wished to consider the part she played as a mother and a schoolmistress a serious one, was delighted with her pupil. It is true that she neglected nothing to perfect his education. She was then passing through a period full of mortification and tears. A lover had abandoned her,
in scandalous style, in sight of all Paris, to attach himself to the Duchess de Sternich. She dreamt that Maxime would be her consolation. She made herself older. She endeavored to be maternal, and became the most eccentric mentor that can be imagined. Maxime's Tilbury often remained at home. It was Renée who came to fetch the collegian with her roomy carriage. They hid the brown portfolio under the cushion, and went to the Bois de Boulogne then in its freshness. She there gave him a course of lectures on high elegance. She pointed out to him the upper ten of imperial Paris, fat and happy, still ecstasied by the warm touch which changed the starvelings and pigs of the day before into great lords and millionaires puffing and fainting under the weight of their cash boxes. But the youngster particularly questioned her about women, and as she was very familiar with him, she gave him precise particulars. Madame de Guende was stupid but admirably formed. The wealthy Countess Vanska had been a street singer before she married a Pole who was said to beat her. As for the Marchioness d'Espanay and Suzanne Hafner, they were inseparable. And although they were René's intimate friends, she added, compressing her lips as if to prevent herself from saying any more, that some very nasty stories were told about them. Beautiful Madame de Lorentz was also a very compromising woman, but she had such pretty eyes, and after all everyone knew that she herself was irreproachable, although somewhat too much mixed up in the intrigues of the poor little women who frequented her, Madame d'Ast, Madame Tessière, and the Baroness de Meinhold. Maxime wished to have the ladies' portraits, and with them he adorned an album which remained on the drawing-room table. With that vicious artfulness which was his predominant characteristic, he tried to embarrass his stepmother by asking her for particulars concerning the fast women, at the same time pretending to take them for women of society. Renée, becoming moral and serious, said that they were frightful creatures and that he ought to carefully avoid them. Then, forgetting herself, she talked about them as if they were people whom she had known intimately. One of the youngster's great delights was to set her talking about the Duchess de Sternich. Every time that her carriage passed theirs in the Bois, he never missed naming the Duchess with cruel artfulness and an underglance which proved that he was acquainted with René's last adventure. Then she, in a harsh voice, tore her rival to pieces. How old she was looking, poor woman! She painted her face. She had lovers hidden in all her cupboards. She had given herself to a chamberlain so as to be in the imperial bed. And Renée ran on, while Maxime, to exasperate her, declared that he thought Madame de Sternich charming. Such lessons singularly developed the collegian's intelligence, and this all the more as his young teacher repeated them everywhere, in the Bois, at the theatre, and in the drawing-rooms. The pupil thus became very proficient. Maxime adored living amid women's skirts, finery, and rice powder. He always remained somewhat girlish with his tapering hands, his beardless face, and his white, fleshy neck. Renée gravely consulted him about her dresses. He knew the good costumier of Paris, and pronounced judgment upon each of them in a word. He talked about the savour of such a one's bonnets, and the logic of such a one's dresses. At 17, there was not a milliner whom he had not proved, not a bootmaker whose heart he had not penetrated and studied. This strange abortion, who during the English lessons at college read the prospectuses that his parfumé sent him every Friday, would have delivered a complete discourse on Parisian society, customers, and tradespeople included, at an age when country youngsters don't dare look a housemaid in the face. On his way home he often brought a bonnet, a box of soap, or an article of jewelry that his stepmother had ordered the day before. Some strip of musk-scented lace always lingered in his pockets. However, his great affair was to accompany Renée when she called on the illustrious Worms, the tailor of genius, before whom the queens of a second empire fell on their knees. The great man's waiting-room was vast, square, and furnished with roomy divans. Maxime entered it with a feeling of religious emotion.
Dresses certainly have a special perfume. Satin, velvet, lace had there mingled their light aroma with that of women's hair and amber-shaded shoulders, and the atmosphere of the room retained an odoriferous warmth, an incense of flesh and luxury, which transformed the apartment into a chapel consecrated to some secret divinity. It was often necessary for Renée and Maxime to dance attendance during hours. A series of feminine solicitors were there, waiting their turn, dipping biscuits into glasses of Madeira, taking a snack on the large central table covered with bottles and plates full of little cakes. The ladies were at home. They talked freely, and when they ensconced themselves around the room, you would have thought that a flight of lesbian nymphs had alighted on the divans of a Parisian drawing-room. Maxime, whom they put up with and even liked on account of his girlish air, was the only man admitted into the circle. He there tasted divine delight. He glided along the divans like a supple snake. He was discovered under a skirt, behind a bodice, or between two dresses, where he made himself as small as possible and kept very quiet, inhaling the perfumed warmth of his feminine neighbors. "That youngster pokes himself everywhere," said the Baroness de Meinhold, tapping him on the cheeks. He was so slightly built that the ladies did not think him more than 14. They amused themselves by intoxicating him with the illustrious Worm's Madeira, whereupon he said some astounding things which made them laugh till they cried. However, it was the Marchioness d'Espinay who hit upon the right remark for the circumstance. As Maxime was discovered one day in a corner of a divan behind her back, "That boy ought to have been a girl," she murmured, seeing him so rosy and blushing, so penetrated with the delight he had experienced at being close to her. Then, when the great Worms finally received Renée, Maxime followed her into the study. He had ventured to speak 2 or 3 times, whilst the master became absorbed in contemplating his customer, just like Leonardo da Vinci in presence of the Joconde, according to the pontiffs of art. The master had deigned to smile at the appropriateness of Maxime's remarks. He made Renée stand upright before a mirror, rising from the parquetry to the ceiling, and he pondered with a contraction of the eyebrows, whilst the young woman, affected, caught her breath so as not to stir. And after a few minutes the master, as if seized and shaken by inspiration, roughly and jerkily described the work of art he had just conceived, exclaiming in curt phrases, "Montespan dress in ash-tinted silk, the train describing a rounded skirt in front, large bow of grey satin catching it up on the hips. Finally, an apron composed of puffs of pearl grey tulle, the puffs separated by bands of grey satin." He again reflected, seemed to dive to the very depths of his genius, and with the triumphant grimace of a python seated upon the tripod, he concluded, "In the hair, upon this smiling head, we will place the dreamy butterfly of Psyche with wings of changeful blue." But on other occasions inspiration was sluggish. The illustrious Worms summoned it in vain and concentrated his faculties to no purpose. He tortured his eyebrows, turned livid, took his poor head, which he wagged in despair, between his hands, and conquered, throwing himself into an armchair. "No," he would mutter in a sorrowful voice. "No, not today. It isn't possible. These ladies presume too much. The source is dried up." And he would turn Renée out of doors, repeating, "Impossible, impossible, dear madame. You must call again another day. I'm not in the vein to deal with your style this morning." The fine education that Maxime received had a first result. At 17, the youngster seduced his stepmother's maid. The worst of the affair was that girl found herself in the family way. It was necessary to send her into the country with the kid and make her a small allowance. Renée was terribly vexed by this adventure. Siccard occupied himself about it merely to settle the pecuniary side of the question, but the young woman roundly scolded her pupil. To think he should compromise himself with such a girl when she wanted to make a gentleman of him! What a ridiculous, shameful beginning! What a disgraceful prank! If he had at least only launched forth with one of those ladies! "Oh, quite so," he answered quietly. "If your dear friend Suzanne had only chosen, she could have gone into the country instead of the maid." "Oh, you naughty fellow," muttered René, disarmed and enlivened by the idea of seeing Suzanne retire into the country with an allowance of 1,200 francs a year. Then a funnier thought occurred to her, and forgetting her part as an irritated mother, bursting into pearly laughter which she restrained with her fingers, she stammered, glancing at him out of the corner of her eyes, "I say, how angry Adeline would have been with you, and what a scene she would have had with her—" She did not finish. Maxime was laughing with her. Such was the fine ending of René's lecture on this occasion. Meanwhile, Siccard troubled himself but little concerning the two children, as he called his son and his second wife. He left them complete liberty, feeling happy at seeing them such good friends, whereby the flat was filled with noisy gaiety. It was a singular flat, this first floor in the Rue de Rivoli. The doors were opening and shutting all day long. The servants talked aloud. Through the fresh, bright luxury of the place there constantly swept a flight of huge skirts and processions of tradespeople. And in addition there was all the disorder occasioned by René's friends, Maxime's chums, and Siccard's visitors. From 9 till 11 a.m. the last named received the strangest throng one could find: senators and lawyers' clerks, duchesses and old clothes dealers, all the scum but the tempests of Paris landed of a morning at his door. Silk dresses, dirty skirts, blouses, dress coats, all of which he received with the same hasty language and the same impatient, nervous gestures. He settled the business affair in a couple of minutes, dealt with 20 difficulties at once, and furnished solutions on the run. One would have thought that this restless little man, whose voice was very loud, was fighting in his study with his visitors, with the furniture, turning somersaults, knocking his head against the ceiling to make ideas flash forth from it, and always falling victorious on his feet again. Then at 11 o'clock he went out and was not seen again for the day. He lunched, and indeed he often dined away from home. Then the house belonged to René and Maxime. They took possession of the father's study. They unpacked the tradespeople's cardboard boxes there, and articles of finery lay about among the business papers. At times, serious people waited for an hour at the door of the study, whilst the collegian and the young woman seated at either end of Siccard's writing table discussed a bow of ribbon. René had the horses put to 10 times a day. They seldom shared a meal together. 2 of the 3 were ever on the wing, forgetting time, and only returning home at midnight. It was a dwelling of noise, business, and pleasure, into which modern life swept like a gust of wind, with a sound of chinking gold and rustling dresses. Aristide Siccard had found his vein at last. He had revealed himself as a great speculator and juggled with millions. After the masterly stroke of the Rue de la Pépinière, he boldly threw himself into the struggle, which was beginning to scatter flashing triumphs and shameful wrecks through Paris. At first he executed safe strokes, repeating his first success, buying up houses which he knew to be threatened with a pickaxe, and utilizing his friends so as to obtain heavy indemnities. There came a moment when he had 5 or 6 houses, those houses that he had looked at so strangely in former times, as acquaintances of his when he was merely a poor road inspector. But all that was the mere infancy of art. It did not require much cunning to run out leases, to plot with tenants, and to rob the state and private people, and he considered that the game was not sufficiently remunerative. For that reason he soon placed his genius at the service of more complicated affairs. Siccard at first invented the dodge of buying houses secretly on behalf of the city of Paris. The latter situation had become a difficult one owing to a decision of the Council of State. The city authorities had purchased, by private contract, a large number of houses in the hope of running out the leases and getting rid of the tenants without the payment of an indemnity. But these purchases were considered by the Council of State to be real expropriations, and the city had to pay. It was then that Siccard offered to lend his name to the city. He bought houses, ran out the leases, and for a consideration handed the property over to the authorities at the date agreed upon. Indeed, he finished by playing a double game. He bought property both for the city and for the prefect. When the affair was too tempting, he stuck to the house himself. The state paid. In reward for his services, he obtained the right to cut bits of streets and open spaces which had been planned, a right which he sold again to someone else before the new thoroughfare was even commenced. It was a hot game. People gambled with the new streets just as with stocks and shares. Certain ladies, pretty prostitutes, intimate with high functionaries, were in the swing. One of them, whose white teeth are famous, nibbled whole streets on various occasions. Siccard grew more hungry than ever, feeling his desires increase at the sight of the flood of gold which glided between his fingers. It seemed to him as if a sea of 20-franc pieces expanded around him, swelling from a lake to an ocean, filling the vast horizon with a strange wave-like noise, a metallic music which tickled his heart. And he grew adventurous, becoming each day a bolder swimmer, diving, rising again to the surface, now on his back, now on his belly, crossing this immensity in fair and foul weather alike, and relying on his strength and skill to prevent him from ever sinking to the bottom. Paris was then disappearing in a cloud of plaster dust. The times that Siccard had predicted on the heights of Montmartre had come. The city was being slashed to pieces with saber strokes, and he had a finger in every slash, in every wound. He had piles of building materials derived from demolished houses in the four corners of the city. In the Rue de Rome he was mixed up in that astonishing story of a pit which a company dug to carry off 5,000 or 6,000 cubic meters of soil and create a belief in a gigantic enterprise, and which had to be filled up again by bringing soil from Saint Ouen when the company had failed. Siccard got out of the affair with his conscience at ease and his pockets full, thanks to his brother Eugène, who was kind enough to intervene. At Chaillot he assisted in cutting through the heights and throwing them into a hollow to make way for the boulevard running from the Arc de Triomphe to the Alma Bridge. In the direction of Passy, it was he who had the idea of scattering the refuse cleared away from the Trocadero upon the plateau, so that the good soil is nowadays 2 yards below the surface, and even weeds refuse to grow amid the broken plaster. He might have been found in 20 directions at once, at every spot where there was some insurmountable obstacle, a mass of clearings which no one knew what to do with, a hollow which it was difficult to fill up, a pile of soil mingled with plaster over which the engineers, in their feverish haste, grew impatient, but which he sifted with his own hands, and which he always finished by finding some sop or other, or a speculation in his own peculiar line. On the same day he ran from the works round about the Arc de Triomphe to those of the Boulevard Saint-Michel, from the clearings of the Boulevard Malesherbes to the embankments of Chaillot, dragging with him an army of workmen, lawyers, shareholders, dupes, and scamps. But his purest glory was the Crédit Viticole, which he had established in conjunction with Hutin-Laroche. The latter was the official director. He himself only figured as a member of the board. In this circumstance, Eugène had again done his brother a good turn. Thanks to him, the government authorized the establishment of the company and watched its operations with great indulgence. On one difficult occasion, when an evil-minded newspaper ventured to criticize one of the company's operations, the Moniteur went so far as to publish a note forbidding any discussion concerning so honorable an undertaking, which the state deigned to patronize. The Crédit Viticole was based on an excellent financial system. It lent farmers half of the estimated value of their property, obtained a mortgage as guarantee for the loan, and received interest from the borrowers as well as an annual installment of the principal. No financial system was ever more dignified or proper. Eugène had informed his brother with a sly smile that the Tuileries wished people to be honest. M. Toutain-Laroche interpreted this wish by letting the farmers' loan machine work quietly, and by annexing to it a banking house which attracted capital and gambled feverishly, launching forth into all sorts of adventurous enterprises. The Crédit Viticole, thanks to the formidable impulsion it received from its director, soon enjoyed a well-established reputation of solidity and prosperity. At the outset, in view of offering at the Bourse at one go a mass of shares freshly detached from their counterfoils, and to give them the aspect of having long been in circulation, Siccard ingeniously had them trodden on and beaten during a whole night by the bank collectors provided with birch brooms. The headquarters of the Crédit Viticole might have been taken for a branch of the Bank of France. The house where the offices were located seemed to be the grave and dignified temple of Mammon, with its courtyard full of equipages, its solemn iron railings, its broad flight of steps, and its monumental staircase, its suites of luxurious private rooms, and its world of clerks and liveried lackeys. And nothing could fill the public with more religious emotion than the sanctuary, the cashier's office, reached by a passage of sacred bareness, and where one perceived the safe, the god crouching, embedded in the wall, squat and somniferous, with its 3 locks, its massive flanks, and its air of divine brutishness. Siccard jobbed a big affair with the city of Paris. The latter, hard up, crushed by its debt, dragged into this dance of millions which it had started to please the emperor and fill certain people's pockets, was now reduced to borrowing covertly, not caring to own its violent fever, its stone and pickaxe madness. It had just begun to issue what it called delegation bonds, real bills of exchange at a distant date, so as to pay the contractors on the very days that the agreements were signed, and thus enable them to obtain money by having these bonds discounted. The Crédit Viticole had graciously accepted this paper from the contractors, and one day, when the city was in need of money, Siccard went to tempt it. A considerable sum was lent it on the security of delegation bonds which M. Toutain-Laroche swore he had obtained from contracting companies, and which he had dragged through all the gutters of speculation. After that, the Crédit Viticole was above attack. It held Paris by the throat. The director now only talked with a smile about the famous Société Générale of the ports of Morocco, and yet it still existed, and the newspapers continued regularly extolling the great commercial stations. One day, when M. Toutain-Laroche tried to persuade Siccard to take some shares in this enterprise, the latter laughed in his face, asking him if he thought him fool enough to invest his money in the General Company of the Arabian Nights. This ends Section 5.
Section 6 of The Rush for the Spoil by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 6. Siccard had so far speculated successfully, with safe profits, cheating, selling himself, making money by contracts, deriving some sort of gain from each of his operations. Soon, however, this jobbing did not suffice him. He disdained gleaning picking up the gold which folks like Toutaine-la-Roche and Baron Gouraud dropped behind them. He plunged his arms into the bag up to the shoulders. He went into partnership with Mignon, Charrier and Company, the famous contractors, who were then just starting, and who were destined to make colossal fortunes. The city of Paris had already decided not to execute the works itself, but to have the boulevards laid out by contract. The contracting companies agreed to deliver a thoroughfare complete, with its trees planted, its benches and lampposts duly placed, in exchange for a specified indemnity. At times they even delivered the thoroughfare for nothing, finding themselves amply remunerated by retaining the bordering building ground, for which they asked a greatly enhanced price. The fever of speculation in land, the furious rise in the value of house property date from this period. Siccard, thanks to his connections, obtained a grant to lay out 3 lots of boulevard. He was the ardent and somewhat muddling soul of the partnership. Messieurs Mignon and Charrier, his dependents at the outset, were fat, artful fellows, master masons who knew the value of money. They laughed slyly at sight of Siccard's equipages. They generally retained their blouses, never refused to shake hands with a workman, and returned home covered with plaster dust. They came from Langres, both of them, and into this burning, never-satisfied Paris they brought their Champagne's prudence, their calm brains, somewhat obtuse and deficient in intelligence, but very quick in profiting of opportunities for filling their pockets, free to enjoy themselves later on. If Siccard promoted the affair and infused life into it with his fire and rageous appetite, Messieurs Mignon and Charrier, by their plodding habits, their narrow, methodical management, prevented it a score of times from being capsized by the astonishing imagination of their partner. They would never consent to have superb offices in a mansion which he wanted to build to astonish Paris. They also refused to entertain the secondary speculations which sprouted in his brain every morning, such as the erection of concert halls and vast bathing establishments on the building ground bordering their thoroughfare, of covered galleries which would have doubled the rent of the shops and have allowed people to circulate through Paris without getting wet. To put a stop to these plans which frightened them, the contractors decided that the building ground should be divided between the 3 partners, and that each should do what he pleased with his share. They themselves wisely continued selling their lots while he built upon his. His brain boiled. He would in all seriousness have proposed placing Paris under a huge bell glass to change it into a conservatory and grow pineapples and sugar cane there. Turning over money by the shovelful, he soon had 8 houses on the new boulevards. He had 4 that were completely finished, 2 in the Rue de Marignan and 2 on the Boulevard Haussmann. The 4 others, situated on the Boulevard Malesherbes, remained in progress, and indeed one of them, a vast enclosure of planks where a magnificent mansion was to rise, had only the flooring of the first floor laid. At this period his affairs became so complicated, he had so many strings attached to each of his fingers, so many interests to watch over and puppets to set in motion, that he slept barely 3 hours a night and read his correspondence in his carriage. The marvelous thing was that his cash-box seemed inexhaustible. He was a shareholder in every company, built houses with a kind of fury, turned himself to every trade, and threatened to inundate Paris like a rising tide, without once being seen to realize a clear profit or pocket a large sum shining in the sunlight. The river of gold, of unknown source, which seemed to flow from his study in quickly recurring waves, astonished the Parisian cockneys, and at one moment made him the prominent man to whom the newspapers ascribed all the witticisms of the Bourse. With such a husband, Renée was about as little married as she could be. She remained for whole weeks almost without seeing him. On the other hand, he was perfect. He threw his cash-box wide open for her.
In point of fact, she liked him as she would have liked an obliging banker. When she went to the Béraud mansion, she praised him highly before her father, whose severity and coldness did not abate on account of his son-in-law's fortune. Her contempt had fled. This man seemed so convinced that life is a mere business affair. He was so plainly born to coin money out of whatever fell into his hands, women, children, paving stones, sacks of mortar, and consciences, that she could not reproach him for having made their marriage a bargain. Since that bargain, he in a measure looked upon her as upon one of those fine houses which honored him and from which he expected to derive large profits. He liked to see her well dressed, noisy, making all Paris turn the head. It consolidated his position, doubled the probable figure of his fortune. By his wife he seemed handsome, young, amorous, and giddy. She was a partner, an accomplice without knowing it. A new pair of horses, a dress costing 2,000 crowns, a weakness for a lover, facilitated, often ensured the success of his most remunerative transactions. Moreover, he frequently pretended to be worn out, and sent her to a minister's or some functionaries to solicit an authorization or receive a reply. "And be good," he said to her in a tone at once jesting and coaxing, which only belonged to himself. And when she returned, when she had succeeded, he rubbed his hands, repeating his famous phrase. "And you were good?" Renée laughed. He was too active to wish his wife to be a Madame Michelin. He simply liked coarse witticisms and indecent suppositions. Besides, if Renée had not been good, he would only have experienced the mortification of having really paid for the minister's or functionary's compliance. To dupe people, to give them less than their money's worth, was a feast for him. He often said, "If I were a woman, I should perhaps sell myself, but I should never deliver the merchandise. It's too stupid." This madcap Renée, who had appeared one night in the Parisian firmament like the eccentric fairy of fashionable sensuality, was the least analyzable of women. No doubt, if she'd been brought up at home, she would, by means of religion or some other satisfaction for the nerves, have attenuated the desires by which she was at times really maddened. She belonged to the middle classes by her mind. She was perfectly upright, with a love for logical things, a fear of heaven and hell, and a huge dose of prejudices. She belonged to her father's side, to the calm and prudent race among which fireside virtues flourish. And yet it was in this nature of hers that prodigious fancies, ever-revising inquisitiveness, and desires not to be confessed, sprouted and grew. While she was with the ladies of the Visitation, free, her mind wandering amid the mystical voluptuousness of a chapel and the carnal attachments of her young friends, she had framed for herself a fantastic education, learning vice, throwing all the frankness of her nature into it, unsettling her young brain to such a point that she singularly embarrassed her confessor by owning to him that she had felt a most unreasonable longing to get up and kiss him one day during Mass. Then she struck her breast. She turned pale at the thought of the devil and his cauldrons. The fault which later on had brought about her marriage with Siccard, that brutal rape which she had experienced with a kind of frightened expectation, made her despise herself and in a great measure caused the abandonment of her whole life. She thought that she no longer had to struggle against evil, that it was in her. That logic authorized her to follow the bad science to the end. With her there was yet more curiosity than appetite. Thrown into the society of the Second Empire, abandoned to her imagination, provided with money, encouraged in her loudest eccentricities, she gave herself, regretted it, and finally succeeded in killing her expiring principles, always lashed, always urged onward by her insatiable longing to learn and feel. Besides, she was as yet only at the earlier pages.
She willingly talked in a low tone and laughing about the extraordinary circumstances of a tender attachment between Suzanne Hoffner and Adeline d'Espagnet, of the questionable calling of Madame de Laurens, and of the kisses which the Countess Vanska gave at a fixed price. But she still contemplated these things from afar off, with a vague notion of perhaps tasting them. And this indeterminate desire which at evil moments rose within her increased her turbulent anxiety still more, and urged her on in her mad search for an unique, exquisite enjoyment of which she alone would partake. Her first lovers had not spoiled her. She had on 3 occasions fancied herself seized with a great passion. Love burst forth in her brain like a cracker, the sparks of which did not reach her heart. She was mad for a month, showed herself throughout Paris with her dear lord, and then one morning, amid all the racket of her love, she became conscious of depressing silence and immense vacuity. The first, the young Duc de Rozan, was barely more than a breakfast of sunshine. Renée, who had noticed him on account of his gentleness and excellent manners, found him altogether superficial, washed out, and plaguy when they were alone together. Mr. Simpson, an attaché of the American embassy, who came next, almost beat her, and for that reason remained with her for nearly a year. Then she smiled on an aide-de-camp of the emperor, the Count de Chibray, a vain, handsome man who was beginning to tire her when the Duchess de Sternich took it into her head to fall in love with him and carry him off from her. Thereupon she wept for him and let her friends understand that her heart was crushed, and that she should never love again. She thus progressed to the most insignificant being in the world, Monsieur de Mussy, a young man who was making his way in the diplomatic career by conducting cotillons with a special gracefulness. She never exactly knew why she'd given herself to him, but she retained him for a long time, feeling lazy, disgusted with an unknown land which one discovers in half an hour, and deferring the worry attendant upon a change until she'd met with some extraordinary adventure. At 28 years of age she already felt terribly wearied. Ennui appeared to her all the more insupportable, as her middle-class virtues profited by the hours when she was bored to complain and worry her. She closed her door. She had frightful headaches. Then, when the door opened again, it was a flood of silk and lace that swept forth with a great racket, a being of luxury and joy without a care or a flush upon the brow. Still, she had a romance in her commonplace, fashionable life. One day at sunset, after going on foot to see her father, who did not like to hear the noise of carriages at his door, she noticed, while passing along the Quai Saint-Paul on her way home, that she was being followed by a young man. It was warm, and the daylight was waning with amorous softness. She, who was usually only followed on horseback in the pathways of the Bois de Boulogne, found the adventure spicy, and was flattered by it as by a new homage, somewhat brutal no doubt, but the very coarseness of which titillated her. Instead of returning home, she took the Rue du Temple, and promenaded her gallant along the boulevards. The man, however, grew bolder, and became so pressing that Renée, somewhat intimidated, lost her head, followed the Rue du Faubourg Poissonnière, and took refuge in the shop kept by her husband's sister. The man came in behind her. Madame Sidonie smiled, seemed to understand, and left them alone. And when Renée wished to follow her sister-in-law, the stranger retained her, spoke to her with feeling politeness, and won her forgiveness. He was a clerk called Georges, whose surname she never asked. She went to see him twice, going in by the shop while he arrived by the Rue Papillon. This chance love affair, found and accepted in the street, proved one of her keenest pleasures. She always thought of it with a little shame, but with a singular smile of regret. Madame Sidonie's profit in the affair was that she at last became the accomplice of her brother's second wife, a part which she'd been anxious to play ever since the wedding day. Poor Madame Sidonie had experienced a deception. While she was promoting the marriage, she'd hoped in a degree to espouse Renée herself, make her a customer, and derive a number of little profits by her. She judged women at a glance like connoisseurs judge horses. And so, after allowing the couple a month to settle themselves, her consternation was great when, on perceiving Madame de Laurence enthroned in the center of a drawing-room, she realized that she came too late. Madame de Laurence, a handsome woman of 26, occupied herself with launching newcomers into the swing. She belonged to a very old family and was married to a man of the upper financial world who had the fault of refusing to settle tailors' and milliners' bills. His wife, a very intelligent person, coined money and kept herself. She held men in horror, she said, but she supplied all her female friends with them. There was always a full stock to choose from in the flat which she occupied in the Rue de Provence, over her husband's offices. Little collations took place there, and one met one another in an unforeseen, charming manner. There was no harm in a girl going to see her dear friend Madame de Laurence, and if chance brought men there who were at all events very respectful and belonged to the best society, why, so much the worse. The lady of the house was charming in her long lace wrappers. A visitor would very often have chosen her in preference to her collection of blondes and brunettes. But report asserted that she was altogether well conducted. The whole secret of the affair lay in that. She still held her high situation in society, had all the men for her friends, retained her pride as a virtuous woman, and experienced a secret joy in lowering the others and deriving a profit by their fall. When Madame Sidonie had enlightened herself as to the mechanism of the new invention, she was surely distressed. It was the classical school, the woman in an old black dress, carrying love letters at the bottom of her basket, set in front of the modern school, the lady of high degree, who sells her friends in her boudoir while sipping a cup of tea. The modern school triumphed. Madame de Laurence glanced coldly at the shabby dress of Madame Sidonie, in whom she scented a rival, and it was from her hand that Renée received her first worry. The young Duc de Razan, whom the beautiful financier found it difficult to dispose of. It was only later on that the classical school won the day, when Madame Sidonie lent her lodging to her sister-in-law so that she might gratify her fancy for the stranger of the Quai Saint-Paul. She remained her confidante. Maxime, however, was one of Madame Sidonie's boon friends. When only 15 years old, he went on the prowl to his aunt's, smelling the forgotten gloves which he found lying on the furniture. She, who hated clear situations and never owned her little services, ended by lending him the keys of her rooms on certain days, saying that she would remain in the country until the morrow. Maxime talked about some friends whom he wished to entertain and whom he did not like to take to his father's. It was in the rooms of the Rue de Faubourg Poissonnière that he spent several nights with the poor girl whom one was afterwards obliged to send into the country. Madame Sidonie borrowed money from her nephew and went into ecstasies before him, murmuring in a soft voice that he was without a hair, as rosy as a cupid. Maxime had grown, however. He was now a pretty, slightly built young man who had retained the rosy cheeks and blue eyes of childhood. His curly hair completed that girlish appearance which so delighted the ladies. He resembled poor Angèle with his soft eyes and blonde pallor, but he was not even the equal of that indolent, shallow woman. In him the race of the Rougon had a tendency to refinement, and became delicate and vicious. The offspring of too young a mother, constituting a strange, jumbled, and so to say unmingled combination of his father's furious appetites and his mother's self-abandonment and weakness. He was a defective offspring in whom the parental failings were completed and aggravated.
This family of the Rougon lived too fast. It was dying out already in the person of this frail creature whose sex must have remained in suspense during formation, and who no longer represented a will, eager for gain and enjoyment like Siccard, but a species of cowardice, devouring fortunes already made, a strange hermaphrodite ushered at the right time into a society that was rottening. When Maxime went to the Bois de Boulogne, with his waist tightly compressed like a woman's, lightly dancing in the saddle on which he was swayed by the canter of his horse, he was the god of the age, with his strongly developed hips, his long, slender hands, his sickly, lascivious air, his correct elegance, and his slang learnt at petty theatres. At 20 years of age he placed himself above all surprises and all disgusts. He had certainly dreamt of the most unusual beastliness. But with him vice was not an abyss, as it is with certain old men, but a natural external bloom. It curled upon his fair hair, smiled upon his lips, and dressed him like his clothes. However, his great characteristic was especially his eyes, two clear and smiling blue apertures, true mirrors for a coquette, but behind which one perceived all the emptiness of his brain. Those harlot eyes were never lowered, they courted pleasure, a pleasure without fatigue which one summons and receives. The everlasting gust of wind which swept into the rooms in the Rue de Rivoli and banged their doors blew stronger and stronger while Maxime grew up, while Siccard enlarged the sphere of his transactions, and Renée threw more fever into her search for unknown enjoyment. These three beings ended by leading an astonishing life of liberty and folly. It was the ripe and prodigious fruit of a period. The street invaded the flat with its rumble of vehicles, its elbowing of strangers, and its license of language. The father, the stepmother, the stepson acted, talked, and set themselves at ease, just as if they had each been alone living a bachelor life. Three boon friends, three students sharing the same furnished room, would not have disposed of that room more unceremoniously to install therein their hobbledehoy vices, loves, and noisy pleasures. The Siccards met with handshakes, did not seem to suspect the reasons which united them under the same roof, and behaved cavalierly and joyously towards each other, each thus assuming absolute independence. They replaced family ties by a kind of partnership, the profits of which are divided in equal shares. Each one drew his share of pleasure to himself, and it was tacitly understood that each should dispose of that share as he thought fit. They went so far as to take their enjoyment in presence of one another, to display it and describe it without awakening aught but a little envy and curiosity. Maxime now instructed Renée. When he went to the Bois with her, he told her stories about prostitutes, which greatly enlivened her. A new woman could not appear near the lake without his setting forth on a campaign to ascertain the name of her protector, the allowance he made her, and the style in which she lived. He was acquainted with these ladies' homes and with the particulars of their private life. Indeed, he was a perfect living catalogue in which all the harlots were numbered, with a complete description of each of them. This gazette of scandal was Renée's delight. On race days at Longchamp, when she passed by in her carriage, she listened eagerly, albeit retaining her haughtiness as a woman of good society, to the story of how Blanche Muller deceived her embassy attaché with a hairdresser, or how the little baron had found the count in his drawers in the alcove of a skinny red-haired notoriety who was called the Crawfish. Each day brought its tattle. When the story was rather too stiff, Maxime lowered his voice, but he nevertheless went on to the end. Renée opened her eyes wide, like a child to whom a good trick is related, restrained her laughter, and then stifled it in her embroidered handkerchief, which she gently pressed to her lips. Maxime also brought these women's photographs. He had portraits of actresses in all his pockets and even in his cigar case. At times he had to clearing out and place these women in the album, which was always trailing over the furniture in the drawing room, and which already contained the portraits of René's female friends. There was also some men's photographs in it. Monsieur de Rozan, Simpson, de Chibray, and de Mussy, as well as actors, writers, and deputies who'd come to swell the collection no one knew how. It was a strangely mixed society, the prototype of a jumble of ideas and personages that crossed René's and Maxime's lives. Whenever it rained or whenever one was bored, this album proved a great subject of conversation. It always ended by falling under one's hand. The young woman opened it with a sigh for the 100th time, perhaps. By and by, however, her curiosity was awakened, and the young fellow came and leant behind her. Then long discussions began about the crawfish's hair, Madame de Meinhold's double chin, Madame de Lawrence's eyes, and Blanche Muller's bosom, about the Marchioness's nose, which was a trifle on one side, and about the mouth of little Sylvia, who was notorious for her thick lips. They compared the women with each other. "For myself, if I were a man," said René, "I should choose Adeline." "That's because you don't know Sylvia," answered Maxime. "She has such a funny style." "For myself, I prefer Sylvia." The pages were turned over. At times the Duc de Rozan or Mr. Simpson or the Count de Chibray appeared, and Maxime added, sneering, "Besides, your taste is perverted. Everyone knows it. Can you see anything more stupid than these gentlemen's faces? Rozan and Chibray look like Gustave, my barber." René shrugged her shoulders, as if to say that this irony did not affect her. She still forgot herself in contemplating the wan, smiling, or stern faces which the album contained. She tarried longer over the portraits of the fast women, and inquisitively studied the exact microscopical details of the photographs, for little wrinkles in the little hairs. One day she even procured a strong magnifying glass, fancying she had perceived a hair on the crawfish's nose. And indeed, the glass revealed a slight golden thread which had strayed from the eyebrows down to the middle of the nose. This hair amused them for a long time. For a whole week the ladies who called had to assure themselves in person of the presence of this hair. Thenceforth the magnifying glass served to scrutinize the women's faces. René made some astonishing discoveries. She found some unknown wrinkles, rough skins, cavities imperfectly filled up with rice powder. And Maxime ended by hiding the magnifying glass, declaring that one ought not to disgust oneself with the human face like that. The truth was that she scrutinized too closely the thick lips of Sylvia, for whom he had a particular affection. They then invented a new game. They asked this question: "With whom would I willingly spend the night?" And they opened the album, which was entrusted with the duty of replying. This gave rise to some strange couplings. René's female friends played at the game during several evenings, and René herself was successively married to the Archbishop of Paris, to Baron Gouraud, to Monsieur de Chibray, at which she greatly laughed, and to her husband in person, at which she was greatly distressed. As for Maxime, either by chance or by the maliciousness of René, who opened the album, he always fell upon the Marchioness. But there was never so much laughter as when luck coupled two men or two women together. The familiarity of René and Maxime went so far that she told him her private sorrows. He consoled her and gave her advice. It seemed as if his father did not exist. Then, later on, they began to tell each other about their childhood. It was especially during their drives in the Bois de Boulogne that they felt a vague languor, a longing to relate things which are difficult to tell and are not told. The delight that children take in whispering about forbidden things, the attraction that exists for a young man and young woman to lower themselves to sin, be it only in words, unceasingly brought them back to suggestive subjects. They partook deeply of voluptuousness, for which they did not reproach one another, but which they tasted together, lazily reclining in the two corners of their carriage, like two comrades who recall their past freaks. They ended by becoming perfect braggarts of immorality. Renée owned that the little girls at her school were very immodest. Maxime improved upon that, and made so bold as to relate some of the shameful doings of the College of Plassans. "Ah, I can't tell," murmured Renée. Then she leant forward close to his ear, as if the sound of her voice alone would have made her blush, and confided to him one of those convent stories which appear in disgusting songs. He, on his side, had too rich a collection of anecdotes of this kind to remain behindhand. He hummed in her ear some very indecent verses, and by degrees they found themselves in an especial state of beatitude, rocked by all the carnal fancies that they stirred, titillated by little desires which were not expressed. The carriage rolled gently on, and they returned home deliciously fatigued, more tired indeed than after a night of love. They had sinned, like two young fellows who, wandering along the country lanes without any mistresses, might content themselves with their mutual recollections. Even greater familiarity and license existed between the father and the son. Siccard had realized that a great financier ought to love women and do some foolish things for them. He was a rough lover and preferred money, but it formed part of his program to hang about alcoves, scatter banknotes on certain mantel shelves, and from time to time use some notorious wench as a gilded signboard for his speculations. When Maxime had left college, he and his father met in the same women's rooms and laughed over it. They were even rivals in a degree. At times, when the young fellow dined at the Maison d'Or with some noisy party, he would overhear Siccard's voice in a neighboring private room. "Hello, Papa's next door," he would exclaim with a grimace, which he borrowed from the actors then in favor. And he would go and knock at the door of the private room, anxious to see his father's conquest. "Ah, it's you," Siccard would say in a gay tone. "Come in. You make enough noise to prevent one from hearing oneself eat. Who are you with, then?" "Why, there's Lord d'Arigny, Sylvia, the crawfish, and two others, I fancy. They are awfully funny. They poke their fingers in the dishes and chuck handfuls of salad at our heads. My coat is all greasy with oil." The father would laugh, thinking this very funny. "Ah, young folks, he would mutter. "That isn't like us, is it, my little kitten? We've dined very quietly, and how we are going to by and by." And he would chuck the chin of the woman whom he had beside him, and coo with his Provençal snuffle, which produced strange music for a lover. "Oh, the old noodle," the woman would cry. "Goodbye, Maxime. Mustn't I love you, to consent to dine with your scamp of a father? One never sees you now. Come early on the day after tomorrow morning. No, really, I've something to tell you." Siccard would finish eating an ice or some fruit, beatifically, taking small mouthfuls. Then he would kiss the woman's shoulder, saying humorously, "You know, my ducks, if I'm in the way, I'll leave the room. You can ring the bell when you're ready for me to come in again." Then he would take the woman off, or at times go with her to join in the racket in the neighboring room. Maxime and he shared the same shoulders. Their hands met round the same waists. They called to one another on the divans and repeated to each other aloud the confidential statements which the women had whispered in their ears. And they carried their good fellowship so far as to conspire together to carry off from the gathering the blonde or brunette which one or the other of them had chosen. They were well known at Mabille. They went there arm in arm after some dainty dinner, strolled round the garden, nodding to the women and tossing them a remark as they passed by. They laughed aloud, without unlocking their arms, and came to each other's assistance whenever business was discussed. The father, who was very expert on this point, negotiated his son's love affairs advantageously. At times they sat down and drank with a party of girls. Then they changed their table or resumed their stroll. And they were seen till midnight with their arms always linked like a couple of chums, following the skirts along the yellow pathways under the glaring flame of the gas jets. When they returned home, they brought with them from out of doors, in their coats, a dash of the women they had just left. Their loose attitudes and the after part of certain suggestive remarks and low gestures made the flat in the Rue de Rivoli seem like a fast woman's lodging. The gentle, wanton way in which the father gave his hand to his son of itself proclaimed whence they came. It was in this atmosphere that Renée inhaled her sensual caprices and longings. She chaffed them nervously. "Where can you have come from?" she would say to them. "You smell of tobacco and musk. It's certain that I shall have a headache." And indeed, the strange smell profoundly disturbed her. It was the regular perfume of this singular domestic hearth. However, Maxime was smitten with a fine passion for little Sylvia. He bored his stepmother with this girl during several months. Renée soon knew her from one end to the other, from the soles of her feet to the tips of her hair. She had a bluish mark on the hip. Nothing could be more adorable than her knees, and there was this peculiarity about her shoulders that only the left one was dimpled. Maxime evinced some maliciousness in devoting his drives with Renée to the description of his mistress's perfections. One evening, on returning from the Bois, Renée's carriage and Sylvia's were caught in a block and had to draw up side by side in the Champs-Élysées. The two women eyed each other with acute curiosity, while Maxime, whom this critical situation delighted, tittered on the quiet. As his stepmother preserved gloomy silence when the carriage began to roll on again, he thought she was in the sulks, and expected one of those maternal scenes, one of those strange scoldings with which she still at times occupied her moments of lassitude. "Do you know that person's jeweller?" she abruptly asked him, at the moment when they reached the Place de la Concorde. "Alas, yes," he answered with a smile. "I owe him 10,000 francs. Why do you ask me that?" "For nothing." Then, after a fresh silence, "She had a very pretty bracelet, the one on the left wrist. I should have liked to see it close to." They reached home. She said no more on the matter then. Only on the following day, just as Maxime and his father were going out together, she took the young fellow aside and spoke to him in an undertone, with an embarrassed air and a pretty smile which courted indulgence. He seemed surprised and went off, laughing in his wicked way. In the evening he brought Sylvia's bracelet, which his stepmother had begged him to show her. "There's what you wanted," said he. "One would thieve for your sake, pretty mamma." "She didn't see you take it?" asked Renée, who was eagerly examining the bracelet. "I don't think so. She wore it yesterday, so she certainly wouldn't put it on today." Meantime the young woman approached the window. She had put the bracelet on, and she held her wrist somewhat raised, slowly turning it round, delighted, and repeating, "Oh, very pretty, very pretty. There are only the emeralds that don't quite please me." At this moment Siccard came in, and as she still held her wrist up in the white light from the window, "Hallo," he cried in astonishment, "Sylvia's bracelet!" "You know this jewel?" said she, more embarrassed than he was, and not knowing what to do with her arm. He had recovered himself, and he threatened his son with his finger, muttering, "That scamp always has some forbidden fruit in his pockets. One of these days he'll bring us the lady's arm as well as her bracelet." "Why, "It isn't my doing," replied Maxime with cunning cowardice. "It's Renée who wanted to see it." The husband contented himself with saying, "Ah," and he looked at the bracelet in his turn, repeating, like his wife, "It is very pretty, very pretty." Then he quietly went off, and Renée scolded Maxime for having betrayed her like that. But he declared that his father didn't care a fig about the matter, whereupon she returned him the bracelet, adding, "You must call on the jeweler and order one exactly like it for me, only you must have the emeralds replaced by sapphires." Siccard could not keep any living or inanimate object near him for any length of time without trying to sell it or derive some profit by it. His son was not 20 when he already thought of utilizing him. A handsome fellow, the nephew of a minister and the son of a great financier, ought to be invested well. He was certainly rather young, still one could always seek a wife and a dowry for him, and afterwards one could have the wedding deferred or hastened according to the financial position of the establishment. Siccard proved lucky. On a board of directors to which he belonged, he found a tall, handsome man, Monsieur de Mereuil, who in a couple of days belonged to him. Monsieur de Mereuil, rightly named Bonnet, was an ex-sugar refiner of Havre. After amassing a large fortune, he'd married a young girl of noble birth and also very rich, who was looking out for a fool of stylish appearance. Bonnet obtained permission to assume his wife's name, which was a first satisfaction for his pride. But his marriage had made him madly ambitious, and he dreamt of remunerating Hélène for this noble name by acquiring a high political position. From that time forward he invested money in new newspapers, bought a large estate in the depths of the Nièvre, and by all known means prepared for himself a candidature to the corps législatif. So far he'd failed, but without losing aught of his solemnity. His was the most incredibly empty brain that could be met with. He was of superb stature, with the white, pensive face of a great statesman, and as he listened marvellously well, with a deep look and majestic calmness of face, people could readily imagine that a prodigious work of comprehension and deduction was going on in his mind. In reality, he was thinking about nothing, but he succeeded in disturbing people who no longer knew whether they had to deal with a man of superior attainments or a fool. Monsieur de Mereuil attached himself to Siccard as to a raft that might save him. He was aware that an official candidature would be vacant in the Nièvre, and he ardently hoped that the minister would select him. It was his last card. So he handed himself up, bound hand and foot, to the minister's brother. Siccard, who scented a remunerative transaction, gradually set him thinking of a marriage between his daughter Louise and Maxime. De Mereuil then became most effusive, thought that he himself had initiated this idea of a marriage, and considered himself very fortunate to enter a minister's family and give Louise to a young man who seemed to have such fine prospects. Louise, said her father, would have a dowry of 1,000,000 francs. Deformed, ugly, and yet adorable, she was condemned to die young. A chest complaint was stealthily undermining her, lending her nervous gaiety and caressing grace. Young girls who are ailing quickly grow old and become women before their time. She was sensually ingenuous. She seemed to have been born at 15 years of age in full puberty. When her father, a healthy, brutified colossus, looked at her, he could not believe that she was his daughter. Her mother, during her lifetime, had also been a strong, well-built woman, but stories were told about her which explained this child's stuntedness, her manners of a millionaire bohemian, and her vicious and charming ugliness. People said that Hélène de Mereuil had died from the most shameful profligacy. Pleasure had eaten into her like an ulcer without her husband realizing her lucid madness, though he ought to have had her shut up in a private asylum. Developed in this diseased form, Louise had left it with impoverished blood and crooked limbs, with her brain attacked and her memory already full of a dirty life. She thought at times that she could confusedly remember another existence. She saw strange scenes unfolded before her in a vague dimness, men and women kissing one another, quite a carnal drama with which her childish curiosity was amused. It was her mother that spoke within her. This vice remained in her throughout her childhood. As she gradually grew up, nothing astonished her. She recollected everything, or rather she knew everything, and she went to forbidden things with a sureness of hand that made her in life seem like a person returning home after a long absence, and only having to stretch out his hand to set himself at ease and partake of the comforts of his abode. This singular girl, whose evil instincts flattered Maxime, and who, moreover, in this second life which she lived as a virgin, with all the science and shame of a grown woman, possessed an ingenuous effrontery, a spicy mixture of childishness and boldness, was bound in the result to please the young fellow, and seemed to him very much funnier even than Sylvia, who, the daughter of a worthy stationer, possessed a usurer's heart and was horribly middle class at bottom. The marriage was arranged with a laugh, and it was decided that the youngsters should be allowed to grow up. The two families lived on a footing of close friendship. Monsieur de Marais promoted his candidature. Siccard watched his prey. It was understood that Maxime should place his nomination as an auditor of the Council of State among the marriage presents. Meanwhile, the Siccards' fortune seemed to have reached its culminating point. It blazed in the midst of Paris like a colossal bonfire. It was the moment when the ardent sharing of the hounds' fees filled a corner of the forest with the barking of dogs, the clacking of whips, and the blazing of torches. The appetites let loose were at last satisfied in the impudence of triumph, amid the racket of falling houses and of fortunes built up in 6 months. The city was now but a great saturnalia of millions and women. Vice, coming from above, flowed along the gutters, spread itself out in the sheets of ornamental water, reascended in the fountains of the public gardens, to fall again onto the roofs in a fine penetrating rain. And at night time, when one passed over the bridges, it seemed as if the Seine drew along with it, amid the sleeping metropolis, all the refuse of the city. Crumbs fallen from tables, bows of lace left on divans, false hair forgotten in cabs, banknotes that had slipped out of bodices, everything that the brutality of desire and the immediate satisfaction of instinct fling into the street broken and soiled. Then, amid the feverish sleep of Paris, and better still amid its breathless hankering in the broad daylight, one realized the unsettling of the brain, the golden and voluptuous nightmare of a city, madly enamored of its gold and its flesh. The violins sounded till midnight. Then the windows became dark and shadows descended over the city. It was like a colossal alcove in which the last candle had been blown out, the last virtue extinguished. In the depths of the shade there was nothing left save a great rattle of furious, wearied love, while the Tuileries on the river bank stretched their arms out into the night as if for a huge embrace. Siccard had just had his mansion of the Parc Monceau built on some ground stolen from the city. He had reserved for himself on the first floor a superb private room, all violet ebony and gold, with lofty glass doors to the bookcases, which were full of business papers, but where not a book was to be seen. The safe, embedded in the wall, had the depths of an iron alcove large enough to accommodate the amours of a milliard. It was here that his fortune bloomed, impudently displayed itself. Everything seemed to succeed with him. When he left the Rue de Rivoli, increasing his household, doubling his expenditure, he talked to his friends about some considerable winnings. According to his account, his partnership with Mignon and Charrier brought him enormous profits. His speculations on house property were more remunerative still. And as for the Crédit Viticole, it was an inexhaustible milch cow. He had a way of enumerating his riches that bewildered his listeners and prevented them from clearly seeing the truth. His Provençal snuffling increased, and with his curt phrases and nervous gestures he let off fireworks in which millions rose like rockets, and which finished by dazzling even the most incredulous. The reputation which he had acquired as a lucky gamester was mainly due to this turbulent pantomimic action. To tell the truth, no one knew him to be possessed of a clear, solid capital. His different partners, who perforce were acquainted with his situation as regarded themselves, explained his colossal fortune by believing him to be invariably fortunate in other speculations, those which they were not acquainted with. He spent a deal of money. The effluence of his cash box continued, without the sources of this golden river having so far been discovered. It was pure madness, a frenzy for scattering money, handfuls of louis flung out of window, the safe emptied every evening to its last copper, but filling itself again during the night, no one knew how, and never supplying such large sums as when Siccard pretended he'd lost the keys. René's dowry was shaken, carried off and drowned in this fortune which clamored and overflowed like a winter torrent. The young wife, who'd been distrustful in earlier days and desirous of managing her fortune herself, soon grew tired of business matters. Besides, she felt herself poor beside her husband, and crushed by her debts, she was obliged to have recourse to him, to borrow money from him and place herself at his discretion. At each fresh bill, which he paid with the smile of a man who's indulgent towards human weakness, she surrendered herself a little more, confided state bonds to him, and authorized him to sell this or that. When they went to live in the mansion in the Parc Monceau, she already found herself almost completely stripped. He had taken the place of the state and served her the interest of the 100,000 francs coming from the Rue de la Pépinière. On the other hand, he had induced her to sell the estate in La Salogne to place the proceeds in a great affair, a superb investment, he said. She therefore had nothing left her excepting the property at Charonne, which she obstinately refused to part with so as not to sadden that excellent Aunt Elizabeth. And in this respect, again, he was preparing a stroke of genius with the assistance of his former accomplice, Larceneau. She certainly remained under obligations to him. If he'd taken her fortune, he paid her the income it would have furnished 5 or 6 times over. The interest on the 100,000 francs, with the revenue of the Sologne money, scarcely amounted to 9 or 10,000 francs, just enough to pay for her linen and boots. He gave her, or paid away for her, 15 and 20 times that paltry sum. He would have worked for a week to rob her of 100 francs, but he kept her in regal style. And thus, like everybody, she held her husband's monumental safe in respect, without trying to penetrate the nihility of the river of gold which passed under her eyes, and into which she threw herself every morning. At the Parc Monceau there was a mad crisis, a flashing triumph. The Siccards doubled the number of their carriages and horses. They had an army of servants, whom they dressed in a dark blue livery with putty-coloured breeches and waistcoats striped black and yellow, somewhat quiet colours that the financier had selected so as to seem altogether serious-minded, which was one of the dreams he had most caressed. They displayed their luxury on the housetop, and drew back the curtains when they have grand dinners. The breeze of contemporary life, which had banged the doors of the first floor in the Rue de Rivoli, became in the mansion a perfect whirlwind that threatened to carry off the very partitions. In the midst of these princely rooms, along the gilded balustrades, over the fine woolen carpets, in this fairy palace of the parvenu, there trailed the smell of Mabille. The fashionable quadrilles were danced there with all their wriggling jack-titans. The whole period passed with its mad, stupid laugh, its eternal hunger, and its eternal thirst. It was the suspicious abode of fashionable pleasure, the pleasure which widens the windows so that passers-by may see what is transpiring in the alcoves. The husband and the wife lived there freely under the eyes of their servants. They had divided the house between them, and they camped in it, scarcely looking as though they were at home, but rather as if tossed at the end of a tumultuous, bewildering journey into some regal hotel where they'd merely taken the time to open their trunks so as to hasten the more speedily to the delights of a fresh city. They lodged there by the night, only remaining at home on the days when grand dinners were given, ever carried away by a ceaseless peregrination through Paris, but returning at times for an hour, as one returns into a room at an inn between two excursions. Renée felt herself become more anxious, more nervous there. Her silken skirts glided with snake-like hisses over the thick carpets, past the satin of the couches. She was irritated by the stupid gilding which surrounded her, by the high empty ceilings where after fête nights there only lingered the laughter of young fools and the remarks of old scoundrels. And to fill this luxury, to abide amidst this effulgence, she longed for a supreme amusement which her curiosity vainly sought for in all the corners of the mansion, in the little sun-tinted drawing-room, in the conservatory full of luxuriant vegetation. As for Siccard, he began to realize his dream. He received great financiers, Monsieur Toutain-Laroche and Monsieur de Laurence, and great politicians also, Baron Gouraud and Deputy Hafner. His brother the minister had even condescended to come 2 or 3 times to consolidate his position by his presence. And yet, like his wife, he experienced nervous anxiety, a disquietude which lent a strange sound of broken window panes to his laughter. He became so ungovernable, so scared, that his acquaintances remarked, "That devil of a Siccard, he makes too much money. It will end by driving him mad." In 1860 he had been decorated with the Legion of Honor, after rendering a mysterious service to the prefect by lending his name to a lady for the sale of some land. It was about the time when they went to live near the Parc Monceau that an apparition crossed Renée's life, leaving her an ineffaceable impression. The minister had so far resisted the supplications of his sister-in-law, who was dying with a longing to be invited to the court balls. However, he gave way at last, believing that his brother's position was definitely established on a sound basis. For a month Renée did not sleep for thinking of it. But the great evening arrived at last, and she sat trembling all over in the carriage which was taking her to the Tuileries. She wore a costume of prodigious grace and originality, a real gem which she lighted upon during a night of sleeplessness, and which 3 of Worms's work-people had come to her house to make up under her eyes. It was a simple dress of white gauze, trimmed, however, with a multitude of little scalloped flounces edged with bands of black velvet. The black velvet tunic was cut square, very low to show her bosom, framed with some narrow lace, barely a finger broad. There was not a flower, not a bit of ribbon, but round her wrists some bracelets without the least chasing, and on her head a narrow diadem of gold, a plain circlet which seemed to be an aureola. When she reached the reception rooms and her husband had left her for Baron Gouraud, she experienced a momentary embarrassment. But the mirrors, in which she saw herself look adorable, soon reassured her, and she was accustoming herself to the warm atmosphere, to the murmur of voices, to the crush of dress coats and white shoulders, when the Emperor appeared. He slowly crossed the room on the arm of a short, fat general, who puffed as if he were troubled with a bad digestion. The bare shoulders ranged themselves on 2 lines, whilst the dress coats, with a discreet air, instinctively drew back a step. Renée found herself pushed to the end of a line of shoulders near the second door, the one that the Emperor was approaching with a faltering, unsteady step. She thus saw him come towards her from one door to the other. He wore a dress coat with the red ribbon of the Grand Cordon. Renée, again seized with emotion, retained but imperfect vision, and to her this bleeding stain seemed to cast splashes over the whole of the sovereign's breast. As a rule she thought him little, with swaying loins, and legs too short for the trunk of his body. But now she was delighted, and as she saw him, he looked handsome, despite his pale face and the heavy leaden lids which fell over his lifeless eyes. Under his moustaches his lips were languidly parted, and his nose alone remained bony amid the whole of his puffy face. With a worn-out air and vaguely smiling, the emperor and the old general continued to advance with short steps, seemingly sustaining each other. They looked at the ladies bending forward, and their glances, cast to the right and to the left, glided into the bodices. The general leant on one side, said a word to his master, and pressed his arm in the manner of a gay companion. And the emperor, supine and nebulous, duller even than usual, still approached with his lagging step. They were in the middle of the room when Renée felt their glances fall upon her. The general gazed at her with a look of surprise, while the emperor, half raising his eyelids, let a sensual gleam shoot from his grey, hesitating, bleared eyes. Renée, losing countenance, lowered her head, bowed, and saw nothing more but the pattern of the carpet. Still, she watched their shadows, and she understood that they were pausing for a few seconds before her. And she fancied that she heard the emperor, that licentious dreamer, murmur, as he gazed at her, immersed in her muslin skirt striped with velvet, "Look here, General, a flower to be culled, a mysterious pink, variegated white and black." And the general answered in a more brutal voice, "That pink would look awfully well in our buttonholes, sire." Renée raised her head. The apparition had disappeared. The crowd was thronging round about the doorway. After that evening she often returned to the Tuileries. She even had the honor of being complimented by His Majesty aloud, and of becoming a little bit his friend. But she always remembered the sovereign's slow, heavy walk along the center of the reception-room between the two rows of shoulders, and whenever she experienced any new joy amid her husband's growing prosperity, she again saw the emperor overtopping the bowing bosoms, coming towards her, and comparing her to a pink which the general advised him to place in his buttonhole. For her, this was the high note of her life. This ends section 6. Section 7 of The Rush for the Spoil by Émile Zola. Translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 7. The well-defined, galling desire which had risen to Renée's heart amid the troublous perfumes of the conservatory, while Maxime and Louise laughed on a couch of the little buttercup room, seemed to die away like a nightmare of which naught remained save a slight shudder. The young woman had retained the bitterness of the Tanginia on her lips all night, and it had seemed to her, on feeling the burning of the cursed leaf, that a mouth of flame was pressing itself to hers, blowing her a devouring love. Then this mouth escaped her, and her dream was immersed in vast waves of shade which rolled around her. In the morning she slept a little, and when she awoke she thought she was ill. She had the curtains drawn, spoke to her doctor of nausea and headache, and for a couple of days actually refused to go out. And as she pretended that she was being besieged, she forbade her door. Maxime came and knocked at it fruitlessly. He did not sleep in the house, as he preferred to be able to dispose freely of his rooms. Indeed, he led the most nomadic life in the world, lodging in his father's new houses, selecting whatever floor suited him, and moving every month, often out of sheer caprice, and at times to make room for serious tenants. He dried the walls in the company of some mistress.
Accustomed to his stepmother's whims, he feigned great compassion for her, and went upstairs 4 times a day to inquire after her, with a most distressed look, though, in point of fact, he merely wished to tease her. On the 3rd day he found her in the little drawing-room, rosy and smiling, and with a calm and rested look. "Well, did you amuse yourself very much with Celeste?" he asked her, alluding to the long tete-a-tete she had had with her maid. "Yes," she answered, "she's a very useful girl. She always has such cold hands. She placed them on my forehead and soothed my poor head a little." "But that girl's a remedy, then," cried the young fellow. "If I ever have the misfortune to fall in love, you'll lend her to me, eh? So that she may place her 2 hands on my heart." They joked, and went for their usual drive to the Bois. A fortnight passed by. Renée had thrown herself more madly than ever into her life of visits and balls. Her head seemed to have turned once more. She no longer complained of lassitude and disgust. Still, one might have thought that she had committed some secret sin, which she did not speak of, but which she confessed by a more strongly marked contempt for herself, and by increased depravity in her whims as a fashionable woman. One evening she confessed to Maxime that she longed to go to a ball which Blanche Müller, an actress in vogue, meant to give to the princesses of the footlights and the queens of the fast world. This avowal surprised and embarrassed even the young man, and yet he was not particularly scrupulous. He tried to catechize his stepmother. Really, that wasn't her place. Besides, she would see nothing very funny there. And then, if she were recognized, it would cause a scandal. She answered all these good reasons with clasped hands, supplicating and smiling. "Come, my little Maxime, be kind. I'm determined on it. I'll put on a very dark domino. We will only pass through the rooms." Maxime always ended by giving way, and would have taken his stepmother to all the disreputable places in Paris had she but begged him ever so little to do so. So he consented to escort her to Blanche Müller's ball, whereupon she clapped her hands like a child to whom an unhoped-for holiday is granted. "Ah, you are a dear fellow," said she. "It's for tomorrow, isn't it? Come and fetch me very early. I want to see those women arrive. You'll name them to me, and we shall amuse ourselves awfully well." She reflected, and then added, "No, don't come. Wait for me in a cab on the Boulevard Malesherbes. I'll go out by the garden." This mysterious way of proceeding was a spice which she added to her escapade, a simple refinement of pleasure. For had she left the house at midnight by the front door, her husband would not even have put his head out of window. On the morrow, after telling Celeste to sit up for her, she crossed the dark shadows of the Parc Monceau with shudders of exquisite fear. Siccard had profited by his good understanding with the Hôtel de Ville authorities to obtain a key to a little gate of the park, and Renée had wished to have one for herself as well. She almost lost her way, however, and only found the cab thanks to the 2 yellow eyes of the lamps. At that period the Boulevard Malesherbes, scarcely finished, was still a perfect solitude at night-time. The young woman glided into the vehicle in great emotion, her heart beating as delightfully as if she were going to some love-meeting. Maxime was philosophically smoking, half asleep, in one corner of the cab. He wished to throw away his cigar, but she prevented him from doing so, and as she tried to restrain his arm in the darkness, she placed her hand full on his face, which greatly amused them both. "I tell you that I like the smell of tobacco," she exclaimed. "Keep your cigar. Besides, we're going on the spree tonight. I'm a man, I am." The boulevard was not yet lighted up, and while the cab rolled down it towards the Madeleine, it was so dark inside that they could not see each other. Every now and then, when the young fellow carried his cigar to his lips, a red point stood out amid the dense obscurity. This red point interested Renée. Maxime, who was half covered by the folds of her black satin domino, which filled the inside of the vehicle, continued smoking in silence with a bored air. The truth was that his stepmother's whim had prevented him from following to the Café Anglais a party of women who had determined to begin and finish Blanche Müller's ball there. He was crusty, and she discerned his sulkiness in the darkness. "Are you ill?" she asked him. "No, I'm cold," he answered. "Dear me! Why, I'm burning. I feel quite stifled here. Take part of my skirts on your knees." "Oh, your skirts," he muttered, bad-humoredly. "I already have them up to my eyes." But this remark made him laugh himself, and by degrees he grew lively. She told him of the fright she had had in the Parc Monceau, and then she confessed another of her longings. She would like one night to go for a row in the boat which she could see from her windows, moored at the edge of a pathway. On hearing this, he considered that she was becoming sentimental. The cab still rolled on, the darkness remained profound, and they leaned towards one another to hear each other amid the noise of the wheels, touching each other when they moved their arms, and at times, when they approached too closely, inhaling each other's warm breath. And at equal intervals, Maxime's cigar was revivified, setting a red blur on the darkness and casting a pale, rosy flash on René's face. She looked adorable, seen by this fleeting glimmer, so much so that the young man was struck by it. Oh, said he, "we seem to be very pretty this evening, stepmamma. Let's see a bit." He brought his cigar nearer and precipitately drew a few puffs. René, in her corner, was illumined by a warm and seemingly panting light. She'd slightly raised her hood. Her bare head, covered with a mass of little curls, with a simple blue ribbon, looked like that of a real urchin peering above the large blouse of black satin which rose to her neck. She thought it very funny to be thus looked at and admired by the light of a cigar, and she threw herself back with little bursts of laughter, which he added with an air of comic gravity. "The deuce! I shall have to watch over you if I am to take you back safe and sound to my father." Meanwhile the cab turned round the Madeleine and went up the boulevards. Here it became filled with a leaping light, with the reflection of the shops, the fronts of which were flaming. Blanche Müller resided 2 steps off in one of the new houses which have been built on the raised ground of the Rue Basse du Rempart. As yet there were only a few vehicles at the door. It was barely more than 10 o'clock. Maxime wanted to take a turn on the boulevards and wait an hour. But René, whose curiosity was becoming more acute, straightway declared to him that she should go upstairs alone if he did not accompany her. He followed her, therefore, and felt glad on finding that there was more company upstairs than he had expected. The young woman had put on her mask, and leaning on the arm of Maxime, to whom she gave peremptory orders in a low voice, and who submissively obeyed her, she ferreted about the rooms, raised the corners of the door hangings, examined the furniture, and would perhaps have searched the drawers had she not feared being seen. Although the rooms were richly upholstered, there were corners suggestive of a bohemian life, and in which one scented the mummer. It was particularly in these spots that René's nostrils dilated, and that she compelled her companion to walk slowly so as to lose nothing of the sight or the smell. She especially forgot herself in a dressing-room, the door of which had been left wide open by Blanche Müller, who, when she entertained company, gave everything up to her guests, even to her alcove in which the bed was pushed back to make room for card-tables. But the dressing-room did not satisfy René. It seemed to her common and even rather dirty, with its carpet, which incandescent cigar ash had pitted with little round burns, and its blue silk hangings stained with pomatum and splashed with soap suds. When she had fully inspected the rooms and set every feature of the abode in her memory, so as to be able to describe it later on to her intimate friends, she passed on to the people who were present. As for the men, she knew them. They were, for the most part, the same financiers, the same politicians,
the same young fellows about town who came to her Thursday at Holmes. She fancied herself in her own drawing-room at certain moments when she found herself in front of a group of smiling dress-coats who on the previous evening had worn the same smile in speaking to the Marchioness d'Espinay or to the fair Madame Hoffner at her house. And even when she looked at the women, her illusion was not completely dispelled. Laura d'Origny was in bright yellow like Suzanne Hoffner, and Blanche Müller, like Adeline d'Espinay, wore a white dress which left her bare down to the middle of her back. At last Maxime implored mercy, and she consented to sit down on a couch beside him. They remained there for a moment, the young fellow yawning, the young woman asking him these ladies' names, undressing them with a glance and counting the yards of lace that they wore around their skirts. Seeing her absorbed in this serious study, he ended by slipping away in compliance with a sign which Laura d'Origny made him with her hand. She joked him about the lady whom he had on his arm, and then made him swear to come and join her party at the Café Anglais at 1 o'clock. "Your father will be there," she shouted to him at the moment when he joined Renée again. The latter found herself surrounded by a group of women who were laughing very loudly, while Monsieur de Saffré had profited by Maxime leaving his seat vacant to glide beside her and make gallant proposals in the style of a cab driver. Then Monsieur de Saffré and the women all began to shout and smack their lips to such a degree that Renée, fairly deafened, and yawning in her turn, rose up, saying to her companion, "Let us go, they are too stupid." As they were leaving the room, Monsieur de Mussy came in. He seemed delighted to meet Maxime, and without paying any attention to the masked woman who was with him. "Ah, dear fellow," he murmured with a lovesick air, "she will cause my death. I know that she's better, but she still forbids me her door. Tell her you have seen me with tears in my eyes." "Be easy, your message shall be delivered," said the young fellow with a strange laugh. And on the way downstairs, "Well, pretty mamma, didn't that poor fellow touch you?" She shrugged her shoulders without replying. Outside, on the pavement, she paused before getting into the cab which had brought them, looking hesitatingly in the direction of the Madeleine and in the direction of the Boulevard des Italiens. It was scarcely 11:30, and the boulevard was still very animated. "So we are going home," she murmured regretfully. "Unless you would like to take a drive along the boulevard," answered Maxime. She assented. She had been disappointed in her feast of feminine curiosity, and she was distressed at having to go home like that, with an illusion the less and a headache setting in. She'd long fancied that an actress's ball was the height of fun. As often happens during the last days of October, it seemed as if the spring had returned. The night air had a May-like warmth, and the occasional cold gusts that passed by lent an additional zest to the atmosphere. Renée, with her head at the window, remained silent, looking at the crowd, the cafés and the restaurants, the interminable line of which stretched away before her. She had become quite serious, absorbed in the depth of the vague wishes which fill the reveries of women. This broad sidewalk, which was swept by the dresses of harlots, and on which the men's boots rung with peculiar familiarity, the grey asphalt over which, it seemed to her, the gallop of facile love and pleasure was passing, awoke her slumbering desires, and made her forget the idiotic ball that she just left to allow her to espy other delights of enhanced spiciness. At the windows of Brabant's private rooms she perceived women's shadows against the whiteness of the curtains, and Maxime thereupon told her a very indecent story of a deceived husband who had thus detected on a curtain the shadow of his wife embracing the shadow of a lover. She scarcely listened to him, but he, growing lively, ended by taking hold of her hands and teasing her by talking about that poor Monsieur de Mussy. As they drove back and again passed in front of Brabant's, "Do you know," she said abruptly, that Monsieur de Saffray invited me to supper this evening?"
"Oh, you would have fared badly," replied Maxime, laughing. "Saffray doesn't possess the least culinary imagination. He hasn't got beyond lobster salad."
No, he talked of oysters and cold partridge, but he thee and thou'd me, and that disturbed me." She stopped short, looked again at the boulevard, and after a moment's silence added with a distressed air, "The worst of it is that I'm awfully hungry."
"What? You're hungry?" exclaimed the young man. "It's very simple. We'll sup together. Shall we?"
He spoke quietly, but she refused at first, declaring that Celeste had prepared her a collation at home. However, Maxime, who did not wish to go to the Café Anglais, had stopped the cab at the corner of the Rue Le Pelletier, in front of the restaurant of the Café Riche. He had even alighted, and as his stepmother still hesitated, "After all," said he, "if you're afraid that I shall compromise you, say so. I'll get up beside the driver and take you back to your husband." She smiled and alighted from the cab with the manners of a bird which is afraid of wetting its claws. She was radiant. The sidewalk which she felt under her feet warmed her heels, and imparted to the surface of her skin a delightful quiver of fear and contented caprice. Ever since the cab had been rolling along, she had had a mad longing to spring out upon this sidewalk. She crossed it with short steps, and furtively, as if she derived a greater pleasure from the fear that she might be seen. Her escapade was decidedly turning into an adventure. She certainly did not regret having declined Monsieur de Saffray's coarse invitation, but she would have gone home terribly out of sorts if Maxime had not had the idea of letting her taste forbidden fruit. He went quickly up the stairs as if he had been at home. She followed him, rather short of breath. A slight fume of game and fish was wafted about, and the carpet, secured to the stairs with brass rods, had a smell of dust which increased her emotion. Just as they were reaching the first landing, they met a dignified-looking waiter, who drew back to the wall to let them pass in. "Charles," said Maxime, "you'll serve us, eh? Give us the white room." Charles bowed, reascended to the landing, and opened the door of a private room. The gas was lowered, and it seemed to Renée as if she were penetrating into the twilight of a suspicious and charming spot. A continuous rumble swept in through the window, which was wide open, and in the reflection cast on the ceiling by the café below, the shadows of promenaders passed swiftly by. But with a touch of the thumb, the waiter turned on the gas. The shadows on the ceiling vanished, and the room was filled with a glaring light which fell full upon the young woman's head. She had already thrown her hood back. The little curls had become slightly disordered in the cab, but the blue ribbon had not stirred. She began to walk about, abashed by the manner in which Charles looked at her. He blinked his eyes and screwed up their lids the better to see her, in a way which plainly signified, "I don't know this one yet." "What shall I serve you, sir?" he asked aloud. Maxime turned towards Renée. "Monsieur de Saffray's supper, eh?" he said. "Some oysters, a partridge." And seeing the young man smile, Charles discreetly imitated him, murmuring, "Then the same supper as last Wednesday, if that will suit." "The supper of last Wednesday," repeated Maxime. Then, suddenly remembering, "Yes, it's all the same to me. Give us Wednesday's supper." When the waiter had retired, Renée took her eyeglasses and went inquisitively round the little room. It was a square apartment, all white and gold, and furnished with boudoir-like coquetry. In addition to the table and the chairs, there was a low dinner wagon and a large divan, a perfect bed, placed between the chimney-piece and the window. A Louis XVI clock and candlesticks adorned the white marble mantel-shelf. But the curiosity of the room was the looking-glass, a handsome, squat looking-glass which women's diamonds had covered with names, dates, murdered verses, prodigious sentiments, and astounding avowals. Renee fancied she espied something beastly, but she lacked the courage to satisfy her curiosity. She looked at the divan, experienced fresh embarrassment at the sight, and to give herself a countenance began gazing at the ceiling and the chandelier of gilt copper with 5 gas jets. However, the uneasiness she felt was delightful. While she raised her brow as if to study the cornice, looking grave and holding her eyeglasses in her hand, she derived profound enjoyment from the presence of the equivocal furniture, which she knew to be around her, that clear, cynical looking-glass, the purity of which, being wrinkled by those dirty scrawls, had proved useful in adjusting so many false chignons. That divan was shocked her by its breadth, the table and the carpet itself, in which she found the same smell she had detected upon the stairs, a vague, penetrating, and almost religious smell of dust. Then, when it was at last necessary for her to lower her eyes, "What is this Wednesday supper?" she asked of Maxime. "Nothing," he answered. "A bet that one of my friends lost." In any other spot he would without any hesitation have told her that he had supped there on Wednesday with a lady whom he'd met on the boulevard. But since he had entered the private room, he had instinctively treated her like a woman whom one has to please and whose jealousy ought to be spared. However, she did not insist on the point, but went and leaned on the rail of the window, where he soon joined her. Charles came in and went out behind them amid a noise of crockery and plate. It was not yet midnight. On the boulevard below, Paris was thundering and prolonging the ardent day before making up its mind to go to bed. The rows of trees separated in a confused line the whiteness of the footwalk from the vague darkness of the roadway, along which passed the rumble and the fleet lamps of the vehicles. On either edge of this dim strip of ground, the kiosks of the newspaper vendors shed their light here and there, like great Venetian lanterns, tall and strangely variegated, which had been set at regular intervals on the ground for some colossal illumination. But at this time of night their subdued brilliancy was lost in the glare of the neighboring shop fronts. Not a shutter was up. The footwalk stretched away without a line of shadow under a stream of rays which lighted them with a golden dust, with the warm, brilliant glare of full daylight. Maxime pointed out to Renee the Café Anglais, the windows of which were shining in front of them. The lofty branches of the trees somewhat prevented them, however, from seeing the houses in the footway across the boulevard. They leaned forward and looked before them. There was a continual coming and going. Promenaders passed by in groups. Harlots in couples trailed their skirts, which they raised from time to time with a languid gesture, casting wearied yet smiling glances around them. Under the window itself, the tables of the Café Riche were spread out in the blaze of the gas jets, the brilliancy of which penetrated half across the thoroughfare. And it was especially in the center of this ardent focus that they saw the wan faces and pale smiles of the passers-by. Around the little tables, men and women were mingled together drinking. The girls were in showy dresses, with their hair down their necks. They lounged about on their chairs and made loud remarks, which the noise of a traffic prevented one from hearing. Renee especially noticed one woman who was dressed in a blue costume trimmed with white Maltese lace, and who sat alone at a table, leaning back with her hands on her stomach. She was waiting with a gloomy, resigned look, and leisurely sipping a glass of beer. Those who were walking slowly disappeared among the crowd, and the young woman, who took an interest in their doings, let her eyes follow them, and gazed from one end of the boulevard to the other, into the noisy, confused depths of the thoroughfare, full of the black swarm of promenaders, and where the lights became mere sparks. And the endless procession, a strangely mingled crowd always the same, passed by with fatiguing regularity amid the bright colors and the dark depths, in the airy-like confusion of the thousand leaping flames which swept like waves out of the shops, lending color to the transparencies of the windows and the kiosks, tracing fillets, letters, and fiery designs over the house fronts, studding the darkness with stars, and gliding along the roadway continually. Amid the deafening noise which rose on high was a clamor, a prolonged monotonous rumble like an organ note accompanying an eternal procession of little automatic dolls. At one moment Renée thought that an accident had taken place. There was a stream of people in motion on the left, a little beyond the Passage de l'Opéra. But on taking her glasses she recognized the omnibus office. There were a great many people on the sidewalk standing waiting, and rushing forwards as soon as a vehicle arrived. She could hear the rough voice of the official calling out the numbers, and then the tinkle of the registering bell was wafted to her like a crystalline ringing. Her eyes next lighted upon an advertisement on a kiosk, glaringly colored like an Épinal print. On the pane of glass, in a green and yellow frame, there was a sneering devil's head, with hair on end, a hatter's advertisement which she did not understand. Every 5 minutes the Batignolles omnibus with its red lamps and yellow body passed by, turning round the corner of the Rue Le Pelletier and shaking the house with its din. And she saw the men riding on the knife-board, fellows with weary faces who rose up to look at them, Maxime and herself, with the inquisitive glances of hungry people peeping through a keyhole. "Ah," said she, "the Parc Monceau is quietly asleep by this time." It was the only remark she made. They remained there for nearly 20 minutes, silent and surrendering themselves to the intoxication of the noise and illumination. Then, the table being laid, they went and sat down. And as she seemed inconvenienced by the waiter's presence, Maxime dismissed him. "Leave us. I will ring for dessert." Renée had little flushes on her cheeks, and her eyes shone. One would have thought she had just been running. She brought with her from the window some of the din and animation of the boulevard. She would not let her companion close the sashes. "Why, it's the orchestra," said she, when he complained of the noise. "Don't you think it a funny music? It'll be a fine accompaniment to our oysters and partridge." The escapade lent youth to her 30 years. She had quick movements and a dash of fever, and this private room, this tête-à-tête with a young man amid the din of the street, gave her the look of a fast girl. She attacked the oysters with resolution. Maxime was not hungry, and he watched her with a smile while she devoured. "The deuce," he muttered, "you would have made a good supper companion." She stopped short, annoyed that she had eaten so quickly. "You think that I'm too hungry. What would you? It's the hour we spent at that idiotic ball which emptied me. My poor fellow, I pity you for living in such society as that." "But you know very well," said he, "that I have promised you to send Sylvia and Lord d'Origny to the right about on the day that your friends consent to come and sup with me." With a superb gesture she answered, "Of course, I quite believe it. We are a good deal more amusing than those women, confess it now. If one of us bored her lover like your Sylvia and your Lord d'Origny must bore you, why the poor little woman would not keep her lover a week. You'll never listen to me, but try it one of these days." To avoid summoning the waiter, Maxime rose, removed the oyster shells, and brought the partridge which had been placed on the dinner wagon. The table had the luxurious aspect customary in the fashionable restaurants. A breath of adorable debauchery spread over the damask cloth, and it was with little quivers of contentment that Renée let her slender hand stroll from her fork to her knife, from her plate to her glass. She, who usually drank water barely tinged with wine, now drank white wine neat. As Maxime, standing with his napkin on his arm, waited on her with comic complaisance, he resumed, "What can Monsieur de Saffrey have said to you to make you so furious? Did he find you ugly?" "Oh, she answered. "He's a nasty man. I should never have thought that a gentleman of such distinguished bearing, and so polite when he calls on me, could talk such language. But I forgive him. It was the women who irritated me. One might have thought they were apple stall keepers. There was one who complained of a boil on her hip, and a little bit more, I believe she would have turned up her skirt to show her sore to everyone. Maxime was splitting with laughter. No, really now, she continued, growing more animated. I don't understand you men. Those women are dirty and stupid, and to think that when I saw you go to Sylvia's, I imagined prodigious things, banquets in the ancient style, like one sees in paintings, with creatures crowned with roses, gold cups, and extraordinary voluptuousness. What a sell! You showed me a dirty dressing-room and some women who swore like carters. Under such conditions, it really isn't worth while to do wrong. He showed me a dirty dressing-room. He wanted to protest, but she silenced him, and holding between her fingertips a partridge bone which she was daintily nibbling, she added in a lower tone, Sin ought to be something exquisite, my dear fellow. I, who am a respectable woman, when I feel bored and commit the sin of dreaming of impossibilities, I'm sure that I devise much nicer things than such as Blanche Muller could think of. And with a grave air she concluded by a profound remark of naive cynicism. It is a question of how one is brought up, do you see? She gently laid the little bone on her plate. The rumble of the vehicles continued without any louder sound rising above it. She was obliged, however, to raise her voice so that he might hear her, and her cheeks became still redder. On the dinner wagon there were still some truffles, a sweet entremets, and some asparagus, a curiosity for that time of the year. He set everything on the table so as to avoid having to disturb himself again, and as the table was rather narrow, he placed on the floor between them a silver pail containing a bottle of champagne surrounded by ice. The young woman's appetite had ended by overtaking him too. They tasted all the dishes and emptied the bottle of champagne with brusque gaiety, launching out into suggestive theories, with their elbows on the table like two friends who ease their hearts after a drinking bout. The noise on the boulevard was diminishing, but to Renée's ears it increased, and at times all those wheels seemed to be revolving in her head. When he spoke of ringing for dessert, she rose up and shook her long satin blouse to make the crumbs fall off, saying, "That's it. You know you can light a cigar." She felt somewhat giddy. Attracted by a peculiar noise which she could not explain to herself, she went to the window. The shops were being shut up. "Dear me," said she, turning towards Maxime, "the orchestra is clearing off." Then she leant out again. In the center of the thoroughfare, the colored eyes of the cabs and omnibuses, fewer and moving faster, were still passing one another. Large pits of darkness seemed to have opened in front of the closed shops, along the footpaths on either side. The cafes alone were still flaming, striping the asphalt with sheets of light. From the Rue Drouot to the Rue du Helder, she thus perceived a long row of white and black squares, amid which the last promenaders sprang up and vanished again strangely. The harlots, with the trains of their dresses, by turns glaringly illuminated and immersed in darkness, seemed like apparitions, like pale marionettes crossing the limelight of some extravaganza. Renée amused herself for a moment with the sight. There was no longer a full shed light. The gas was being turned off. The variegated kiosks stood out more defined amid the darkness. From time to time a rush of people who had just left some theater passed by. But soon there was vacancy again, and then under the window there lingered 2 or 3 men together whom a woman accosted. They stood in a group and discussed terms. Some of their remarks rose audibly in the subsiding din, and then it generally happened that the woman went off with one of the men. Other girls wandered from cafe to cafe, strolled round the tables, pocketed the forgotten lumps of sugar, laughed with the waiters, and gazed fixedly at the belated customers with a silent, questioning, proffering look. And then, just after Renée had let her eyes follow the all but unoccupied knife-board of a Batignolles omnibus, she recognized at the corner of the foot pavement the woman in the blue dress and white lace, who stood glancing about her, still in search of a man. When Maxime came to fetch Renée at the window, where she was forgetting herself, he smiled as he looked at one of the partly open casements of the Café Anglais. The idea that his father was there supping on his side seemed comical to him, but that evening a peculiar pudicity restrained his customary banter. Renée only left the window rail regretfully. An intoxication and languor rose from the vague depths of the boulevard. There was a coaxing summons to self-indulgent sleep in the attenuated rumble of the vehicles and the obliteration of the bright lights. The whispers that sped by, the groups assembled in shadowy corners, transformed the sidewalk into the passage of some large inn at the hour when the travelers repaired to their chance beds. The gleam and the noise became fainter and fainter. The city was falling asleep, and the breath of love spread over the housetops. When the young woman turned her head, the light of a little chandelier made her blink her eyes. She was now somewhat pale and felt slight quivers at the corners of her mouth. Charles was setting out the dessert. He left the room, came in again, swinging the door slowly and phlegmatically, like a well-bred man. "But I'm no longer hungry," exclaimed Renée. "Take away all those plates and bring us the coffee." The waiter, accustomed to the whims of the women he served, cleared the dessert away and poured out the coffee. He filled the whole room with his importance. "Pray do send him away," said the young woman, half sickened by the sight of him, to Maxime. Maxime dismissed him, and scarcely had he disappeared than he returned once more to draw the large curtains of the window more closely together with a discreet air. When he had at last retired, the young fellow, who on his side was beginning to feel annoyed, rose from his seat and going to the door, "Wait a bit," he said. "I have the means of getting rid of him." And he pushed the bolt. "That's it," she rejoined. "We should at least be by ourselves." Their confidential, friendly chatting began again. Maxime had lighted a cigar. Renée sipped her coffee and even allowed herself a glass of chartreuse. The room grew warmer and became filled with bluish smoke. She ended by setting her elbows on the table and by resting her chin between her two half-closed fists. Under this slight pressure, her mouth grew smaller, her cheeks were slightly raised, and her narrow eyes shone more brightly. Thus unsettled, her little face looked adorable under the stream of golden curls which now fell down upon her eyebrows. Maxime gazed at her through the smoke of his cigar. He found she had an original look. At certain moments he was no longer quite sure as to her sex. The long wrinkle which crossed her forehead, the pouting forwardness of her lips, the undecided air imparted by her short-sightedness, made a tall young man of her, the more so as her long black satin blouse rose so high that one barely espied a white fatty strip of neck under her chin. She let herself be looked at with a smile, no longer moving her head, but with her eyes lost in vacancy and her lips closed. Then suddenly she woke up and went to look at the mirror, towards which her dreamy eyes had turned since a few moments. She raised herself on tiptoe and leant her hands on the edge of the mantel-shelf to read the signatures, the coarse remarks which had shocked her before dinner. She spelt the syllables with some little difficulty, laughed, and then still read on like a schoolboy who's turning over some pages of Piron in his desk. "Ernest and Clara," said she, "and there is a heart underneath, which looks like a funnel. Ah, this is better. I love men because I like truffles. Signed, Laura." I say, Maxime, was it that woman d'Origny who wrote that? Then here are the arms of one of these women, I fancy, a hen smoking a big pipe. And more names, a perfect calendar of saints.
Victor, Amélie, Alexandre, Edouard, Marguerite, Paquita, Louise, Renee. Ah, so there's one who is named like me. Maxime could see her ardent face in the looking-glass. She raised herself up still more, and her domino, drawn more closely behind, outlined the curve of her figure, the development of her hips. The young fellow's eyes followed the line of a satin which molded her form like a chemise. He rose up in his turn and threw away his cigar. He was ill at ease and nervous. Something usual and accustomed was lacking about him. "Ah, here's your name, Maxime," exclaimed Renee. "Listen, I love—" But he had seated himself on a corner of a divan, almost at the young woman's feet. And after succeeding in taking hold of her hands with a prompt movement and making her turn away from the looking-glass, he said in a strange voice, "Pray, don't read that." She struggled, laughing nervously. "Why not? Am I not your confidante?" But he insisted in a more husky tone, No, not this evening." He was still holding her, and she tried to free herself with little jerks of the wrists. Their eyes had an expression they were not acquainted with. There was a touch of shame in their long, constrained smile. She fell upon her knees at the edge of a divan. They continued struggling, although she no longer made an effort to return to the mirror, and was already surrendering herself. And as the young fellow caught her round the body, she said with an embarrassed, dying laugh, "Come, leave me. You're hurting me." It was the sole murmur that came from her lips. Amid the profound silence of the room, where the gas seemed to shoot up higher, she felt the ground tremble and heard the crash of a Batignolles omnibus, which must have been turning the corner of the boulevard. And it was all over. When they again found themselves seated side by side on the divan, he stammered out, amid their mutual embarrassment, "Bah, it was bound to happen, one day or other." She said nothing. With an overwhelmed air, she looked at the pattern of the carpet. "Were you thinking of it?" continued Maxime, stammering more and more. "I wasn't, not at all. I ought to have mistrusted the private room." But in a deep voice, as if all the middle-class uprightness of the Barreau du Châtel had been awakened by the supreme sin. "What we have just done is infamous," she murmured. Sobered, her face aged and very grave. She was stifling. She went to the window, drew back the curtains, and leant over the rail. The orchestra was hushed. The sin had been committed amid the last quiver of the basses and the distant chant of the violins, the vague, soft music of the boulevard now sleeping and dreaming of love. The road and the sidewalk stretched away below in grey solitude. All the rumbling cab wheels seemed to have gone off, taking the lights and the crowd away with them. Below the window, the Café Riche was closed. Not a ray of light glided from between the shutters. Across the way, brazen light gleams alone appeared upon the facade of the Café Anglais, especially lighting up one window which was partly open and whence a faint sound of laughter escaped. And all along this ribbon of darkness, from the turn at the Rue Drouot to the other end, as far as her eyes could reach, she no longer saw aught save the symmetrical blurs of the kiosks tinging the night with red and green, without illuminating it, and looking like night lights spaced along some giant dormitory. She raised her head. The high branches of a tree stood out against the clear sky, while the irregular outlines of the house roofs died away till it seemed like a clustering heap of rocks on the shore of a bluish sea. But this strip of sky saddened her all the more, and it was in the darkness of the boulevard alone that she found some consolation. What lingered of the noise and vice of the evening on the surface of the deserted thoroughfare excused her. She thought she could feel the heat of all these men and women's footsteps ascend from the cooling footway. The shames that had trailed there, the desires of a minute,
The whispered offers, the weddings of a night paid for in advance, were evaporating, floating about in the heavy mist rolled away by the breath of morning. Leaning out into the darkness, she inhaled this quivering silence, this alcove-like smell, as an encouragement which came to her from below, as an assurance that her shame was shared and accepted by a colluding city. And when her eyes had grown accustomed to the obscurity, she perceived the woman in the blue dress trimmed with lace, standing in the same place, alone in the grey solitude, waiting and offering herself to the deserted darkness. On turning, the young woman beheld Charles, who was looking round him, scenting like a dog. He ended by perceiving Renée's blue ribbon lying rumpled and forgotten on a corner of a divan, and with his polite air he hastened to take it to her. Then she realized all her shame. Standing in front of a looking-glass, she tried with clumsy hands to tie the ribbon again. But her chignon had fallen, the little curls were flattened on her temples, and she was unable to tie the bow. Charles came to her help, saying, as if he were offering some usual thing, a finger-glass or some toothpicks. "If Madame would like the comb?" "Oh no, there's no need," interrupted Maxime, giving the waiter an impatient look. "Go and fetch us a cab." Renée made up her mind to pull the hood of her domino over her head, and as she was about to leave the looking-glass, she lightly raised herself in search of the words which Maxime's grasp had prevented her from reading. Slanting upwards towards the ceiling, and written in a large, abominable hand, there was this declaration signed Sylvia: "I love Maxime." On reading it, Renée bit her lip and drew her hood rather lower. They experienced a horrible constraint in the vehicle. They had seated themselves one in front of the other as they left the Parc Monceau. They could not think of a word to say to each other. The cab was full of opaque darkness, and Maxime's cigar didn't even dot it with a red speck, a pink charcoal-like glimmer. The young fellow, again hidden among the skirts, which he had up to his eyes, felt ill at ease amidst this darkness and silence, near the speechless woman whom he felt beside him, and whose eyes he imagined he could see gazing wide open into the night. To seem less foolish, he ended by seeking her hand, and when he held it in his own, he felt relieved and found the situation tolerable. Renée abandoned this hand of hers, languidly and dreamily. The cab crossed over the Place de la Madeleine. Renée was reflecting that she was not guilty. She had not been bent on incest. And the more she descended into herself, the more innocent she considered she had been at the outset of her escapade, at her furtive departure from the Parc Monceau, at Blanche Muller's, on the boulevard, and even in the private room at the restaurant. Why had she fallen on her knees at the edge of that divan? She no longer knew. She had certainly not thought of that for a moment. She would have angrily refused. She made this excursion as a joke. She'd been bent on amusing herself, nothing more. Thus did she ponder, and in the rumbling of the cab she seemed again to find the deafening orchestra of the boulevard, that coming and going of men and women, while bars of fire burned her tired eyes. Maxime was also musing with some sense of worry in his corner. The adventure annoyed him. He laid the blame on the black satin domino. Had one ever seen a woman rig herself out in that style? You couldn't even see her neck. He had taken her for a boy. He'd played with her, and it wasn't his fault if the game had become something serious. He certainly wouldn't have touched her with the tips of his fingers had she only shown her shoulders a bit. He would then have remembered that she was his father's wife. Then, as he did not care for disagreeable reflections, he forgave himself. So much the worse, after all. He would try not to begin again. It was folly. The cab stopped, and Maxime alighted the first to help Renée out. By that little gate of the park he did not dare to kiss her. They shook hands according to their wont. She was already on the other side of the railing when, in view of saying something, and at the same time unwittingly confessing a preoccupation which had vaguely crossed her reverie since leaving the restaurant. "What was that comb," she asked, "which the waiter spoke about?" "That comb?" repeated Maxime, embarrassed. "I'm sure I don't know." But Renée abruptly realized the truth. The room, no doubt, had a comb which formed part of its appurtenances, like the curtains, the bolt, and the divan, and without waiting an explanation which did not come, she plunged into the darkness of the Parc Monceau, hastening her steps, and thinking she could see behind her the tortoise-shell teeth in which Lord d'Origny and Sylvia had left some of their fair and their dark hairs. Renée was very feverish, and it became necessary for Celeste to put her to bed and watch her till the morning. On the sidewalk of the Boulevard Malesherbes, Maxime consulted himself for a moment as to whether he should go and join the joyous party at the Café Anglais. Then, with the idea that he was punishing himself, he decided he ought to go home to bed. On the morrow, Renée awoke at a late hour from a heavy, dreamless sleep. She had a large fire lighted and said that she should spend the day in her room. This was her refuge in serious moments. Towards noon, as her husband did not see her come down to lunch, he asked her permission to speak with her a moment. She was already refusing the request with a tinge of nervousness, when she decided otherwise. On the day before, she'd sent Siccard Worm's bill, amounting to 136,000 francs, a rather high figure, and no doubt he wished to indulge in the gallantry of giving her a receipt in person. A thought came to her of the little curls of the day before, and she mechanically looked in the glass at her hair, which Celeste had knotted in large tresses. Then she ensconced herself in a corner by the fireplace, burying herself in the lace of her dressing gown. Siccard, whose rooms also were on the first floor, corresponding with his wife's, came to see her in his slippers, in the true style of a husband. He barely set foot in Renée's room once a month, and then only for some delicate pecuniary matter. That morning he had red eyes and the wan complexion of a man who has not slept. He kissed the young woman's hand gallantly. "You are not well, my dear?" he said, as he sat down on the other side of the chimney-piece. "A little headache, isn't it? Excuse my coming to worry you with my business rigmaroles, but the matter is somewhat serious." From one of the pockets of his dressing-gown he drew forth Worm's bill, the glazed paper of which Renée recognized. "I found this bill on my table yesterday," he continued, "and I'm very sorry, but I really can't pay it just now." Out of the corner of his eye he watched the effect that his words produced on his wife, who seemed to be deeply astonished. He resumed with a smile. "As you know, my dear, I'm not in the habit of looking into your expenses. I don't say that certain items in this bill haven't surprised me a little. For instance, on the second page I find this: ball dress material 70 francs, making up 600 francs, money lent 5,000 francs, perfumery 6 francs. That 70-franc dress comes to rather a stiff figure, but you know very well that I understand all kinds of weaknesses. Your bill amounts to 136,000 francs, and you've been almost moderate, relatively speaking, I mean. Only I must repeat it, I can't pay. I'm hard up." And she stretched out her hand with a gesture of restrained mortification. "Very well," she said curtly. "Hand me back the bill. I will attend to it." "I see that you don't believe me," muttered Siccard, enjoying his wife's incredulity respecting his financial embarrassment, as much as if it had been a triumph. "I don't say that my position is threatened, but business is very queer for the moment. I worry you, no doubt, but let me explain our position to you. You confided your dowry to me, and I owe you complete frankness." He laid the bill on the mantel-shelf, took up the tongs, and began to poke the fire.
This mania for raking the cinders, while he was talking about business matters, was a system which had become a habit with him. Whenever he reached a figure or a remark which it bothered him to enunciate, he brought about some downfall of the logs, which he began repairing laboriously, bringing the logs closer together, collecting and piling the little splinters of wood one above the other. On other occasions he almost disappeared into the fireplace in search of some straying embers. He spoke in a lower tone. You grew impatient. You became interested in his skillful edification of incandescent firewood. You no longer listened to him, and as a rule you left his presence defeated but content. Even at other people's houses he despotically took possession of the tongs. In the summer he toyed with a pen holder, a paper, or a penknife. "My dear," said he, giving a blow which sent the fire flying, "I must once again ask your forgiveness for entering into all these details. I have punctually paid you the interest of the funds which you placed in my hands. I can even say, without wishing to hurt your feelings, that I merely looked upon that interest as your pocket money, paying your expenses and never asking you to contribute your share of the household disbursements." He paused. Renée suffered as she looked at him, while he made a large hole in the cinders to bring the end of a log among them. He was approaching a delicate matter. "As you will understand, I was obliged to make your money yield a high interest. The funds are in safe hands, be assured of that. As for the amount coming from your property in Sologne, it partly served to pay for the house we live in. The remainder is invested in an excellent affair, the Société Générale of the Ports of Morocco. We are not settling accounts, are we? But I want to prove to you that very often we poor husbands are not judged at our worth." A powerful motive must have impelled him to lie a little less than usual. The truth was that Renée's dowry had for a long time ceased to exist. It had simply become a fictitious asset in Siccard's safe. Although he paid the interest at the rate of 200 or 300%, he could not have produced a single security or have found the smallest solid particle of the original capital. As he half confessed, the 500,000 francs derived from the Sologne property had served to give something on account for the house and the furniture, which between them had cost nearly 2 millions of francs. Siccard still owed 1 million to the upholsterer and the builder. "I don't claim anything from you," said Renée at last. "I know that I owe you a deal of money." "Oh, my dear," he exclaimed, taking hold of his wife's hand, but without relinquishing the tongs, "what a bad idea you have of me! In 2 words now, I've been unlucky at the Bourse. Toutaine-la-Roche has been playing some foolish pranks, and Mignon and Charrier are a couple of brutes who have swindled me. And that's why I can't pay your bill. You will forgive me, won't you?" He seemed really moved. He thrust the tongs between the logs and made the sparks dart forth like rockets. Renée remembered how nervous he had seemed for some time past, but she was unable to penetrate the astonishing truth. Siccard had reached the point that he had to accomplish a miracle every day. He resided in a house which had cost 2 millions of francs. He lived on the footing of a prince's civil list, and yet on certain mornings he had not 1,000 francs in his safe. His expenditure did not seem to diminish, however. He lived upon debt among a people of creditors who swallowed up day by day the scandalous profits which he realized by certain transactions. In the meantime, at the same moment indeed, companies crumbled around. Before him yawned fresh and deeper pits, over which he had to spring, being unable to fill them up. He thus went on over mined ground, amid a continuous crisis, settling bills of 50,000 francs and not paying his coachman's wages, still marching on with an assurance which became more and more regal, and emptying over Paris more ragefully than ever his empty safe, whence the golden river of legendary source still continue to flow. This ends section 7.